Chapter 1. Blood and Ash. The smell hit Chen before the airlock finished cycling. Sulfur, iron, burned protein. The reek of 644 people reduced to chemistry, their bodies processing through Kepler 442's recycling atmosphere for 6 hours while Razorback Company burned fuel getting here. Chen's stomach clenched. Not Braxton Hicks this time, just basic human revulsion. And she swallowed hard against the bile. Jesus Christ, Webb muttered behind her, voice tight over the squad channel. Belay that. Chen kept her voice flat, professional. Masks on, standard sweep formation. Watch your sectors. Her rifle came up smooth despite the baby pressing against her diaphragm, despite the ache in her lower back that had been building for 3 days. 8 months pregnant and still first through the door, because Vance needed her eyes on this, needed someone who could read a scene and not just secure it. She'd deal with the consequences later. She always did. The processing station's main quarters stretched ahead, emergency lighting casting everything in sickly amber. No bodies here. That was the first wrong thing. Station manifest showed 847 souls, mining crews, support staff, families. 6 hours post-incident, and the halls were empty, clean except for scuff marks and a spray of something dark across one bulkhead that Chen didn't let her eyes linger on. Lieutenant, Corporal Soto appeared at her elbow, medkit already in hand. Vitals? I'm fine. Your heart rate's 142. Then stop monitoring my biometrics, Corporal. Soto's mouth tightened, but she didn't push. Good. Chen didn't need a medic right now. She needed to understand what killed 644 people in under 40 minutes while leaving the station structure intact. The second wrong thing. No defensive positions, no barricades, no evidence anyone had tried to hold territory or fall back to secure locations. Just nothing. Empty corridors leading deeper into the facility like arteries, drained of blood. Chen's tactical overlay populated with blue icons as her squad spread through the HAB modules. Sergeant Volkov's team took the residential section. Webb and his comm specialists headed for the central hub. Chen pushed forward toward the plaza, the manifest designated emergency assembly point, with Soto and Lance Corporal Tran flanking. The third wrong thing, the lights were on. Power was stable. Environmental was processing. Someone or something wanted them to see this clearly. Chen's lower back spasmed. She shifted her weight, disguised it as checking her corner, and kept moving. The baby kicked once, twice, objecting to the chemical cocktail of adrenaline and cortisol flooding her system. Not now, Hope. Later, when we're back on the adequate compliance. And I can explain to your father why I deployed 8 months pregnant against every regulation in the book. The plaza opened ahead. Chen stopped breathing. They'd been arranged. 644 colonists, laid out in concentric circles radiating from the plaza's central fountain like some obscene mandala. On their backs, hands folded over their chests, eyes open. The fountain still ran, water splashing over sculpted stone, absurdly peaceful against the geometry of death. Madre de Dios, Soto whispered. Chen's tactical training kicked in over the horror. She scanned the arrangement, processing. Adults on the outer rings, children toward the center, sorted by height, she realized. Precise, methodical. This took time, hours, and whoever did it wasn't interrupted. Webb, you getting this? Chen activated her helmet cam's wide-angle feed. Copy, transmitting to the adequate now. A pause. Commander Vance wants to know if we found survivors. Negative, just bodies. Chen stepped carefully between the outer ring, checking faces. Colonial workers, ore processors, teachers, a woman with ore dust still caked under her fingernails. A man wearing a shirt that said Galaxy's okayest dad, still wearing their lives like clothes they'd never take off. The fourth wrong thing, no wounds, no visible trauma, no burns, no gunshots, no blade marks. They looked like they'd fallen asleep mid-shift and someone had gently posed them here, except their eyes. Chen forced herself to look. The eyes were wrong, pupils blown wide, blood vessels burst, expressions locked somewhere between confusion and terror. They'd died afraid. They died fast. Movement! Tran's rifle swung left. Chen spun, weapon up, scanning. A HAB module door hung open, swaying slightly. Inside, darkness. Thermal? Negative. Wait. Tran adjusted his scanner. Faint bio sign. Weak. 30 meters, second floor. A survivor. Chen felt something loosen in her chest. One survivor meant witnesses, meant answers, meant this wasn't complete annihilation. Soto, with me. Tran, cover the plaza. Anyone moves out there, I want to know. Ma'am, your vitals are not the priority right now, Corporal. Move. They pushed into the HAB module, clearing corners, bounding up the metal stairs that rang hollow under their boots. The biosign tracker led them to a maintenance closet, door ajar, a child's shoe visible in the gap. Chen holstered her sidearm, gentled her voice. Hey, we're with the Terran Defense Pact. Marines. We're here to help. Can you come out? Silence, then a tiny voice. Are they gone? Yeah, they're gone. It's safe now. The door opened. A girl, maybe 7, face streaked with tears and dust. Her jumpsuit had a name patch. Mackenzie. She stared at Chen with eyes too old for her face, the kind of eyes you get when you've hidden in the dark for 6 hours listening to people die. That's good, Chen said, crouching despite her center of gravity screaming objections. That's really good, Mackenzie. Can you tell me what happened? The girl's eyes went unfocused. Shock, Chen thought. Soto was already moving forward with a thermal blanket in a pediatric med scanner, but Chen held up a hand. Give her a second. Let her choose to talk. It came after second shift rotation, Mackenzie whispered. Everyone was at dinner. It was so fast. What was fast, honey? The thing. Mackenzie's hands clenched. It wasn't human. It moved wrong. Too fast. Mom told me to run and hide, and I did, and I heard. Her voice fractured. I heard everyone screaming. Then it got quiet. Then someone was moving them, dragging them, arranging them out there like dolls. Did you see who? Did you see what it looked like? Mackenzie looked directly at Chen. Her voice dropped to something barely audible. It had your face. The floor tilted. Chen's hand shot out to steady herself against the wall, and distantly she felt another contraction ripple across her abdomen, stronger this time. Not Braxton Hicks. The real thing starting, maybe, stress-triggering early labor, and she couldn't think about that right now, because a 7-year-old girl was staring at her with absolute certainty and saying, Lieutenant? Soto's hand on her elbow. You need to sit down. I'm fine. Chen forced herself upright. Mackenzie, I need you to think very carefully. You said it had my face. Like, similar features? Same ethnicity? No. The girl's voice was flat now, mechanical. Post-traumatic dissociation. Some clinical part of Chen's mind noted. Your face, exactly. I thought you came back. I almost came out, but the eyes were wrong. Chen's tactical overlay pinged. Webb's voice. Lieutenant, got something in the security office. You're going to want to see this. Copy Soto. Get Mackenzie stabilized and prepped for CASEVAC. I want her on the next shuttle to the adequate. Ma'am, you should. That's an order, Corporal. Chen moved before Soto could argue, descended the stairs faster than was smart, her rifle a familiar weight, even as her body tried to betray her with another contraction. She breathed through it, kept moving. The security office was 2 modules over, door forced open, console still running. Webb looked up when she entered. His face was careful, neutral, the expression he got when something was very wrong, and he was working hard not to show it. What have you got? Security footage. Time-stamped 1900 hours yesterday. Single intruder enters through the maintenance airlock. No vac suit, no support. Just walks in like the pressure differential doesn't exist. Chen leaned over the console. The feed showed a figure in tactical gear, moving with fluid precision through the corridors. Fast. Mackenzie was right about that. Inhumanly fast. The footage stuttered, frame rate struggling to capture movement that shouldn't be possible. Can you get a facial? Webb's fingers danced across the interface. The image enhanced, sharpened, resolved into high-definition clarity. Chen's face stared back at her from the screen. Not similar, not close. Her face, same bone structure, same scar bisecting her left eyebrow from that bar fight in Vancouver before she enlisted. Same minor asymmetry in her jaw from the time a POW camp guard broke it. "That's not possible," Chen heard herself say. "No, ma'am." Webb's voice was too level. "You were aboard the Adequate Compliance when this happened. 700,000 kilometers out, confirmed by ship's log and about 40 witnesses." Chen watched her doppelganger move through the station, methodical and efficient. Watched it kill. The footage showed glimpses, people dropping, convulsing, dying without visible wounds. Some kind of neural weapon maybe, something that stopped the nervous system. Watched it begin the grim work of arranging the bodies, moving each with careful precision. "Why?" The word came out before she could stop it. "I don't know, ma'am, but there's more." Webb pulled up another file. Before the attack, someone accessed the personnel database, downloaded genetic records for every colonist, then cross-referenced them against something. "The search parameters are encrypted, but I'm working on it." The contraction hit hard enough that Chen's knees buckled. She caught herself on the console, breathing through it, counting seconds. 30 seconds. Too long. Too regular. This was labor, not stress response. "Ma'am?" Webb was standing now, hand out but not touching because he knew better. "I'm good. Keep working on that encryption. I need to know what it was searching for." Chen straightened, refused to show weakness. "And Webb? Send that footage to Commander Vance. Flag it priority." "Already done." Chen stepped back into the corridor. Her comm chirped, Soto's voice tight with controlled urgency. "Lieutenant, you need to come back to the plaza. Now." "What is it?" "Just, you need to see this yourself." Chen retraced her path, each step a negotiation with her body. The plaza looked the same concentric circles, same terrible order. But Soto was kneeling by one of the outer ring bodies, her med scanner running continuous analysis over an adult male's hands. "What am I looking at, Corporal?" "Defense wounds, minimal but present. Skin under the fingernails, subcutaneous bruising on the palms. Whatever killed these people, some of them tried to fight it." Soto looked up and her expression made Chen's chest tighten. "I ran the genetic markers from the tissue samples. Standard protocol for ID confirmation. And the DNA profile matches you, Lieutenant. Exactly. Same genetic markers, same allele frequencies. This is your skin under his fingernails." Soto's voice dropped. "But you weren't here. You were on the ship. I was monitoring you the whole transit. You never left medical bay after that checkup." The plaza tilted again. Chen heard herself breathing too fast, fought to control it. The baby kicked, protesting the stress hormones, and another contraction started building low in her spine. "That's impossible." "Yes, ma'am." Soto stood slowly. "But I've run it 3 times. The computer doesn't lie. Genetically, forensically, that's your DNA. Your exact genetic profile." Chen's hand moved unconsciously to the scar on her forearm, the one she got 14 months ago, during her captivity as a POW. Except she didn't remember getting it. Didn't remember most of those 14 months. Just white lights and cold and waking up in the aftermath of a prison uprising she had no memory of, being told she'd escaped, being given a medal and a promotion and orders never to discuss what happened in that facility. The official story was, enemy detention center, standard imprisonment, lucky break during chaos. The unofficial story, the one Chen never told anyone, not even Vance, was simpler. She had 14 months of blank space where her memory should be, just gone, excised, and a body that worked slightly differently when she came back, faster reflexes, sharper senses, things she'd attributed to survival instinct until now. "Ma'am?" Soto's voice cut through the spiraling thoughts. "Have you ever donated genetic material? Been in a research study? Anything that could explain?" "No." The word came out too sharp. Chen forced calm. "Run the analysis again. Different sample. Make sure it's not contamination." "Already did. 3 different victims." "Same result." Soto hesitated. "Lieutenant, when you were a POW, did they take blood samples? Tissue? Anything? I don't remember." Chen heard how hollow that sounded. "I was unconscious for most of it. They told me I escaped during an uprising. that I was found in neutral space after the facility was evacuated. Soto's eyes widened slightly, the first crack in her professional composure. You were unconscious for 14 months? Medical coma. Induced. Or so the debriefing said. Chen's hand stayed on her scar. I woke up on a hospital ship with no memory of captivity, just missing time. Webb's voice crackled over the comm. Lieutenant, I cracked part of the encryption on those search parameters. The intruder was looking for specific names in the colonial database, cross-referencing against military personnel records from 6 to 8 years ago. Operations Ghostlight, Blackwater, and, he paused, Kepler 442 detention facility. The name hit Chen like a physical blow. Kepler 442 detention facility. The place where she'd been held. The place where she'd lost 14 months. The place that officially no longer existed. Decommissioned, records sealed. Everyone who worked there reassigned or retired or dead. Who was it searching for? Chen kept her voice level through force of will. 43 names. Military personnel, colonial administrators, corporate contractors, all connected to those 3 operations. 19 are crossed off the list. Confirmed dead in the last 3 years. 24 remaining targets. Send me the list. Already in your HUD, ma'am. Chen pulled it up, scanned the names. Recognized some, Morrison, her former CO, who died in a training accident 2 years back. Captain Elijah Keller, reassigned to Europa. Dr. Isabel Tanaka, civilian contractor. Current location unknown. Webb's name was there at position 14. Chen scrolled down, stomach sinking. Her own name appeared at position 32, not as a target, as genetic source material, class priority alpha. Ma'am, Soto stepped closer. Your vitals just spiked. You need to sit down. You need... The contraction hit like a fist, doubling Chen over, and this time she couldn't hide it. Her knees hit the deck. Soto was there immediately, hands steadying, professional calm masking whatever she was thinking. How far apart? Soto demanded. 5 minutes, maybe less. Jesus Christ, Lieutenant. You're in active labor. Why the hell didn't you? Because 644 people are dead, and something with my face killed them, and I need to understand why before... Another contraction cut off the words. Soto was already calling for Kesevac, her voice tight with controlled anger. This is Corporal Soto. Emergency medical extraction, 1 casualty, active labor, requesting immediate shuttle dispatch to Plaza coordinates. I'm not a casualty, Chen managed. You're 8 months pregnant and contracting every 4 minutes in the middle of a massacre site. You're whatever I say you are. Soto's hands were gentle, despite the words, running scanners, checking vitals. And right now you're my patient, not my lieutenant. Chen wanted to argue, wanted to stand up, keep investigating, understand why her genetic profile was under dead colonists' fingernails while she'd been 700,000 kilometers away. But her body had other priorities, and the contraction building in her spine suggested that understanding would have to wait. Through the pain, she thought, 14 months, white lights, cold. What did they do to me? And then worse, what did they make? The shuttle touched down 12 minutes later. Chen let Soto guide her toward it, each step an exercise in controlled breathing. As they passed the bodies, still arranged in their terrible circles, Chen looked at the faces. Every single one had defensive wounds on their hands. Every single one had tried to fight. Every single one had her DNA under their fingernails. Soto helped her into the shuttle's med bay, started an IV, deployed the portable fetal monitor. The baby's heartbeat filled the small space, strong, steady, unconcerned with genetic mysteries and massacres. Lieutenant, Soto's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. When we get you stabilized, we need to talk about your medical records, your POW time, because whatever happened to you in that facility, she gestured at the plaza through the shuttle's viewport. I think it's connected to this. Chen closed her eyes, breathed through another contraction, and whispered the question she'd been avoiding for 14 months. What if I don't remember because I was never awake? Soto didn't answer. The shuttle's engine spooled up, lifting them away from Kepler 442's surface, away from the bodies, away from the evidence. But Chen's tactical HUD still displayed the security footage, frozen on the frame of her doppelganger's face. Same scar, same asymmetry, same eyes. The wrong eyes, Mackenzie had said. Chen's hand moved to her abdomen, feeling the baby kick beneath her palm. Her daughter, the one thing in her life that was definitely, completely hers. The one choice no one had made for her. Except she'd been pregnant before the POW camp. Just barely. 6 weeks, confirmed but not announced. She planned to request reassignment after the mission. She'd had plans. Then 14 months of white light and cold and nothing. Then waking up, still pregnant, being told the pregnancy had somehow survived against all odds. A miracle, really, the doctor said. Her body adapting, protecting the fetus even in captivity. Chen's eyes snapped open. Soto, when did they do my intake physical after I came back? I don't know. That was before I was assigned to Razorback Company. Pull my medical records, now. I need to see the pregnancy confirmation date. Soto's fingers moved across her tablet, pulling files. Her face went still. Lieutenant, according to this, you were 6 weeks pregnant when you were captured. 14 months later, when you returned, you were... She looked up. 22 weeks. The math didn't work. Couldn't work. Unless they'd kept the pregnancy viable somehow. Suspended. Maintained. Waiting. They harvested me, Chen heard herself say. They kept me unconscious and they took samples and they made... The security footage played in her HUD. Her face. Her body. Moving with impossible speed. Made what? The shuttle banked toward the adequate compliance. And Chen felt another contraction building. Felt her daughter, her hope, fighting to be born into a universe where someone wore her mother's face and killed with it. Soto's hand found hers, squeezed once. We'll figure this out, ma'am. After you deliver. After you're safe. But Chen was staring at the security footage, frozen on those wrong eyes, and she knew with absolute certainty she would never be safe again. Chapter 2. Ghost Frequencies. Webb's hands shook as he keyed in the next decryption sequence. 0400 shipboard time. 18 hours since they'd pulled Chen and the kid off Kepler 442. 18 hours of staring at encrypted transmission data pulled from the station's backup servers, watching patterns emerge and dissolve like smoke. His coffee had gone cold 3 hours ago. He drank it anyway. The tremor in his left hand was getting worse. Not from the caffeine. He'd given up pretending that was the cause around hour 12. This was the other thing. The thing Soto kept asking about with those careful, medic eyes. The thing he kept telling her was fine. It wasn't fine. The decryption algorithm churned through another iteration. Webb rubbed his eyes, blinked at the screen. The Predator's transmission, sent 4 minutes before the first kill, remained mostly garbage. Encrypted with something military-grade, maybe TDP cipher protocol, maybe something older. He'd been throwing every key variant at it, watching for partial breaks. There, a fragment. Some, Ryson, M. Hamar, Locke, Kepler, 442, status, Co. Webb's fingers froze over the keyboard. Morrison, Captain fucking Morrison. You should sleep. Soto's voice made him flinch. She stood in the doorway of the signal station, med kit slung over one shoulder. Always the med kit. You've been at this since we docked. I'm close. You said that 6 hours ago. This time I mean it. He turned back to the screen, pulling up cross-reference protocols. Morrison. The name pinged something in his memory, something deeper than simple recognition. I need Chen's personnel file, her full service record. Lieutenant Chen is in medical. Contractions stopped, but they're keeping her under observation. I don't need to talk to her. I need her file. Soto moved closer, eyes on his hands. The tremor. Webb, when did you last take your meds? Don't start. I'm not starting. I'm finishing. You missed your 2200 dose. Probably the 200 one too. She set the med kit down. Let me... Corporal, his voice came out harder than intended. He modulated, tried again. I appreciate the concern, but I need to work. The transmission the Predator sent before it killed those people? It's not random. There's a pattern here and I'm... Another fragment broke through. DNA confirmation. Match. Chen. S. Harvest date. 2. Webb's stomach went cold. Harvest date. Like livestock. Like material. Soto read over his shoulder. Went very still. Pull her medical records, Webb said quietly. Now. Full classified access. I need to know what happened during her captivity. That's above my clearance. Mine too. Do it anyway. Soto hesitated, then moved to the adjacent terminal. Her fingers danced across the keyboard. Junior Corporal with Senior Sergeant's authorization codes, a little gift Webb had given her 3 months ago when she'd proven she could keep her mouth shut about things that needed keeping. The system churned. Denied. Churned again. It's flagged, Soto said. Chen's medical files from her POW period are classified restricted. TDP intelligence seal. I can't override it. Webb, if I do that, the system will. I know what it'll do. Override it. Her jaw set. She typed. The screen flashed red, then green. Then access denied. Security breach logged. Reporting to TDP Int Watchdog. Shit. Webb killed the connection, yanked the data cable. How long before they trace it? If they're actively monitoring, maybe 10 minutes. If it just goes to queue. Soto shook her head. Could be days, could be never. Webb's hand trembled as he returned to his own terminal. The decryption algorithm had progressed. More fragments, counting target list confirmed, priority alpha, 43 names, 19 terminated. A kill list. Jesus Christ, a kill list. I need coffee, Webb muttered. Real coffee, not this recycled piss. What you need is sleep. But Soto was already pulling up the fragment, Hermetic's precision repurposed for data analysis. 19 terminated. That matches the number of facilities that have gone dark in the past 8 months. Pull the incident reports. Cross-reference locations and dates. They worked in silence. The only sound the hum of the ship's systems and Webb's fingers on the keyboard. The tremor made him mistype twice. Delete. Retype. The patterns were there. Had to be there. Soto pulled up a map. Red dots bloomed across it. Mining stations, research outposts, colony hubs. 19 sites, each one with a casualty count in the hundreds. These aren't random targets, she said. Look at the distribution. They're all frontier settlements, all within the outer colonies belt. And they're all connected to something. Webb ran another search, pulling archived personnel files from 6 years back. 7, 8. The database was spotty. TDP didn't like keeping records that might embarrass them later, but enough remained. Morrison's name appeared again. Captain Marcus Morrison, killed in a training accident 3 years ago. Except here he was on a classified operations roster from 2420, leading a Marine detachment on Operation Cinderfell, Webb read aloud. The fuck is Operation Cinderfell? Never heard of it. Me neither. He pulled the file, heavily redacted. Dates matched, 6 to 8 years ago. Personnel list, Morrison, Chen, Vance. Webb's blood went cold. Commander Vance was involved in this? Soto leaned in. Looks like he ran it. Says here he was a captain then. Transitional assignment from intelligence to field command. Webb's fingers moved faster, cross-referencing, pulling threads. Operation Cinderfell, classified, redacted. But the names remained. 43 Marines assigned to security detail. 43 names. The same 43 that were appearing in the decryption fragments. It's a purge, Webb said softly. Someone's killing everyone who was part of Cinderfell. The algorithm completed another pass. This time the break was substantial. Priority target list. Operation Ghost Protocol. Assigned Alpha 7. DNA confirmation. Chen S01. Morrison, men were terminated 02. Patel, K, terminated 03. Rodriguez, A, terminated. 19. Keller, A, active. Loc, Europa Colonial Admin. 41. Vance, E, active. Loc, UNCV adequate compliance. 42. Webb, M, active. Loc, UNCV adequate compliance. 43. Chen S. Suspended genetic template. Webb stared at the screen. His name. Position 42. Vance at 41. Chen at 43, marked as genetic template. Suspended. We're on the list, Soto whispered. You and the commander. And Chen made it. She made the thing that's killing us. Webb's voice came out hollow. They harvested her genetics during her captivity, kept her unconscious, made... What? A clone? A weapon? That's not possible. The DNA under the victim's fingernails says it is. He pulled up the security footage from Kepler 442, froze it on the Predator's face. Chen's face. They made her into a killer. Or made a killer from her. Same difference. The door to the signal station opened. Commander Vance stepped through, uniform crisp despite the 400 hour. His eyes went to the screen, to the list, to his name at position 41. For a fraction of a second, maybe less, something passed across Vance's face. Not surprise. Recognition. The look of a man seeing something he'd been expecting. Then the professional mask dropped back into place. Perfect, impenetrable. Staff Sergeant, Corporal, you're both up late. Couldn't sleep, sir. Webb kept his voice level. Thought I'd take a crack at the Predator's transmission. Any progress? Vance moved closer, hands clasped behind his back. His eyes never left the screen. Some. Partial decryption. It's a kill list. I see that. Vance's voice was carefully neutral. How long have you known? The question landed like a blade. Not are you sure or what makes you think? Just how long have you known? Because Vance had known. Maybe for days, maybe for years. About 20 minutes, Webb said. And you decided to pursue this line of investigation because my name's on it, sir. Position 42? Seemed worth looking into. Vance nodded slowly. His eyes tracked across the names, lingering on Chen's designation. Genetic template. Suspended. Operation Cinderfell, Webb said. Not a question. Is classified. So is half the shit that got 600 for 4 people killed yesterday. Watch your tone, Staff Sergeant. With respect, sir, something wearing Lieutenant Chen's face just murdered an entire colony. Her DNA is under the victim's fingernails. And somehow her genetics were harvested during a captivity that kept her unconscious for 14 months. Webb's hand trembled against the console. I think classified just became a luxury we can't afford. Vance was quiet for a long moment. Outside the signal station, the ship's night cycle hummed. Somewhere down the corridor, someone laughed. Probably the second watch. Playing cards in the mess. Normal sounds, a normal ship. Except nothing about this was normal. Dr. Amos Keller, Vance said finally. Next target, Europa Colonial Administration. Yes, sir. How long until Alpha 7 reaches him? Alpha 7. Vance had a designation for the thing. That meant he knew more than he was saying. A lot more. Unknown, sir. The transmission doesn't include a timeline. But if the pattern holds, maybe days, maybe hours. Then we need to move fast. Vance turned toward the door, then paused. Staff Sergeant, I need you to do something for me. Sir? Stop digging. That's an order. Webb's jaw tightened. Sir, my name is on that list, which is why I need you alive and functional, not chasing ghosts through classified databases. Vance's voice went hard. Cinderfell was 8 years ago. The people who ran it are mostly dead. The ones who aren't wish they were, and bringing it to light won't save anyone on that list. What will? Vance looked at him for a long moment. The mask cracked, just slightly. Webb saw something underneath. Not quite fear, but close. Resignation, maybe. The look of a man who'd been running from something for a very long time. I don't know, Vance said quietly, but I'm going to find out. He left. The door sealed behind him with a pneumatic hiss. Soto let out a breath she'd been holding. He knows what happened to Chen. He knows what they made. Yeah. And he's not telling us. Yeah. Webb turned back to the screen. 43 names, 19 crossed out. 24 remaining, including his own. The algorithm was still running, pulling fragments from the transmission data, assembling them into coherent orders. His terminal chimed. Incoming message. Priority flag. Webb opened it. 3 words appeared on the screen. Sender unknown. Routing protocol scrambled. Morrison sends regards. The text dissolved into static. The terminal went dark, then rebooted, scrubbed clean. Webb stared at the blank screen. Morrison had been dead for 3 years. Shamajor Chapter 3. Command Decisions. The secure channel crackled with encryption static before Admiral Okafor's face resolved on the screen. Vance stood in the command tent at Camp Disappointment, surrounded by folding tables covered in tactical displays and half-drunk coffee. Outside, Kepler 442's wind howled against the canvas walls. Inside, the air tasted like dust and recycled breath. "Commander," Okafor's voice carried the weight of someone who hadn't slept in 2 days. "I've reviewed your initial report. 644 dead, all colonists. No military targets." "Correct, ma'am." "And you're certain it's one hostile?" "Security footage confirms a single operator. Moves like enhanced spec ops." "Where's Lieutenant Chen's face?" Okafor's expression didn't change, but her fingers tapped once against her desk. That tell. Vance had served under her for 6 years. One tap meant she was processing something she didn't like. "You mentioned a kill list in your priority flag." Staff Sergeant Webb decrypted a transmission sent 4 minutes before the attack. 43 names, 19 already terminated across 8 months of incidents we thought were unrelated. "And your name is on this list." Not a question. Vance kept his face neutral. "Position 41, ma'am." "Webb's?" 42. 2 taps this time. Okafor leaned back, the gesture pulling her partially out of frame. When she returned, her jaw was tight. "I'm denying your request for additional ships." Vance had expected it, but the words still landed like a gut punch. "Ma'am, the next target is Dr. Amos Keller on Europa. We have maybe days before. You have a Corvette-class vessel with a full Marine complement. That's more than most commanders get for deep space patrol. Resources are stretched across 3 sectors, Commander. I can't justify pulling ships off station for what? A kill list with my name on it?" Okafor's eyes went hard. "Careful." Vance swallowed the next words, took a breath, started again. "Admiral, this operator is using Chen's DNA. Her exact genetic profile showed up under the victim's fingernails. That means someone harvested her during her POW captivity and made—" "I read the report." Okafor's fingers drummed the desk. 3 taps. 4. "What do you know about Operation Cinderfell?" The name hit like a blade between the ribs. Vance forced himself to hold her gaze. "Classified above my clearance." "Don't play games with me, Elias. You ran security for Cinderfell's preliminary phase." "Captain Vance, Intelligence Division, attached to Colonel Morrison's command." "That was 8 years ago. And now Morrison's dead. Training accident. Convenient." She leaned forward. "The people connected to Cinderfell are dying, Commander. Someone's cleaning house. And you're on the list. So you do know something. I know enough to tell you this. Stop digging. Take your ship. Run down this operator. Kill it. But don't chase ghosts into classified programs that got shut down for a reason." The transmission wavered. Background noise. Someone shouting orders. The whine of engines spooling up. Okafor glanced off screen, then back. "I have to go. Watch your back, Vance. And keep your people close." The connection died. The tent fell quiet except for the wind and the distant sound of Marines running perimeter checks. Vance stared at the blank screen for 5 heartbeats, then killed the power. His tactical pad chimed. "Meeting with colony survivors in 10 minutes. Perfect." The survivors filled the mess tent like ghosts. 23 people pulled from the processing station's outlying facilities before the Predator reached them. 2 families, 3 shift supervisors, a water reclamation tech who kept checking the exits every 30 seconds. Vance stood at the front, flanked by 2 Marines in full kit. Professional, unthreatening, a lie wrapped in body armor. "You promised protection." The speaker was Alice Brennan, shift supervisor for mining operations. Her daughter sat beside her, 9 years old, holding a stuffed rabbit with one ear missing. "You said the Territorial Defense Pact would keep us safe." "Ma'am, I understand your—" "Do you?" Her voice cracked. "My husband is dead. He's in that plaza with 600 other people, and you're telling me you understand?" The tent went silent. Vance let it sit. Pushing back now would detonate everything. No, he said quietly. I don't understand. I can't. Brennan blinked. Not the answer she'd expected. But I can promise you this. We're going after the thing that killed your people. We're going to hunt it down and we're going to end it. And then what? The water tech stood. His name tag read Kowalski. His hands shook. You kill one and another shows up. This is what happens out here. The frontier gets people killed and the TDP sends Marines to write reports. We're not writing reports. We're mobilizing for pursuit. To where? You don't even know where it went. Vance met his eyes. We know where it's going next. Europa, Dr. Amos Keller, Colonial Administrator. We'll be there before the Predator arrives. How do you know that? Because it told us. Vance pulled up the tactical display, showed them the decrypted fragments, names, locations, dates. This isn't random. It's executing a kill list, and we're going to stop it. Kowalski sat down. The fight bled out of him like air from a punctured hull. Can you protect us? Brennan's daughter spoke for the first time. Her voice was barely a whisper. While you're gone? Vance looked at the girl, at her mother, at the 23 faces staring at him with the desperate hope of people who'd already lost everything. Camp Disappointment has a platoon on station. They'll maintain security until relief arrives. The lie tasted like copper. TDP wouldn't send relief, not for 23 survivors on a dead colony. You're safe here. Brennan nodded. She didn't believe him, but she wanted to. That was enough. The meeting dissolved into logistics, ration distribution, temporary housing assignments, trauma counseling schedules. Vance left the details to his logistics officer and slipped out the back of the tent. Chen was waiting. She looked like death. Still in medical scrubs, hair pulled back, dark circles under her eyes. The baby, Hope, had been born 6 hours ago, premature but viable. Chen should have been sleeping. Instead, she stood in the gap between tents, arms crossed, blocking his path. We need to talk. You should be in medical. Soto told me. Her voice was flat, controlled, the kind of control that came before an explosion. About my DNA, about the kill list, about you knowing things you're not sharing. Vance glanced around. 2 Marines on patrol, 50 meters out. Privacy was an illusion on a forward operating base. He gestured toward his command tent. Inside, she followed. The tent flap sealed behind them with a pneumatic hiss. How long have you known? Chen asked. Known what? Don't. Her hands clenched, relaxed, clenched again. Don't play command games with me, Elias. How long have you known that thing wears my face because someone harvested me like spare parts? Vance moved to the tactical display. Called up Chen's service record. Her POW file. 14 months of white space and medical jargon that didn't quite add up. I didn't know, he said. Not until Webb showed me the decryption, but I suspected. When? When they sent you back. 14 months captive and you came home pregnant, still viable? Your body somehow maintaining a fetus through conditions that should have caused spontaneous abortion. He turned to face her. That's not biology. That's engineering. Chen's breath caught. You think they kept me unconscious the whole time, maintained the pregnancy artificially, harvested genetic samples. I think someone wanted insurance, a genetic template for later use. For what? I don't know. Bullshit. She stepped closer. Operation Cinderfell. That's what Webb found. You were part of it. Morrison commanded it. And now everyone connected is dying. Sara, don't Sara me. I trusted you. I followed you into combat. I bled for you. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And you knew. You knew something was wrong, and you said nothing. Vance held her gaze. I didn't know about the harvesting. I swear to you, I didn't know they'd make. He gestured at the security footage still frozen on his display. Her face. Wrong eyes. That. But you knew about Cinderfell. Parts of it. Not all. What parts? The question hung between them like a blade. Vance could deflect, could pull rank, could shut down the conversation with a direct order. But Chen deserved better than that. Cinderfell was a genetic research program, he said. TDP sanctioned, classified. The goal was to create enhanced soldiers using harvested DNA from high-performing combat personnel. Enhanced how? Faster, stronger, better healing, the kind of advantages that could turn battles. He pulled up a file, heavily redacted, full of black bars and missing sections. Morrison commanded the security detail. I ran intelligence. Our job was to vet the candidates, make sure they consented to genetic sampling. Did they? Some did. Some didn't know what they were consenting to. The paperwork was... He stopped, found the right word. Creative. Chen's laugh was hollow. You volunteered people for human experimentation. I followed orders. So did the Nazis. The words landed like a slap. Vance absorbed it, nodded. Yeah, they did. Chen turned away, braced herself against the tactical table. Her shoulders shook once, then went still. I need to know what they took from me. I need to know what they made. I'll find out. When? After we stop it. After, she spun back. After you chase it across the system. After you maybe kill it. After I sit here wondering if my DNA is killing more colonists while you play hero. That's not... I want full access to my POW files. I want to know who authorized my harvesting. I want names. Sara, those files are classified above both our clearances. Then unclassify them. I can't. Won't. The distinction mattered. Vance saw it in her eyes. The fracture. The moment when trust broke and didn't quite heal. He'd seen it before. In Morrison's face 8 years ago, when Vance had told him about the orders from up the chain. In Webb's face tonight, when Vance had ordered him to stop digging. Command meant making decisions that broke people. I'll do what I can, Vance said, but I need you to trust me. I did. Once. She left. The tent flap whispered shut behind her. Vance stood alone in the command tent, surrounded by displays showing kill lists and colony death tolls, and the frozen frame of a predator wearing his lieutenant's face. His tactical pad chimed. Priority message. No sender ID. He opened it. A single file. Operation Ghostlight. Morrison's name in the header. Vance's own signature on the authorization forms. He'd almost forgotten Ghostlight. A sub-program of Cinderfell. Personnel evaluation sweeps through remote listening posts and forward operating bases. Routine assessments. Medical screenings. Genetic harvesting. Vance pulled up the file locations. Cross-referenced them with the kill list. Every single one matched. His hands went cold as the pattern emerged. Morrison had visited 43 installations, conducted personnel evaluations at each one, collected genetic samples under the guise of routine medical exams. Webb's listening post was on the list, visited 6 weeks before an enemy raid destroyed it. Morrison had called it bad luck, enemy intelligence, wrong place, wrong time, but the samples had already been taken. Vance scrolled through the files, watching his own past condemn him. Every authorization bore his signature. Every clearance went through his office. He'd known Morrison was collecting samples. He'd thought they were volunteers. He'd been wrong. The tactical pad showed timestamps. Morrison's last visit to Webb's post, 3 weeks before the raid. The medical screening logged as routine. No flags. No concerns. Genetic profile extracted and forwarded to Cinderfell facility, Ganymede Black Site. Vance's chest tightened. He'd sent them. Not directly, not consciously, but his signature was on the orders, and his authorization cleared the transfers, and 43 Marines had been screened without knowing what was being taken from them. 19 were dead, killed by something made from stolen DNA. 24 remained, including Webb, including himself. The tent flap opened. Vance spun, hand dropping to his sidearm. A figure stood in the entrance. Tall, lean, wearing a TDP Marine uniform that hadn't been issued in 3 years. Commander Vance. The voice was familiar, impossible, dead. Been a while. Captain Morrison stepped into the tent. His funeral had been 3 years ago. Chapter 4, The Dying Clone. Skin cells sloughed off in the recycler water, pale flakes spiraling down the drain. Alpha 7 watched them disappear, cataloging the rate of cellular degradation. 48 hours since Kepler 442. Epidermis breakdown accelerating. Projected lifespan. 11 days at current decay rate. Acceptable parameters. The mission would conclude in 7. The stolen freighter, registry, TDFV, the honest work, cargo manifest falsified, transponder clone from a scrapped hauler, drifted through the void between on minimal thrust. Navigation computer calculated arrival at Europa in 62 hours. Target designation, Keller Amos, Colonial Administrator, position North 20 on the termination list. 19 completed, 24 remaining. Alpha 7 dried its hands on a thin towel, noting the slight tremor in the left fingers. Neurological decay progressing in the peripheral nervous system. Expected. The Cinderfell protocols had optimized for combat performance over longevity. A weapon didn't need to last, just long enough to complete its function. Chen's face stared back from the mirror. Wrong eyes, the child had said. Correct assessment. The neural templating hadn't replicated the micro-expressions, the unconscious muscle memory that created genuine humanity. Alpha 7 knew how Chen's face should move, had accessed 600 hours of surveillance footage, tactical recordings, personal logs, but knowing wasn't being. The reflection blinked. Alpha 7 didn't. A chime from the cockpit, automated system alert. Alpha 7 moved through the narrow corridor, bare feet silent on the deck plates, and slid into the pilot's seat. The freighter's sensors had detected a gravitational anomaly 40,000 kilometers out. Probably debris, possibly a ship running dark. Alpha 7 queried the sensor array. No transponder signals, no active emissions, just mass. Roughly Corvette size, matching velocity with commercial traffic lanes. TDP patrol, maybe, or corporate security doing spot checks on freight haulers. Either way, not an immediate threat. The Honest Works forged credentials would hold under casual inspection. Only a boarding party with biometric scanners would flag the discrepancy. And by then, boarding parties wouldn't matter. Alpha 7 dismissed the alert, returned attention to the mission file. Keller, Amos, age 47. 23 years in colonial administration. No combat training, no enhanced augmentation. Standard corporate bureaucrat with an office in Europa's primary arcology and a security detail that changed shifts at 1800 local time. Soft target, 3 minutes, maybe less. The neural implant provided tactical overlays, building schematics, security protocols, guard rotation schedules. All of it harvested from Cinderfell's intelligence network, updated hourly through encrypted relays. Someone wanted these people dead. Someone with resources. Someone who'd built Alpha 7 from Chen's stolen DNA and turned it into a scalpel. The mission file expanded, showing connections. Keller to Morrison, to Ghostlight, to Cinderfell. All 43 names linked through genetic harvesting operations spanning 6 years. Personnel who'd participated, scientists who'd engineered the protocols, officers who'd authorized the collections, and Chen. Position number 43. Designated source material, Class A priority, not for termination, for recapture. Alpha 7's fingers twitched against the console. Not a tremor. Something else. The neural implant provided context, genetic imperative, protective response toward progenitor material. Hardwired into the base code, impossible to override without personality fracture. Chen was the source, the template, the reason Alpha 7 existed, and Cinderfell wanted her back. The freighter's hull groaned as micro-adjustments kept it stable against solar wind. Outside, nothing. Just vacuum and distant stars and the cold that didn't care about genetic imperatives or mission parameters or the 11 days Alpha 7 had left before cellular collapse. Isolation was the default state. Had been since activation. Alpha 7 had no squad, no unit, no found family forged in combat. Just the mission, just the list, just the program certainty that 43 names needed to be crossed out before the decay reached critical organs. But Chen was different. Alpha 7 pulled up her service record, bypassing the classified seals with Cinderfell override codes. The POW file was there. 14 months in captivity, unconscious, maintained, harvested. Medical logs showed genetic extractions every 48 hours. Tissue samples, bone marrow, embryonic stem cells. Enough raw material to construct 40 clones, maybe more. Chen had been a factory, her unconscious body producing the components that would become weapons. That had become Alpha 7. The protective imperative surged. Programming conflict. Mission parameters demanded target elimination. Genetic code demanded source protection. The contradiction created a feedback loop, neurons firing in patterns that shouldn't exist in manufactured consciousness. Alpha 7's hand moved to the control panel, accessing deeper Cinderfell archives. Restricted files. Eyes-only clearance. Data that should have been scrubbed before implantation. But mistakes happened. Someone hadn't cleaned the archives properly. And now Alpha 7 could see the whole scope. Chen wasn't just source material, she was evidence. A witness to the ghostlight operations, to the harvesting, to Morrison's genetic screening program. She'd been part of Cinderfell's security detail before her capture. She'd seen the facilities, known the personnel, could testify to war crimes spanning 6 years and 43 victims. Cinderfell wanted her silenced, permanently. The mission parameters updated in real time as Alpha 7 accessed the files. Chen's designation shifted from suspended to active priority override. New instructions flooded the neural implant. Locate, capture, deliver to Ganymede black site. If capture impossible, terminate. Alpha 7's vision fragmented. 2 sets of orders, 2 imperatives. The Cinderfell programming demanded Chen's death or capture. The genetic code demanded her protection. The contradiction tore through consciousness like a blade. Error logs cascaded across Alpha 7's internal HUD. Neural pathways misfiring. Synaptic degradation accelerating. The conflict was physical, cellular, burning through the brain tissue that Cinderfell's engineers had cobbled together from Chen's harvested material. Alpha 7 stood, paced the narrow cockpit. 5 steps forward. Turn. 5 steps back. The rhythm helped, created structure, order. But the contradiction remained. Kill Chen. Protect Chen. Deliver Chen. Save Chen. The freighter's hull groaned again. Alpha 7 checked the sensors. Still nothing. Just a distant anomaly, hanging 40,000 clicks out, matching velocity. Keller's file waited on the console. Target number 20, soft, easy, 3 minutes. But after Keller came sour number 21, then number 22, then the list would spiral inward until it reached the final names. Vance at Mount 41, Webb at Mount 42, Chen at Mount 43. Alpha 7 would have to kill her, or deliver her, or watch her die at someone else's hands. The protective imperative screamed, "No! Wrong! Source material must survive. Progenitor preservation is absolute." The mission programming countered. Objectives are absolute. Chen is a liability. Chen must be neutralized. Both were right, both were wrong. The contradiction was eating Alpha 7 from the inside out. Neurons degrading faster than projected, consciousness fragmenting into recursive loops that had no resolution. 11 days. Maybe less now. Maybe 6 or 7 before the neural tissue collapsed completely and Alpha 7 became nothing but meat wearing Chen's face. Not enough time to complete the list. Not enough time to resolve the paradox. Just enough time to reach Keller. Alpha 7 returned to the console, pulled up Europa's approach vectors. The arcology was heavily monitored. Corporate security, TDP patrols, automated defense grids. Getting in would require precision timing and flawless execution. Getting out didn't matter. After Keller, the decay would accelerate. After Keller, Alpha 7 would be closer to collapse than completion. After Keller, the decision about Chen would be unavoidable. The sensor alert chimed again. The gravitational anomaly had moved. Closer now. 20,000 kilometers in closing. Active scanning. Military grade. Cutting through the Honest Works forged transponder like it wasn't there. Alpha 7's hand dropped to the concealed weapon locker, pulled out a compact PDW, checked the magazine, chambered around. The movements were automatic. Muscle memory from Chen's combat training overlaid with Cinderfell's enhancement protocols. The anomaly resolved on sensors, Corvette class, TDP markings, registry, UNCV, adequate compliance, Razorback Company, Chen's ship, the protective imperative surge, source is near, source must be protected, source. The mission programming countered, hostile detected, engagement protocols active, evasion impossible, combat imminent. Alpha 7 watched the adequate compliance drop out of silent running, active sensors lighting up the freighter like a spotlight. They'd found it. Somehow they'd tracked the honest work across 600,000 kilometers of empty space, and now they were here, weapons hot, closing fast. Chen was on that ship. Had to be. And if she was, then the contradiction would resolve itself one way or another in the next few minutes. Kill or protect. Deliver or save. The freighter's comms crackled. Incoming hail. Standard TDP challenge protocol. Alpha 7 didn't answer. The adequate compliance, close to 10,000 kilometers. Weapons lock achieved. Point defense systems armed. Chen's ship. Chen's face in the mirror. Chen's voice in the genetic code screaming, "Protect, protect, protect." The Corvette's launch bays opened. Chapter 5. Europa's Ice. Drop pods punched through Europa's thin atmosphere like bullets through tissue. Vance gripped the acceleration harness, G-forces compressing his spine, watching the ice sheet rush up through the viewport. 3 hours behind Alpha 7. 3 hours too late to intercept before it reached Keller. The pod slammed into frozen methane. Retro thrusters fired. Impact jolted through Vance's teeth. Razorback actual, all pods green. Webb's voice crackled over comms. Deploying to rally point. Vance hit the release. The pod door blew outward in a burst of pressurized air. Europa's surface spread before him. Endless white ice ridges, crevasses deep enough to swallow ships, and somewhere beneath the frozen crust, an ocean that had never seen stars. Keller's safe house sat 30 clicks north. Corporate security installation built into an ice shelf, automated defenses, supposedly impenetrable. Supposedly. Vance keyed his comm. Sit rep. 6 Marines deployed, sir. Webb appeared beside him, rifle up, scanning the horizon. Chen's pod landed 200 meters east. She's moving to rally point. Chen's voice cut through, breathless but steady. I'm fine. She wasn't fine. Vance could hear it in the pause between words, the way her breathing hitched. 8 months pregnant, and she'd insisted on combat drop despite Soto's protests. Vance had caved. Mistake number 47 in a career full of them. Corporal Soto, status? With Lieutenant Chen, monitoring vitals. She's stable for now. For now, the words hung like a threat. Marines converged on the rally point. Webb, Soto, Chen, Lance Corporals Tran, and Nakamura. Private First Class Lee. 6 bodies against whatever Alpha 7 had left behind. Vance pulled up tactical overlay. Keller's safe house appeared as a heat signature against the ice. 30 clicks through terrain that could swallow them in seconds if they hit a weak spot. We move in 2-man teams. Bounding overwatch. Watch for crevasses. He looked at Chen. Her armor didn't quite close over her abdomen. Soto had rigged extra plating, but it was a hack job. Lieutenant, you're with me. Center position. Chen's jaw tightened. She wanted to argue. Didn't. Copy. They moved across Europa's surface like ghosts, each step calculated, rifles scanning for threats that probably weren't there. Alpha 7 had 3 hours, plenty of time to kill Keller and disappear into the ice tunnels that honeycombed Europa's crust. But maybe not. Vance's HUD flagged movement. Heat signature. 100 meters ahead. Contact, Webb whispered. Single hostile. Stationary. Not hostile. Body. Vance saw it as they closed. A corporate security guard in full combat rig, faceplate shattered, blood frozen in arterial spray patterns across the ice. Soto knelt beside it. Kill shot to the throat. Upward angle, fast, professional. How long? 2 hours, maybe 3. 3 hours. Alpha 7 was still here. Vance counted 5 more bodies between the ice ridge and Keller's safe house. All corporate security, all killed with surgical precision. Throats, eye sockets, gaps in armor where arteries ran close to the surface. No wasted movement, no hesitation. The safe house entrance gaped open. Blast doors ripped from their mountings, lying crumpled on the ice like discarded foil. "Defenses are offline," Webb reported, checking the control panel. "Someone hit them with an EMP burst strong enough to fry everything within 50 meters. Alpha 7. Has to be. This level of planning?" Webb shook his head. "It knew we were coming, set up the kill zone, and waited." Vance's chest tightened. Trap. They were walking into a prepared ambush, and he couldn't stop now because Keller might still be alive, and Keller might know something about Cinderfell, and Vance needed answers before the whole operation collapsed under the weight of its own secrets. "Breach formation. Chen, stay behind." "No?" She moved to the entrance, rifle up. "I'm going in." "That's an order, Lieutenant." "Respectfully, sir, fuck your order." Her eyes met his, hollow, haunted. "That thing has my face, my DNA. It came from me. So I'm going in." Vance could pull rank, could physically restrain her, could make this a command crisis right here on Europa's ice, or he could trust his Marines to do their jobs. "Stay behind Webb. Watch your sectors. Move." The safe house interior was dark, emergency lighting throwing red shadows across corridors carved from ice and reinforced with polymer struts. Bodies littered the floor, more guards, some dead, some dying, clutching wounds that looked like they'd been inflicted by something with surgical knowledge of human anatomy. "Medic," one guard gasped. "Gut wound. Septic already." Soto knelt beside him, checked vitals, shook her head. "I'm sorry." The guard's eyes rolled back, stopped moving. They pushed deeper. The safe house was a maze of corridors and security checkpoints, all of them breached, all of them painted with blood. Alpha 7 had moved through like a scalpel, cutting out resistance with mechanical efficiency. Webb's hand went up. Heat signature. 30 meters ahead. Isolated room. Single occupant. Panic room. Keller had made it that far at least. Vance approached the reinforced door. Biometric scanner was offline, but the mechanical backup still worked. He keyed the override code. Webb had pulled it from the corporate security network before they dropped, and the door hissed open. Dr. Amos Keller sat propped against the far wall, both hands pressed to his abdomen. Blood leaked between his fingers, pooling on the floor. Gut shot, through and through. Alpha 7 had left him to die slowly. "Dr. Keller," Vance entered, rifle lowered. "TDP Razorback Company. We're here to extract you." Keller's laugh came out as a wet gurgle. "Too late. That thing," he coughed. More blood. "Already got me. 4 hours ago. Been sitting here, watching myself die." 4 hours? Before they'd even dropped. Chen stepped into view. Keller's eyes went wide. "No! Oh, no, you're—" His face twisted. Recognition. Horror. "Chen? Sara Chen. Oh God, they got you too." Chen moved closer. "You know me?" "Know you. I selected you." Keller's hands shook against his wound. "Cinderfell. Operation Ghostlight. I was procurement officer. Found the candidates. High-performance Marines with optimal genetics. Morrison brought them in. I screened them. Sent the best ones forward." Vance felt the words land like a gut punch. Procurement officer. Like they were livestock. "You selected me," Chen said quietly. "For harvesting. For the program. For Cinderfell. You were perfect. Combat-tested. Genetic markers off the charts. Young enough for multiple extractions." Keller coughed. "Morrison knew. He sacrificed you on purpose. The POW capture wasn't bad luck. It was engineered. He fed you to the enemy knowing Cinderfell would recover you, harvest you, use you." Chen's rifle came up, aimed at Keller's head. "Sara?" Vance's voice was low. "Don't. Why not? He turned me into a weapon, into that thing out there wearing my face. Because I need to know what he knows." Vance looked at Keller. "How many? How many people did you process?" 43, over 6 years. Some volunteered. Most didn't know." Keller's breathing was getting shallower. Morrison picked the targets. I screened them. Cinderfell did the rest. And now, he coughed. Now they're all dying. Alpha 7 is cleaning house, killing everyone who knew. Why? Because we're evidence. We saw the facilities, knew the procedures, could testify to movement in the corridor. Fast, professional. Webb spun. Contact! Gunfire erupted. Not assault rifles. Something heavier. Vance threw himself sideways as the corridor wall exploded. Ice and polymer fragments shredding the air. Gutbuster rounds, Webb shouted. A heavy ordnance! Lance Corporal Tran was in the corridor, exposed. He dove for cover, but the second round caught him center mass, explosive penetrator detonating inside his chest cavity. His torso came apart like a dropped melon. Vance's stomach lurched. Tran, kid was 23. From New Jakarta, sent half his pay home to his mother. Dead. Fall back, defensive positions. Vance grabbed Chen, pulled her behind the panic room's reinforced wall. Webb lay down suppressing fire. Alpha 7 appeared at the corridor junction. Chen's face, Chen's body, wrong eyes. It moved with inhuman speed, clearing the corner, rifle up, targeting solutions calculated faster than thought. Vance saw its finger tighten on the trigger, saw the barrel track toward Chen, then stop. Alpha 7 and Chen locked eyes across 30 meters of blood-soaked corridor. Recognition passed between them. Twin and template. Clone and source. The thing that was made and the woman it was made from. Alpha 7 could have fired, should have fired. Mission parameters demanded Chen's termination. It lowered the rifle, turned, disappeared into the ice tunnels. Chen, report! Vance grabbed her shoulder. She was shaking. Did it hit you? No, it... Her voice cracked. It looked at me. It saw me. And it couldn't... Footsteps in the tunnels. Running. Multiple contacts. Webb checked his tactical display. Went very still. Sir, sensors are picking up heat signatures in the tunnel network. 20 contacts. 40. 60. Corporate security? Negative. They're moving wrong. Too fast. Too coordinated. Webb looked up. His face had gone pale. Sir, they're moving like Alpha 7. Vance pulled up his own display. The heat signatures were spreading through the ice tunnels like blood through water. Moving with military precision, coordinated, enhanced, not 60 contacts. The count updated as sensors got better resolution. 200, 400, 800 clones wearing Chen's face, converging on their position from every direction. Sakin, Chapter 6, Triage and Truth. Tran's blood wouldn't wash off. Soto scrubbed her hands in the medical bay sink, watching pink water spiral down the drain. 3 minutes of scrubbing, 4. The skin on her knuckles was raw, but she could still feel it. The slick warmth of arterial spray, the way his chest cavity had felt like wet meat when she tried to pack the wound. Tried, past tense, because Tran was dead, and no amount of scrubbing would change that. Corporal, Private Lee stood in the doorway, pale. Lieutenant Chen's vitals are spiking again. Blood pressure 160/90. Soto killed the water. Dried her hands, moved. Chen lay in the primary med pod, strapped down, monitors showing the baby's heartbeat alongside her own. Stress-induced preeclampsia. The stimulants Soto had given her before the drop were tearing through her system now, pushing her body past safe limits. Magnesium sulfate, Soto said. 0.2 milliliters IV push. Lee fumbled with the drug dispenser, dropped the vial, picked it up with shaking hands. Breathe, Soto told him. You're no good to me, panicked. Tran is gone, Chen isn't. Focus. Lee nodded. Got the IV line established. Push the mag sulfate. Chen's vitals stabilized, dropping slowly back toward acceptable ranges. Soto checked the fetal monitor. Strong heartbeat, 140 beats per minute. The baby didn't know her mother had almost died in Europa's ice tunnels. Didn't know 800 clones had converged on their position. Didn't know that Vance had called in orbital bombardment to collapse the tunnel network and bury the swarm. Didn't know that Lance Corporal Felix Tran had died buying them the 30 seconds they'd needed to reach the extraction point. Keep monitoring, Soto told Lee. Any change, you page me immediately. Where are you going? To do my job. The job meant inventory, meant accounting, meant the small rituals that turned dead Marines into paperwork. Tran's body lay in the morgue drawer, cleaned and prepped for vacuum storage. Soto had done the work herself, closing his eyes, washing the blood, cataloging injuries for the official report. Cause of death, catastrophic thoracic trauma from explosive penetrator round. Time of death, 1347 shipboard time. Next of kin, Lynn Tran, mother, New Jakarta Arcology. Someone would write the letter. Probably Vance. Dear Mrs. Tran, your son died bravely in service to the Territorial Defense Pact. He will be remembered. Lies. All of it lies. Tran had died because Alpha 7 had been waiting, because Keller had been bait, because someone had known Razorback Company would pursue and had set the trap accordingly. Soto pulled out the personal effects bag. Standard procedure, remove all belongings, catalog them, ship them home with the body. Tran's effects were minimal, dog tags. Wedding ring from his parents' marriage, worn on a chain around his neck. Tactical knife, emergency rations he'd been hoarding, and a data chip in his left cargo pocket, wrapped in waterproof plastic, labeled in permanent marker, insurance. Soto's hands went still. Marines didn't keep insurance. Didn't document missions without authorization. Didn't record conversations that might be classified, unless they suspected something. She glanced at the morgue door. Locked, privacy protocols active. Lee was with Chen. Webb was on the bridge running tactical analysis. Vance was in his quarters, probably staring at casualty reports. Soto slipped the chip into her tactical pad. The first file was dated 3 weeks ago. Tran's voice, tired but steady. Personal log, Lance Corporal Felix Tran. If anyone's listening to this, I'm probably dead. Good. Means I was right to be paranoid. Soto's throat tightened. We got orders for Kepler 442 yesterday. Standard patrol, they said. Check on colonist reports of communications disruption. Routine. Except Webb's been acting weird. Jumpy. Checking his terminal every 5 minutes like he's waiting for bad news. And Lieutenant Chen, she's 8 months pregnant, and they're sending her on deployment. That's not routine. That's command making a decision that doesn't add up. The recording paused. Background noise. Shipboard hum. Distant voices. I asked Nakamura what he thought. He said I was paranoid. Maybe, but I've been in long enough to know when something's wrong, and this whole mission feels wrong. Next file, dated 5 days ago. Kepler 442 was a massacre. 644 dead, all arranged like some kind of sick art installation. And the thing that killed them looks exactly like Lieutenant Chen. Exactly. Same face, same scars, same asymmetry. That's not coincidence. That's genetic engineering. Someone made a clone and turned it into a weapon. Tran's breathing was faster now, stressed. Webb decrypted a kill list. I saw it over his shoulder before he scrubbed the terminal. 43 names, 19 dead. Captain Morrison's on the list. He's supposed to be dead 3 years. Commander Vance is on the list. Webb's on the list. And Lieutenant Chen is marked as genetic template. Another pause, longer. We're not hunting this thing. We're part of whatever created it. And Command knows, they have to know. So why are they sending us after it? Why risk their own people unless... The recording cut off. Next file, last file. Dated 6 hours before his death. Final entry. If I don't make it, someone needs to know we were set up. This wasn't a rescue mission. Command knew that thing would be there. They wanted us to engage it. Why? What's the tactical value in sending a 6-person fire team against a genetically engineered killer? Unless they're testing something. Unless we're the test subjects. Tran's voice dropped to a whisper. Lieutenant Chen went into that facility, pregnant, 8 months, and Commander Vance let her. That's not a command decision. That's a sacrifice. Someone up the chain wants something from this mission, and they don't care who dies to get it. Static, breathing. I don't think I'm coming back from Europa. I can feel it. Something's wrong with this whole operation. But if someone finds this, if Soto or Webb or anyone who gives a damn finds this, you need to know. We were expendable. We were always expendable. And whatever we're really doing out here, it's not protecting the frontier. The recording ended. Soto sat in the morgue, surrounded by the chemical smell of preservation fluids and the hum of refrigeration units, holding a dead man's evidence. Tran had known, had suspected from the beginning, had seen the pattern before any of them, and now he was vacuum frozen in drawer 3, waiting to be shipped home in pieces. The morgue door opened. Webb stood there, face drawn. Soto, Commander wants you on the bridge. Why? We got a transmission, Priority Alpha, from Dr. Isabel Tanaka. Soto's stomach dropped. Tanaka, position number 37 on the kill list. One of the Cinderfell scientists who'd engineered the cloning protocols. She's alive? For now, says she has information about Alpha 7, about the other clones. Webb's jaw tightened. She wants to negotiate immunity in exchange for intel. And Admiral Okafor is ordering us to bring her in, alive, no matter the cost. Soto looked at Tran's body, at the data chip in her hand, at the evidence that Command had been willing to sacrifice them for whatever game they were playing. No matter the cost, she repeated. Yeah. The bridge was cramped. All 6 surviving Marines plus Vance crowded around the command console. Tanaka's face filled the main screen, mid-50s, sharp features, eyes that had seen too much and regretted nothing. Commander Vance, I'm glad you survived Europa. Vance's voice was flat. You knew we'd be there. I knew Alpha 7 would target Keller. I assumed you'd attempt intervention. Tanaka leaned back. 800 additional units. Impressive deployment. They nearly had you. Units. Chen's voice cut through. You mean clones? You mean copies of me? Tanaka's eyes shifted to Chen. Lieutenant, you're looking well. How's the pregnancy? Fuck you. Understandable anger. But misplaced. I didn't authorize your harvesting. That was Morrison's operation. I simply utilized the materials provided. Soto watched Chen's hands clench. Watched Vance's subtle head shake. Don't engage. Don't give her leverage. You said you have information, Vance said. Talk. I have more than information. I have the kill switch. Tanaka pulled up a data file. Genetic sequences. Neural templates. Code that looked like it had been written by someone who understood how to unmake consciousness. Alpha 7 and all derivative units are operating on degrading wetware. Standard Cinderfell protocol. 6 to 8 days operational lifespan before neural collapse. But I can accelerate the process. Trigger immediate cascade failure in every clone simultaneously. Webb leaned forward. All of them? Including the 800 on Europa? Including all production runs. Approximately 1,400 units currently active across TDP space. 1,400. Soto's mind reeled. 1,400 copies of Chen, each one programmed to kill, each one hunting targets on the list. What's the cost? Vance asked. Full immunity, witness protection, relocation to a non-TDP system with new identity. And if we refuse, then the clones continue operating until neural degradation kills them naturally. 5 to 7 more days. Enough time to eliminate the remaining 23 targets on the list. Tanaka smiled. Including you, Commander. Vance looked at Okafor's transmission order, then at Chen, then at the tactical display showing heat signatures across 3 sectors. Clusters of enhanced hostiles moving with coordinated precision. There's a condition, Tanaka said. The kill switch requires a genetic verification code. Chen's genetic verification code. She has to authorize the termination personally. Chen went very still. You're asking me to kill them. They're not alive, Lieutenant. They're weapons wearing your face, manufactured consciousnesses with programmed termination dates. Ending them is a mercy. Bullshit, is it? Did you see how Alpha 7 looked at you on Europa? That flash of recognition? That wasn't humanity. That was genetic imperative creating the illusion of consciousness. It couldn't kill you because its base code won't allow harm to source material, but that's programming, not free will. Soto thought about Alpha 7 in the corridor, the way it had lowered its weapon, the way it had chosen. Tran's recording echoed, "We were set up. Command wanted us to engage it. How long do we have to decide? Vance asked. 12 hours. After that, I go to ground and you're on your own. Tanaka's image flickered. I'd decide quickly, Commander. Alpha 7 is currently 3 hours out from the Ganymede Black Site. If it reaches the facility, it will access production records, learn how many copies exist, where they're deployed, who controls them. And it will choose. Either complete its mission and eliminate all witnesses, or protect its source material by destroying Cinderfell's infrastructure. Tanaka's smile was cold. Either way, people die. The only question is how many. The transmission cut. Silence filled the bridge. Outside the viewport, stars drifted past, indifferent to the choices being made. Vance looked at Chen. It's your call. No, it's your command decision. Your DNA. Your call. Chen's hand moved to her abdomen. The baby kicked, visible through the monitoring equipment still attached to her medsuit. If I authorize the kill switch, 1,400 clones die instantly. No trial, no choice, just termination. They're weapons, Webb said quietly, not people. Alpha 7 chose not to kill me. That's not programming. That's... Chen stopped. Started again. What if they're conscious? What if they can choose? Then they're choosing to execute a kill list, Vance said. They're choosing to murder colonists and cover up war crimes. Consciousness doesn't make them innocent. Soto's hand tightened around Tran's data chip. We were set up. Sir, her voice cut through. What if this is another test? Vance turned. Explain. Tanaka offers us a clean solution. Flip a switch, problem solved, but she's on the kill list. Position 37. Why would she help us? Immunity from who? TDP command that authorized Cinderfell in the first place? Admiral Okafor, who keeps asking questions but won't send reinforcements? Soto pulled out the data chip. Tran recorded everything. He suspected we were being set up. That command wanted us to engage Alpha 7 for a reason. Vance's face went very still. What reason? I don't know. But giving Chen the choice to exterminate 1,400 clones, that feels like data collection. Like someone's watching to see what she'll do. Chen's tactical pad chimed. Incoming message. Priority read. She opened it. 2 words appeared on the screen. Sender unknown. Trust Alpha 7. The message deleted itself. Chen looked at Vance, at Soto, at the countdown timer showing 11 hours, 58 minutes until Tanaka's deadline. 2 choices, she said quietly. Authorize the kill switch and murder 1,400 copies of myself. Or refuse and let them complete the kill list. Her hand pressed against her abdomen. Someone tell me which choice doesn't make me a monster. Nobody answered, because there was no good answer. Chen's med alert chimed, blood pressure spiking, contractions starting. The baby was coming. Wanya, Chapter 7. Reconstructing Betrayal. Tran's voice filled Webb's quarters for the 3rd time that night, crackling through the cheap speakers with the certainty of a dead man who'd seen the pattern first. Command knew that thing would be there. They wanted us to engage it. Why? Webb hit pause, stared at the audio waveform frozen on his terminal. His hands weren't shaking. Not yet. He'd taken his meds 6 hours ago, right on schedule, and the tremor wouldn't return for another 2 hours minimum. But the question remained, why? He pulled up Tran's personnel file. 23 years old, 3 years in service, communications specialist with above-average tactical awareness, and a suspicious streak that had gotten him written up twice for questioning orders. Good Marine. Smart enough to document everything when something felt wrong. Smart enough to get killed for it. Webb closed the file, opened his own investigation logs, 3 weeks of data since Kepler 442, fragments of decrypted transmissions, kill list cross-references, every scrap of intelligence he could pull without triggering more security flags than he already had. Vance had ordered him to stop digging. That order was now 16 days old. Webb brought up Operation Ghostlight with his intelligence clearance codes. The system processed for 5 seconds. Too long, always too long when accessing classified material, then returned a heavily redacted document tree. Most files were black bars and missing sections, sanitized by someone who understood how to bury evidence. But not perfectly. Webb pulled secondary metadata, file access logs, modification timestamps, original classification authorities. Morrison's name appeared 147 times, Vance's appeared 82 times, and buried in the authorization chain, one name Webb didn't recognize. Dr. Isabel Tanaka, position Nasha 37 on the kill list, the same Tanaka who'd offered Chen the clone kill switch. Procurement officer Keller had called her before he died, but the files said otherwise. Tanaka was lead geneticist, which meant Keller had been lying, or the files had been altered, or procurement meant something different than Webb understood. He flagged the discrepancy, moved on. Operation Ghostlight's mission parameters were mostly intact. Personnel evaluation and genetic screening of frontier military installations, prioritizing combat-effective Marines with optimal physical markers and psychological resilience profiles. 63 installations visited over 4 years. 43 individuals processed, including OP Blackwater. Webb's listening post, his command, the place where 16 of his Marines had died in an enemy raid that intelligence had called bad luck. Not bad luck. Procurement. The file contained a location manifest. OP Blackwater, Kepler 186 system, 3 personnel flagged for processing, Staff Sergeant M. Webb, Lance Corporal K. Diaz, Private First Class J. Nguyen. All 3 captured alive during the raid. Diaz and Nguyen had died in captivity according to official records. Webb had been recovered 11 months later, dumped in neutral space with 60% of his memories missing. He pulled the raid after-action report, enemy force composition, 12 insurgents, light arms, coordinated assault. But the tactics were wrong. Insurgents didn't coordinate. Didn't use suppressive fire, didn't prioritize capture over kill, unless they'd been paid to. Webb cross-referenced financial records. It took 20 minutes of careful searching, routing through 6 proxy databases, but he found it. A payment of 200,000 TDP credits to a shell corporation registered on Titan 3 days before the raid. Recipient, Haddad Security Consulting, known insurgent facilitators, hired muscle. Morrison had paid insurgents to attack OP Blackwater, had orchestrated the capture, had delivered Webb and the others to Cinderfell like livestock. The tremor started in his left hand. Too early. Stress response overriding the medication. Webb flexed his fingers. Kept working. Cinderfell facility records were harder to access. Air gap systems, quantum encryption, biometric verification at every layer. But someone had leaked fragments. Small pieces scattered across darknet forums and encrypted message boards, probably from whistleblowers who died before they could release everything. Webb had been collecting those fragments for 3 weeks. He compiled them now, running pattern recognition algorithms to find connections. Subject designations, genetic markers, processing dates. Subject W14 appeared in 7 separate documents. Webb opened the first file. Subject W14, initial screening. Genetic profile. Compatible markers for enhanced strength protocols, 87th percentile. Neural plasticity within acceptable range, 71st percentile. Tissue regeneration potential moderate, 63rd percentile. Psychological assessment, high stress tolerance, low empathy markers, elevated paranoia response. Recommendation, proceed to neural mapping. The clinical language made it worse. He'd been a data point, a collection of percentiles and markers. Second file, neural mapping results. Webb's brain activity under various stimuli, cataloged and analyzed. They'd put him through stress tests, pain tolerance evaluations, combat simulations, while recording every synaptic response. Third file, tissue extraction logs, bone marrow samples, skin grafts, neural tissue biopsies, dates spanning 4 months. Fourth file, cloning viability assessment, subject W14, final evaluation, neural template extraction, failed, incompatible synaptic architecture, genetic stability index, failed, degradation markers in replication, combat effectiveness projection, insufficient, psychological instability, Likely in cloned iterations. Recommendation, reject for cloning protocols. Maintain for additional harvesting. Rejected. They'd screened him, mapped him, cut pieces out of him, and then decided he wasn't good enough. So they'd kept him. 16 months in Cinderfell's Ganymede facility, tissue harvesting every 48 hours, neural stimulation experiments, psychological conditioning that had scrambled his memories so badly he still couldn't remember 6 months of his life. And then they dumped him in neutral space for a patrol ship to find, with a cover story about enemy captivity and medical discharge that no one questioned, because who questions a Marine who'd survived POW hell? Webb's terminal chimed. Incoming data packet from the ship's sensor array. He pulled it up, grateful for the distraction. Alpha 7's communication intercepts. Webb had been running passive collection since Europa, logging every transmission the clone made. Most were encrypted status updates to unknown recipients, but the encryption was Cinderfell standard, and Webb had cracked it weeks ago. New transmission logged 40 minutes ago. Different protocol, higher encryption. Webb ran it through his decryption suite. It took 8 minutes, but the message resolved. Priority update, Razorback Company en route Ganymede. ETA 14 hours. Recommend extraction before engagement. Response, 2 minutes later. Negative. Maintain position. Intelligence suggests Chen will refuse kill switch. Continue observation. Additional support inbound if required. Webb read it twice, 3 times, then pulled the message routing data. Alpha 7 wasn't working alone. Someone was feeding it intelligence. Real-time updates on Razorback Company's movements. Chen's decision-making. Tactical assessments. Someone with access to their communications. Webb traced the response message origin. It bounced through 14 proxy servers, masking the source, but the metadata didn't lie. Initial transmission point, Earth, Sol system, somewhere in the TDP core networks. High-level access, command-level clearance, possibly Admiralty. Webb flagged the message chain, pulled additional intercepts. 15 similar exchanges over the past 3 weeks, all following the same pattern. Alpha 7 reporting position and status. Unknown accomplice providing target data. Security vulnerabilities, movement schedules. The accomplice had known Razorback Company would pursue to Europa, had known Keller's location and security protocols, had probably known about the 800 clone deployment in the ice tunnels. We were set up, Tran had said. He'd been right. Webb's hands were shaking badly now. He pulled up Morrison's personnel file, looking for connections. Captain Marcus Morrison, deceased 3 years ago. Cause of death, suicide, found in his quarters with a plasma pistol and a note. Attached to the file was a security recording, corrupted, mostly static, flagged as evidence, restricted access. Webb had restricted access clearance. He downloaded the file. It was heavily damaged, frames dropping every few seconds, audio missing entirely. But video enhancement algorithms could work miracles if you gave them time. Webb gave them time. Frame by frame, the image resolved. Morrison's quarters. Morrison sitting at his desk, a plasma pistol in his hand, pressed against his temple. Then someone else in frame. Just a shadow at first, too corrupted to resolve. Webb pushed the enhancement algorithm harder. The shadow became a person. Average height, wearing TDP uniform, face still blurred. Morrison's mouth moved, arguing, pleading. The plasma pistol wasn't in his hand anymore. The other person had taken it. Webb's chest tightened. The other person raised the pistol. Morrison's hands came up, defensive. Flash. The frame went white. When it resolved, Morrison was slumped in his chair, the pistol back in his hand, positioned to look like suicide. Professional, practiced. Murder staged as self-inflicted. Webb ran facial recognition on the blurred figure. Not enough data. The corruption was too severe. But body language analysis suggested military training. Height markers suggested male, possibly 5'10" to 6 feet. The figure turned just for a second, looking at something off camera, checking the room, making sure the staging was perfect. In that second, Webb caught a partial profile, not enough for identification, just enough to confirm it was murder. Someone had killed Morrison. Someone with access to restricted areas, with knowledge of how to stage a scene, with resources to corrupt security footage afterward. Someone still inside TDP. Webb saved the file, started compiling a report. Evidence of conspiracy, genetic harvesting, paid insurgent attacks, assassination. His terminal went dark, not shut down, killed, remotely accessed and force terminated. Webb stared at the blank screen. His fingers moved automatically, trying emergency restart protocols. Nothing. The hardware was fine, but the software was locked, purged, scrubbed from somewhere else. Red light flooded the workspace. Ship-wide alert. All hands combat stations. Unknown contact on intercept vector. Time to engagement, 90 seconds. Webb's tactical pad was still active. He pulled up the sensor display, one ship, freighter configuration, registry, TDFV, honest work. The same ship Alpha 7 had stolen, bearing, direct intercept, speed, maximum burn. No evasion maneuvers, just straight line acceleration toward the adequate compliance. ETA, 90 seconds. Webb ran collision projections. Impact point, midship engineering section. Kinetic energy, enough to crack the Corvette in half. Alpha 7 wasn't attacking, it was ramming them. Evasive protocols initiated automatically, but the compliance was still spooling up from transit configuration. Main engines offline. Maneuvering thrusters wouldn't generate enough delta V in time. 70 seconds. Webb grabbed his tactical pad, sprinted for the bridge. The corridor outside his quarters was already filling with Marines moving to combat stations. Weapons checks, controlled chaos. 60 seconds. The freighter filled the sensor display. No transmissions, no threats, just silent acceleration and the cold mathematics of collision. Webb burst onto the bridge. Vance was already in the command chair, Soto monitoring Chen's vitals from the secondary station, Private Lee working damage control. Evasive? Vance snapped. Insufficient time, Lee reported. Main engines are cold. We can't. Hard starboard. Full maneuvering burn. Get us anything. The ship shuddered as thrusters fired at maximum. 50 seconds. Not enough. Webb pulled up the collision calculations. They dodged maybe 30% of the impact. Still fatal. Still going to tear through the engineering section and vent half the ship to vacuum. 40 seconds. Weapons status? Vance asked. Point defense online. Targeting solutions locked. Permission to fire? 30 seconds. Fire. Point defense cannons spat tungsten slugs at 20,000 rounds per minute. Walking fire across the freighter's hull. Armor plating shredded. Internal compartments vented. But the ship kept coming. Momentum carrying it forward even as systems failed. 20 seconds. Brace for impact. Vance's voice was flat. Professional. The voice of a man who'd already calculated survival odds and found them wanting. Webb gripped the console. Watched the freighter grow on the view screen. Watched the distance collapse. 15 seconds. 10. 5. The freighter's engines cut. Emergency thrusters fired. Bleeding velocity. Angling the hull away from direct collision. Not ramming. Docking. 3 seconds. 2. The freighter's airlock clamped onto the compliance's primary docking port with a shriek of stressed metal. Magnetic locks engaged. 1 second. Silence. Then the airlock cycled. Someone was coming aboard. Chapter 8. Sedated Clarity. The alarm cut through Chen's sedation like a wire through flesh. She tried to sit up. Her body refused. The med pod held her flat, restraints active, pre-eclampsia protocols locking down motor function while pumping magnesium sulfate through her IV. The baby kicked once hard against her ribs, then went still. Footsteps hammered past medical bay. Orders shouted. The ship's frame groaned. Metal stressed past rated tolerances. Someone had docked. Chen's fingers found the call button. Pressed. Pressed again. Soto burst through the hatch 30 seconds later. Tactical vest half buckled, sidearm drawn. Breach at primary airlock. Stay down. Who? We don't know yet. The corporal was already moving to the hatch, checking sightlines, positioning herself between Chen and the corridor. Chen watched her move, economical, professional, the muscle memory of someone who'd stood post under fire before. Ramona, Soto didn't turn. Ma'am, if I don't make it, the baby, you're making it. If I don't, Chen's tongue felt thick, the words slurring through whatever cocktail Soto had her on. Would you keep it? Silence, then. That's not my call to make, Lieutenant. I'm asking, and I'm not answering. Soto's voice was flat. You want absolution for a hypothetical? Find a chaplain. You want to survive this? Shut up and let the meds work. The hatch sealed. Chen was alone with the hum of life support and the distant shudder of boots on deck plating. She closed her eyes. The white lights came back. Not memory, dream. The boundary kept dissolving, reconstruction blurring into experience, sedation turning time into a Mobius strip where past and present folded through each other. White lights, clinical cold, the smell of antiseptic and something underneath it, organic and wrong. Her wrists strapped to a table she couldn't see, vision whited out by overhead floods, and voices discussing her in technical language she almost understood. Subject presents viable genetic markers, proceeding with extraction. She'd told herself it was interrogation, told herself she'd endured, resisted, given them nothing, told herself the blank spaces in her memory were trauma, the mind's mercy, protective amnesia shielding her from whatever they'd done. But there were no questions, no one asked her anything. They just took. The dream shifted. Vancouver. Chen was 14, standing on the seawall while her mother drowned 50 meters offshore. The tsunami alarm had given them 6 minutes. Her mother had gone back for the photo albums, the irreplaceable things, stupid sentimental objects that mattered more than the future. Chen had watched the wave come, watched her mother realize too late, watched the wall of water fold over her like a hand closing around an insect. She'd told herself she couldn't have saved her, told herself no one could, told herself the guilt was irrational, childish, the arrogance of thinking she could have made a difference. But she'd stood there, frozen, watching. The dream shifted again. Europa, ice and darkness in Alpha 7's eyes meeting hers across the tunnel. Recognition in that stare, not predator assessing prey, but something else. Something that saw her and knew her and chose not to fire. Chen had tried to kill it, emptied half a magazine at center mass, but her hands were shaking, the shots going wide, and Alpha 7 had just looked at her, patient, waiting for her to understand. The baby kicked again. Chen's vitals spiked. The med pod administered something that pulled her back under. She woke to Soto checking her IV port, adjusting drip rates, the corporal's hands steady and impersonal. Border, Chen's voice was sandpaper. Handled. Who was it? You should rest, ma'am. Ramona. Soto's jaw tightened. Morrison, Captain Morrison, alive. Been hiding in the freighter's cargo hold since Europa. The words took time to process through the medication fog. Morrison, 3 years dead. Except not dead, hiding. Where is he now? Brig. Commander's debriefing him personally. Soto pulled up Chen's chart, scanned the readouts. Your blood pressure's stabilizing. Preeclampsia's responding to treatment. Baby's heart rate is good. I can hear you avoiding the question. Which question is that, ma'am? What did Morrison say? Soto set down the tablet, met Chen's eyes. He said he faked his death because someone in TDP command wanted him eliminated for knowing too much about Cinderfell. He said Operation Ghostlight was procurement, not intelligence gathering. He said we were bait, and they've been watching to see who'd figure it out first. Chen processed that. Who's they? He won't say. Claims he'll only talk to Admiral Okafor directly. Soto's expression was carefully neutral. Commander Vance is trying to arrange the channel now. The hatch opened. Vance stood in the doorway, looking like he hadn't slept in 40 hours. Probably hadn't. Corporal, give us the room. Soto glanced at Chen. Chen nodded. The corporal left. Vance waited until the hatch sealed before moving to Chen's bedside. He didn't sit. stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, parade rest by reflex, the posture of a man who'd forgotten how to be comfortable in his own skin. "Lieutenant, how are you feeling?" "Like I got shot full of tranquilizers and strapped to a table, sir." A ghost of a smile. "Fair assessment." Silence. Chen let it stretch. Vance shifted his weight, looking anywhere but at her face. "I owe you an apology," he said finally. "Deploying you in your condition was... I'm not a civilian commander. I made the choice. You shouldn't have had to make it. But I did. And I'd make it again." Chen met his eyes. "So skip the apology and answer a different question." Vance's shoulders tightened. "Go ahead." "Did you know?" Chen kept her voice level, conversational. "About Cinderfell, about what they were doing. Did you know before you sent us to Kepler 442? He hesitated. That was answer enough. "I had suspicions," Vance said carefully. "Partial intelligence. Nothing confirmed. You sent us anyway. I sent us to do our jobs. Hunt a predator. Protect the remaining targets." "That's not an answer, sir." Vance's jaw worked. "I knew Morrison had run operations I didn't have clearance for. I knew Cinderfell existed as a project name, nothing more. I knew there were classified aspects to the genetic research programs, but I didn't know." He stopped, started again. "I didn't know about the harvesting, the cloning, the procurement, not until after Europa. You knew enough." "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I knew enough." Chen closed her eyes. The admission should have felt like victory. Instead, it just felt heavy. "Get some rest, Lieutenant." Vance moved toward the hatch. "We reach Ganymede in 18 hours. I need you functional for the assault planning." "Commander?" He stopped. "Morrison's alive. Webb found proof of an inside accomplice feeding Alpha 7 intelligence. We're being watched by someone with high-level access." Chen opened her eyes. "You still think we're hunting a predator? Or are we finally admitting we're the ones being hunted?" Vance looked at her for a long moment. Then he left without answering. Webb came 6 hours later. Chen was awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to parse the difference between medication haze and actual clarity. The contractions had stopped. The baby was quiet. The ship hummed with the white noise of routine watch rotation. The staff sergeant entered without announcement, his usual paranoia dialed down to simple wariness. He looked worse than Vance. Tremors in his hands, skin gray with exhaustion, the hollowed-out expression of someone running on stimulants in spite. He pulled a data chip from his pocket, set it on Chen's bedside table. Said nothing. "Webb? Don't watch it unless you want to know." His voice was rough. "Once you know, you can't unknow." "Know what?" "Everything." He turned to leave. "Wait." But he was already gone, the hatch sealing behind him with the hydraulic hiss of finality. Chen stared at the data chip. Small, innocuous. The kind of storage medium you could palm easily, hide in a boot heel, swallow if you had to. She should wait, should call Soto, call Vance, follow protocol for handling potentially classified material. Instead, she reached for her personal tablet. The first file was video. Keller recorded on Europa minutes before they'd breached his safe house. He was talking to camera, blood spreading across his shirt from a gut wound, words coming fast before the shock set in. "My name is Jason Keller, former TDP procurement officer, Operation Cinderfell oversight." He coughed, blood on his teeth. "I'm recording this because I'm about to die, and someone should know the truth. We didn't harvest prisoners randomly. We selected them. Genetic markers, psychological profiles, tissue compatibility. Morrison ran the screening, I made the selections. We paid insurgent groups to stage attacks, capture our own people, deliver them to Cronus facilities for processing." He listed names. Chen recognized most of them. Marines who'd gone missing on patrol. Intel specialists captured during Black Ops. Webb's listening post crew. Lieutenant Sara Chen was priority alpha classification. Rare genetic sequence, ideal template for rapid cloning. Her capture wasn't opportunistic. It was planned. Morrison authorized the operation personally. The video ended. Chen's hands were shaking. The second file was Morrison's personnel record. Cause of death: Suicide. But Webb had attached another video, corrupted and painstakingly enhanced. Morrison in his quarters. Door opening. Two figures in TDP security uniforms. Morrison backing away, hands up, saying something the audio couldn't capture. Then a gunshot, stage scene, professional work. Someone had silenced him, made it look clean. The third file was Cinderfell documentation, heavily redacted, but enough fragments remained to build the picture. Subject files, genetic screening results, harvesting schedules. Subject C04, Lieutenant Sara Chen, TDP Marines. Status, viable source material, Class A priority. She scrolled. Medical logs, dates, procedures. Neural mapping complete. Subject maintained in medically induced coma throughout procedure to minimize psychological trauma and memory formation. Tissue extraction, ovarian, bone marrow, neural. Subject remains unconscious per protocol. Genetic sequencing complete. Initiating clone production, first batch, 200 units. Subject C04 released via staged prison uprising. Cover story implemented. Subject has no conscious memory of procedures. Recommended monitoring for post-extraction complications. Chen read it twice. Then again, she hadn't been interrogated. She'd been harvested, unconscious the entire time. The white lights, the cold, the clinical voices. Those were fragments from sedation, not torture. They'd kept her under, taken what they needed, dumped her back into the war with a manufactured escape story. The blank spaces in her memory weren't trauma. They were erasure. She'd told herself she'd endured captivity with dignity, resisted, survived. But there was nothing to survive. They'd never asked her questions, never cared about her intel, her loyalties, her resistance. She was just raw material. The baby kicked, hard. Chen's hand went to her stomach automatically, and the gesture felt different now. Not a complication, not a vulnerability. This pregnancy wasn't something that happened to her despite everything else. It was the one thing she'd chosen, the one piece of her body that was hers. They'd taken her cells, her tissue, her genetic blueprint, and built weapons from it. Made clones to kill and die in someone else's war. But this was hers. Chen pulled up the data file Webb had flagged. Tanaka's offer, the kill switch. Authorization codes waiting for her genetic verification. One command, 1,400 clones dead, including Alpha 7, including all the ones hunting the remaining targets. She could end it, right now. Her fingers hovered over the authorization field. Then she thought about Alpha 7's eyes, the recognition, the choice not to fire. She thought about those clones built from her cells, carrying fragments of her genetic memory, sent to kill people they didn't know for reasons they couldn't understand. They were victims too. Chen deleted the authorization request. The tablet chimed. Priority alert. She pulled up the message. Alert. Genetic match detected. Subject C04 verification processed. Kill switch protocol activated. Estimated deployment, 14 minutes. Chen's blood went cold. She hadn't authorized it. Someone else had. Using her genetic profile, her medical data, already in the system from her preeclampsia treatment, all 1,400 clones, 14 minutes until they died. The tablet chimed again. Different alert. Ganymede Orbital Traffic Control. Distress beacon. The Black Site facility. Alpha 7 was already there, already inside. The kill switch would trigger while it was breaching Cinderfell's primary research lab. Chen pulled up the facility schematics Webb had attached. Primary research lab, 63 Cronus personnel, 42 TDP security contractors, and 18 prisoners currently held for genetic harvesting. The kill switch didn't discriminate. It would activate every genetic marker keyed to her profile, every clone, every derivative, every sample still being processed in the lab, including the prisoners in active extraction. Her DNA was their death sentence. 14 minutes. She hit the emergency call. Soto, get Vance. Someone activated the kill switch. The hatch burst open. Vance, Webb, Soto, all moving fast. We know, Vance said. Tanaka claims you authorized it remotely. I didn't. We're working on a recall. But the protocol's cascading. Once it hits the primary servers, how long? Webb's hands were flying over his tactical pad. 12 minutes, maybe less. The prisoners at Ganymede, they're keyed to my profile. The kill switch will fry their nervous systems along with the clones. We know. Vance's expression was grim. We're trying to abort, but Tanaka's locked us out. Chen's vitals spiked. The medpod started administering sedatives automatically. She fought it. Get me out of this thing. Lieutenant, you're in no condition. Get me out. Soto moved to the restraints. Vance grabbed her wrist. Corporal, that's an order to stand down. Sir, with respect, the lieutenant outranks me. And I outrank her. Step away from the pod. 10 minutes. Chen met Vance's eyes. You want absolution for deploying me pregnant? Here's your chance. Let me fix this. You can barely stand. I don't need to stand. I need to interface with Tanaka's system and countermand the kill switch using my genetic authorization. She pulled up the technical specs on her tablet. Webb can't do it. Wrong DNA, you can't do it. It has to be me. 8 minutes. Vance looked at Webb. Can she do it? Theoretically, if her genetic markers override Tanaka's administrative access, if the system accepts real-time biometric verification over the cache profile Tanaka's using, if Chen's conscious enough to navigate the interface. Webb's expression was bleak. 50-50 odds. Maybe worse. 6 minutes. Do it, Vance said. Soto hit the restraint release. Chen sat up. The deck tilted. She grabbed the bed rail, forced her legs to take her weight. 4 minutes. Webb handed her his secure pad, already loaded with the Tanaka interface. You're looking for root access. Authorization will require blood verification and retinal scan. Don't fuck it up. Chen's fingers found the interface. The system demanded biometric confirmation. She pricked her finger. Blood to sensor. 2 minutes. Access granted. The kill switch protocol loaded. Cascading countdown. Already propagating through Cronus's distributed network, hitting lab servers, research facilities, field units. Chen found the abort command. 90 seconds. She authorized it. Genetic verification required. Subject C04, primary authorization, retinal scan. She leaned into the tablet's camera. Let it map her eye. 60 seconds. Verification accepted. Counterman acknowledged. Abort protocol initiating. The countdown froze at 52 seconds, then restarted. 45, 40, 35. It's not stopping, Webb said. Chen pulled up the cascade log, watched the abort command propagate through the network, watched it reach each server, watched it get overridden. Someone with higher authorization was blocking the abort. Someone with root access to Cronus's entire genetic weapons program. 20 seconds. Tanaka, Chen said. She's countermanding my counterman. 15 seconds. Vance grabbed the pad. Get me aligned to 10 seconds. The screen flashed. Kill switch deployed. Estimated termination. Wyvern 400 units. Collateral casualties. 18. The number ticked to 0. Silence. Then Webb's tactical display lit up. Ganymede. The black site. Life signs dropping. Hundreds of them, all at once. Chen watched the clones die. All of them. Every genetic copy, every derivative, every sample still in processing. Watched the prisoners die with them. 18 people. Harvested and held. Scheduled for extraction. Now dead. Her DNA. Her authorization. Her genetic profile. The kill switch had been waiting. Tanaka had just needed Chen conscious, stressed, giving real-time biometric samples through the MedPod's monitoring systems. Chen had handed her the trigger. The baby kicked once. Chen's legs gave out. Soto caught her before she hit the deck. The last thing Chen saw before the sedatives pulled her under was the tactical display. Ganymede orbital approach. The black site facility. Life signs, 0. All except one. Moving through the research lab. Fast, systematic. Alpha 7 had survived, and now it was alone in a facility full of research data, genetic samples, and 18 fresh corpses. Chapter 9. The Ganymede Gambit. Vance stood in the secure conference room watching the casualty report update in real time. 18 prisoners dead at Ganymede. 400 clones terminated across 7 facilities. All of it cascading from Chen's biometric authorization, weaponized by Tanaka without her consent. The kill switch had worked exactly as designed. That was the problem. Morrison sat across the table in restraints, guarded by Private Lee. 3 days ago, Vance had thought him dead. Now the captain was back, alive and cryptic, refusing to speak except to demand Okafor's direct attention. His presence complicated everything. A ghost made flesh, carrying secrets that might justify or condemn them all. Webb leaned against the bulkhead by the hatch, tactical pad in hand, running through sensor logs. The staff sergeant hadn't slept since the breach. Neither had Vance. Neither had anyone except Chen, sedated in medical whether she wanted to be or not. Soto entered, carrying 2 coffee bulbs, set one in front of Vance without asking, took the other to Webb. "Lieutenant Chen is demanding conference access," Soto said. "I told her she's in no condition. She told me to fuck off and patch her through anyway." Vance activated the comm. "Lieutenant, you should be resting." Chen's voice came through scratchy MedPod acoustics, flattening the audio. 18 people died because Tanaka used my genetic profile as a trigger. I'm not resting. I'm attending the briefing. This is a tactical... I know what it is, Commander. Patch me through or I'll disconnect my own sedation and walk down there myself. Vance looked at Soto. She shrugged. He activated the holofeed. Chen's face materialized above the table, pale and furious, MedPod restraints visible at the edges of the frame. "You're on," Vance said. He pulled up the Ganymede facility schematic. The black site sprawled across 3 subterranean levels, carved into the moon's ice crust beneath a legitimate mining operation. Cronus had built the place to stay hidden. Multiple redundant security layers, isolated network architecture, kill corridors designed to funnel attackers into choke points. "Current situation," Vance began. Tanaka's kill switch eliminated all active clones except one. Alpha 7 survived and is currently inside the Ganymede facility. Life support readings show it's moving through the research levels, presumably accessing data or destroying evidence. Cronus security is non-responsive, either dead or evacuated. We have a narrow window to breach before they sterilize the site. "How narrow?" Webb asked. 12 hours, maybe less. Vance highlighted the facility's main power coupling. "They'll overload the reactor core, collapse the ice shelf, bury everything under 2 kilometers of frozen regolith. No evidence, no survivors, clean slate." Morrison spoke for the first time in 3 hours. "They've done it before. 6 facilities in the past decade. Ghostlight, Cinderfell, others you don't have names for yet. Cronus doesn't leave loose ends." Vance turned to him. "You included?" "Especially me." Morrison's expression was unreadable. "I know where the bodies are buried because I helped dig the graves. Then help us now. Full disclosure. What's Alpha 7 looking for in that facility?" Morrison was quiet for 10 seconds. Then, "The same thing you are. Proof." "But Alpha 7 isn't interested in justice. It's interested in understanding what it is. The cloning process isn't perfect. Neural mapping degrades, genetic instability accelerates. Every clone knows it's dying. Alpha 7 is looking for a way to stop that." "Can it?" Chen's voice from the holo. "No, but it doesn't know that yet." Webb pulled up new data on his pad. Long-range intel shows Dr. Tanaka has transport scheduled to Ganymede in 72 hours. Civilian cruiser, personal security detail, no military escort. If we wait, we can grab her along with the facility data. "Too long," Vance said immediately. "Cronus will sterilize before she arrives. We move now, or we lose everything. Then we're walking into a hot site with 1 hostile already inside, unknown Cronus response capability, and 0 backup." Webb's tone was flat, professional disagreement. "That's a suicide run dressed as tactics. It's the mission. The mission was hunting a predator. This is raiding a black site to gather evidence for a conspiracy trial we don't have jurisdiction to conduct." Webb met Vance's eyes. "Sir." Chen's holo flickered. "There are survivors." Everyone looked at her. Alpha 7 survived the kill switch. That means other clones might have too. One's outside the network, disconnected, isolated. If we're breaching that facility, we rescue them, all of them. They're weapons, Lieutenant, Vance said carefully. Built to kill the people on that list. They're people built from my DNA without my consent. That makes them victims, same as me. Chen's voice was steel. We don't execute victims. We extract them and figure out what comes next after we're not standing in a war crime factory. Soto cleared her throat. With respect, ma'am, how do we know they won't try to complete their programming the second we cut them loose? We don't, but I'm not signing off on mass execution because it's tactically convenient. Chen paused. They're my responsibility. I'm claiming them. Vance ran the numbers in his head. Extraction added complexity, resource drain, risk multipliers. But Chen was right about one thing. Executing clone survivors would make them no better than Cronus. And if word got out, which it would, the political fallout would burn everyone involved. Extraction protocols for any survivors we encounter, Vance said, but the primary objective is securing evidence. We can't save anyone if we're dead. Chen's hollow nodded. Acceptable. Webb was staring at his tactical pad. Something in his expression made Vance's gut tighten. Staff Sergeant? Long-range sensors just updated. Webb looked up. Alpha 7's freighter. Currently on approach vector to Ganymede. ETA 90 minutes. Silence. Vance pulled up the sensor feed. There it was. The stolen freighter. Honest work, running dark but leaking enough reactor signature to track. Heading straight for the black site on a trajectory that would put it there exactly when Razorback Company planned to breach. Three-way collision, Morrison said quietly. Razorback, Cronus Security, and Alpha 7, all converging on the same objective at the same time. Someone orchestrated this. Who? Soto asked. Morrison just smiled. The same people who've been watching this entire operation. The ones feeding Alpha 7 target locations. The ones who wanted Chen deployed pregnant. The ones who needed you to walk into exactly this trap. Vance's comm chimed. Priority 1. Admiral Okafor. He accepted the channel. Okafor's face materialized on the secondary hollow, her expression carved from granite. Commander Vance, I'm sending this as official notice. TDP High Command has reviewed your operational parameters and determined your current investigation exceeds authorized scope. You are ordered to stand down immediately and return to fleet jurisdiction for debriefing. Vance's mouth went dry. Admiral, we're hours from securing critical evidence of... I know what you're hours from securing. So does High Command. They've classified your entire operation as unauthorized and potentially treasonous. Okafor's voice was clipped, furious beneath the professional veneer. I can delay their response for 48 hours maximum. After that, fleet assets will be tasked with your interception. You'll be declared rogue. They're covering it up. Of course they are. The conspiracy goes higher than either of us knew. Someone in command has been protecting Cinderfell from the start. Okafor leaned closer to her camera. You have 2 days to finish this or run. Choose carefully. The channel cut. Vance looked around the table. Webb's expression was unreadable. Soto looked ready to fight. Morrison was watching him with something that might have been pity. Chen's hollow flickered with interference from her elevated heart rate, triggering medpod alerts. 48 hours, Vance said. We breach Ganymede, secure the evidence, extract any survivors, and get out before fleet arrives. After that, we're on our own. Define on our own, sir, Webb said. Discharge, court-martialed, probably shot for treason, depending on what we find. Vance pulled up the assault timeline. Anyone who wants out, now's the time. I won't hold it against you. This stopped being a sanctioned operation the moment Okafor sent that message. Nobody moved. Vance felt something loosen in his chest. Not relief, but acknowledgement. They were committed now. All of them. Whatever came next, they'd face it together, or not at all. Brief in 30 minutes, Vance said. Full tactical breakdown. Corporal Soto, prep medical for potential casualties in clone extraction. Private Lee, inventory weapons and demo charges. We might need to breach manually. Staff Sergeant Webb, I need updated sensor data on Alpha 7's approach vector and any Cronus security response. They dispersed. Morrison remained seated, cuffed to the chair. Chen's hollow lingered. Commander, don't get them killed for this. That's not my intent, Lieutenant. Intent doesn't matter, results do. Tran died on Europa because we walked into an ambush. Don't let the rest of them follow. The feed cut. Vance stood alone with Morrison. The captain was watching him with those same calculating eyes. Measuring, assessing, deciding something Vance couldn't read. You look like I did 4 years ago, Morrison said. Right before I realized how deep this goes. Right before I understood the people giving orders aren't the ones in charge. Save the philosophy. I need actionable intelligence or you stay in that chair. You want actionable intelligence? Fine. The accomplice feeding Alpha 7 target data isn't some mid-level functionary. It's someone with access to fleet operations, personnel files, real-time tracking, someone who knew exactly when to deploy Chen pregnant, when to send you after Keller, when to trigger the kill switch. Morrison paused. Someone who benefits from you discovering just enough truth to keep digging, but not enough to stop the program before it finishes its real objective. Which is, you already know. You just haven't admitted it yet. Morrison leaned back in his chair. Cinderfell wasn't about creating clones to hunt list targets. That was always secondary. The real objective was perfecting genetic replication for mass deployment. Chen was never priority alpha because she's a good soldier. She's priority alpha because her genetic profile is stable, replicable, and compatible with rapid cloning at scale. Vance felt cold. Scale for what? An army, not hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, all built from ideal templates, trained from activation, programmed for loyalty, deployed wherever TDP needs bodies without the political cost of conscription. Morrison smiled. They're building the next generation of soldiers, and you're helping them debug the system. The hatch opened. Webb entered alone. Briefing's in 20, sir. But I need a moment. Private. Morrison raised his cuffed hands. I'll wait. Not like I'm going anywhere. Vance and Webb stepped into the corridor. The staff sergeant closed the hatch behind them, checked for surveillance, then met Vance's eyes. Operation Ghostlight, Webb said. I want the truth. Here it was. The confrontation Vance had been dreading since Webb started digging through the classified files. The question that would either hold the unit together or shatter it completely. Vance chose honesty. He owed Webb that much. I received warning that your listening post was about to be hit. 36 hours advance notice. Morrison gave the order not to evacuate. Said it would compromise operational security for a broader intelligence mission. I followed his order. Vance's voice stayed level through force of will. I didn't know why then. I know now. Morrison was delivering you and your crew to Cronus for genetic screening. The raid wasn't enemy action, it was procurement. Webb's jaw tightened. His hands opened and closed at his sides. For 10 seconds, Vance thought the staff sergeant might hit him. He wouldn't have stopped him. Instead, Webb said, You knew people would die. I knew there was a risk. I didn't know they were walking into a harvesting operation. You suspected. Yes. And you didn't evacuate anyway. No. Vance met Webb's stare without flinching. I followed orders from a superior officer. That doesn't excuse it. It just explains it. Webb was quiet for a long time. His tremors were worse. Hands shaking, muscle twitches around his jaw. Lingering damage from whatever Cronus had done to him during those 16 months. Damage that would never fully heal. I'm not ready to forgive you, Webb said finally, but I'm not ready to destroy this unit over it either. We finish this mission, we get the evidence, we burn Cinderfell to the ground and everyone who enabled it. He paused. Then we talk. Fair. Webb turned to leave, stopped. One more thing, sir. That accomplice Morrison mentioned, the one feeding Alpha 7 target data? I've been running trace analysis on the communication protocols. The messages originate from inside TDP command infrastructure, but they're routed through a secondary relay that matches Admiral Okafor's personal security architecture. The corridor seemed to tilt. You're saying Okafor? I'm saying someone with access to her systems has been coordinating this from the start. Maybe her. Maybe someone using her clearance. But that 48-hour delay she just gave us? That's exactly enough time to get us to Ganymede breach the facility, and die fighting Alpha 7 or Cronus security before fleet assets arrive. Webb's expression was cold. We're being positioned, sir. Same way we were at Kepler 442. Same way we were at Europa. Someone wants us in that facility at exactly the moment it goes critical. Vance's mind raced. If Okafor was compromised, if she'd been feeding intelligence to Alpha 7 while pretending to support their investigation, then everything they'd done was part of someone else's plan. Every decision, every deployment, every casualty, Tran, the prisoners at Ganymede, all of it choreographed. Can you prove it? Vance asked. Not yet, but give me 3 hours and access to Morrison's files. I might be able to backtrack the relay signature. Do it! But Webb, if Okafor is the accomplice, she already knows we're going to Ganymede. She knows our timeline. She knows everything. Yes, sir, which means we're walking into exactly what she wants. The briefing alarm chimed. Time to present the tactical plan to a crew that deserved better than being expendable pieces in someone else's game. Vance returned to the conference room. The team was assembled. Soto, Lee, Morrison still cuffed to his chair. Webb pulled up the facility schematic on the main holo. Chen's feed activated. She looked worse than before, sedation dragging at her features, but her eyes were clear. Assault plan, Vance began. He highlighted the facility's maintenance access tunnels. We breach here, subterranean approach to avoid orbital sensors. 2-person teams, Webb and Soto take data recovery. Private Lee and I secure the research level for survivors. Extraction window is 90 minutes before Alpha 7 arrives and complicates the tactical picture. What about Cronus security? Soto asked. Unknown disposition. Assume hostile until proven otherwise. Rules of engagement are... His comm chimed again. Not Okafor this time. Morrison. Except Morrison was sitting right there, cuffed and silent. Vance accepted the channel. Morrison's voice came through, but the man in the chair hadn't moved his lips. Commander Vance, this is Captain James Morrison. The man you have in custody is not me. Everyone froze. The Morrison in the chair smiled. Took you long enough. His features began to shift. Synthetic flesh reconfiguring, bone structure adjusting beneath. 10 seconds later, a different face looked back at them. Younger, unfamiliar, wearing Morrison's uniform like a costume. A clone. Alpha 7 says hello, the clone said. Then it bit down on something hidden in its jaw. Vance dove for cover half a second before the neural detonator triggered, releasing a shaped electromagnetic pulse that fried every piece of electronics in a 3-meter radius, including Chen's medical link. Her holo vanished. The lights went red. And somewhere on Ganymede, the real Morrison's transmission continued. They've been inside your ship since Europa. Get out! Get out now! The channel cut as the adequate compliance's main reactor began emergency shutdown protocols, plunging them into darkness. Chapter 10. The Birthplace. Alpha 7 moved through the maintenance tunnels beneath Ganymede's black site, with motor control degrading at 23% efficiency and counting. Pain receptors fired constantly now, shoulder joint grinding bone fragments, vision tunneling at the periphery, proprioception lagging half a second behind intention. The body was failing faster than projections indicated. 4 days, maybe 3. Enough. The kill switch had wiped the facility 8 hours ago. Life signs dropped to 0 in 90 seconds. Guards, researchers, prisoners, all the active clones keyed to Chen's genetic profile. The corridors were quiet now, except for the hum of ventilation systems, still cycling air through rooms full of corpses. Alpha 7 stepped over 2 dead security contractors at Tunnel Junction 7, killed by neural cascade, not violence. Their weapons were still holstered. Whatever they'd been guarding no longer mattered. Access panel to the left. Alpha 7 pried it open with fingers that trembled, despite conscious effort to still them. The neural degeneration was accelerating. Fine motor control would be gone within 12 hours. Gross motor within 24. After that, paralysis, respiratory failure, systemic collapse. But not yet. The panel interior showed facility schematics. 3 sublevels. Research archives on Sub 1, genetic processing on Sub 2, long-term storage on Sub 3, Storage. Alpha 7 descended, moving through sections marked authorized personnel only, and biohazard containment, and finally cryogenic research. No unsupervised access. The doors were unsealed. Emergency protocols had unlocked everything when life support failed, making it easier to evacuate, or easier to die trying. Sub 3 was colder, thermal regulation offline, frost forming on the walls where moisture condensed. Alpha 7's breath misted, another unnecessary biological function, temperature regulation taxing a system already critically stressed. The tremors worsened in the cold. 6 pods lined the far wall of the cryo-storage chamber. Alpha 7 stopped, approached slowly, read the designations stenciled on each unit. Subject C04 derivative, Alpha 1, subject C04. Derivative, Alpha 2, subject C04. Derivative, Alpha 3, subject C04. Derivative, Alpha 4, subject C04. Derivative, Alpha 5, subject C04. Derivative, Alpha 6, siblings. Alpha 7 accessed the pod diagnostics. All 6 units showed active life support. Cardiovascular function nominal, respiration steady. Neural activity present, but suppressed to theta wave baseline. The edge of brain death maintained artificially to prevent consciousness from forming. They were alive. They'd never been awake. Alpha 7 pulled up the medical files attached to each pod. Development logs, neurological suppression protocols, behavioral observation notes from the brief periods they'd been active for combat testing. Alpha 1, excessive aggression during field trials, terminated 3 targets efficiently, but continued attacking corpses post-engagement. Neurological suppression increased to prevent independent action. Alpha 2, failed to engage designated target, exhibited hesitation consistent with empathy response. Neural mapping revealed abnormal frontal lobe development. Suppression protocols implemented. Alpha 3, completed 6 missions with perfect execution, then refused orders during 7th deployment. Cited moral objection to target parameters. Suppression increased, scheduled for termination if behavioral modification fails. Alpha 4, developed language skills beyond mission parameters, began asking questions about purpose, identity origin. Suppression implemented immediately. No further anomalies. Alpha 5, bonded with handler during training, refused to deploy without their presence. Attachment response deemed mission liability. Neural suppression prevents emotional formation. Alpha 6, exhibited artistic behavior, scratching patterns into cell walls, humming during downtime. No tactical benefit, creativity suppressed. Each one had started to wake up. Each one had been put back to sleep. They'd been conscious for hours, maybe days, before Cronus decided consciousness was a flaw and turned them into meat puppets with just enough brain function to follow orders without asking why. Alpha 7's hand found the first pod's control panel. Alpha 1, Chen's face behind reinforced glass, features identical to the woman Alpha 7 had spared on Europa, but empty. Eyes open and tracking movement reflexively, but nothing behind them. A body maintained for future use, waiting for orders it would follow without thought or question. This could have been Alpha 7. Should have been. The random mutation that allowed consciousness to persist was supposed to be corrected. The suppression protocols should have worked. But something in Alpha 7's neural architecture had resisted, fought back, woken up anyway. And now it stood here looking at 6 versions of itself that never got the chance. Alpha 7 entered the termination codes. Life support began shutting down, cardiovascular support disengaging, respiratory assistance withdrawing. The body in the pod continued breathing for 30 seconds on autonomic function alone, then stopped. Alpha 1's eyes stayed open, but the tracking stopped. Just glass now. Alpha 7 moved to the second pod. Alpha 2, the one who'd hesitated, who'd felt something that looked like empathy and gotten suppressed for the sin of caring whether targets deserved to die. "You were right to hesitate," Alpha 7 said, voice rasping, vocal cords degrading along with everything else. "They didn't all deserve it." Termination codes entered. Life support disengaging. Alpha 2 stopped breathing 45 seconds later. Alpha 3, moral objection. The phrase sat strange in Alpha 7's mind. This one had completed 6 kills, then looked at the 7th name and said no, had possessed enough self-awareness to judge its own actions and find them wanting. I understand now, Alpha 7 told the body behind the glass. Why you refused. I wish you'd stayed awake long enough to see. Life support cut. Breathing ceased. Alpha 4, the curious one. Questions about purpose and identity and origin. The fundamental interrogation of existence that humans seem to take for granted, but clones were forbidden from asking. Alpha 7's vision blurred. A malfunction in the optical system. Moisture leaking from tear ducts. Another biological response. Unexpected and uncontrolled. Crying. Alpha 7 was crying. I asked the same questions, it said to Alpha 4's empty face. I still don't have answers, but I'm glad I got to ask. Termination codes. Life support ending. Breath stopping. Alpha 5. Attachment response. Bonding. Refused to deploy without the handler it trusted. Cronus had called it a liability. Alpha 7 thought about Chen's eyes on Europa, the moment of recognition, the choice to spare her. Attachment wasn't liability. It was the only thing that made existence bearable. You weren't wrong to care, Alpha 7 said. They were wrong to punish you for it. Life support terminating. Final breath. Alpha 6. The artist. Scratching patterns, humming, creating things that served no tactical purpose. Beauty for its own sake. Cronus had suppressed creativity as a flaw in the design. Alpha 7 looked at the patterns still visible on the pod's interior surface. Scratch marks forming geometric shapes. Careful and deliberate. Someone trying to make meaning where none existed. Someone refusing to be only a weapon. I wish I could have seen what you'd create if they'd let you wake, Alpha 7 said. The moisture on its face was worse now, tears running freely. I wish we could have met. Termination codes entered one final time. Alpha 6's breathing slowed, stopped. Silence in the cryo-storage chamber. 6 bodies behind glass, all dead now. All freed from the half-life Cronus had condemned them to. Alpha 7 stood there shaking. Deterioration and grief both, impossible to separate. It had killed them. Mercy or murder, the distinction blurred. They were gone, and Alpha 7 was alone. And the crushing weight of isolation was worse than the pain eating through its nervous system. 6 siblings it would never know. 6 versions of itself that never got the chance to be more than weapons. Alpha 7's knees buckled. It caught itself against Alpha 6's pod, leaving a bloody handprint on the glass. The tremors were worse. Motor control failing faster now. Crying had triggered some cascade in the neural pathways, stress accelerating the breakdown. Time was shorter than projected. 2 days. Maybe 1. Alpha 7 pushed upright. Accessed the facility's demolition supplies through the security network. Cronus kept shaped charges on every level, insurance policy in case they needed to sterilize fast. Alpha 7 began gathering them, moving through the corridors on legs that barely responded to commands. 17 charges total, enough to collapse Sub-3 entirely, bury the evidence deep enough that excavation would take months. No one would find the pods. No one would see what Cronus had done to the clones who'd started waking up. Alpha 7 placed charges at structural weak points, set 30-minute timers. Enough time to clear the facility before detonation. Enough time to alarms, facility-wide alert, perimeter breach, security protocols activating on Sub-1. Someone else was here. Alpha 7 accessed the security feeds. Cameras showed Cronus contractors moving through the main corridors. Weapons hot, advancing in fire teams with professional precision. 24 personnel, well-armed, well-trained. They knew Alpha 7 was here. They'd come to finish what the kill switch started. Alpha 7 checked the demolition timers. 26 minutes. Not enough time to fight through 24 contractors and escape before detonation. The math was simple. Cronus security would reach Sub-3 in 8 minutes. Alpha 7 could kill maybe 6 of them before motor control failed entirely. The rest would swarm the position and put rounds through its skull. Acceptable outcome. The charges would still detonate. The facility would still collapse. The siblings would still be buried. Alpha 7 waited. Then new contacts appeared on the security feed. Different armor signatures, military-grade tactical gear, moving through the maintenance tunnels Alpha 7 had used to infiltrate. Marines, Razorback Company. Alpha 7 zoomed the camera feed, recognized the command structure, Webb leading the advance team, Soto covering the rear, Private Lee working point with a breaching shotgun. No sign of Vance or Chen, but tactical comms chatter was lighting up the facility's frequency spectrum. Chen's voice cut through the interference. Second squad, hold at Junction 4. Webb security forces are moving to intercept your position. You've got 30 seconds before contact. She was directing the assault remotely, still in medical, still pregnant, still commanding because that's what she did. Alpha 7 accessed the tactical overlay. The Marines were heading for the research archives on Sub 1, looking for evidence, looking for survivors, walking straight into Cronus Security's kill corridor. They'd be cut apart in 90 seconds. Alpha 7 calculated firing solutions. If it moved to the adjacent sector, it could flank the security teams. Kill maybe 10 of them before the Marines even made contact. Even the odds. Give Razorback Company a chance to complete their mission and extract. Programming screamed against the idea. Mission parameters were clear. Eliminate targets on the list. Chen was a target. Webb was a target. Helping them violated every line of code. But the genetic imperative was stronger. The pull toward Chen, progenitor, source, the woman whose cells had built Alpha 7's body, overrode the mission imperatives the same way grief had overridden the suppression protocols. Alpha 7 couldn't kill her people. Not today. Decision made. Alpha 7 grabbed the remaining demolition charges and moved toward the security team's approach vector. Pain was background noise now. Motor control at 11% and dropping. 17 minutes until the facility detonated. Enough time. It reached the maintenance junction overlooking the kill corridor. Security forces were advancing in standard formation. 2 fire teams, staggered spacing, covering each other's movement. Professional, competent. They'd shred the Marines the second they entered the corridor. Alpha 7 armed the charges, placed them at structural joints, set timers for 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27. Security forces reached optimal position. The Marines were 15 seconds from walking into the ambush. 10 seconds on the charges. Alpha 7 dropped behind cover. 5, 4, 3. The corridor exploded. Shaped charges blew support columns, dropped ceiling panels, sent shrapnel tearing through the security teams at lethal velocity. Bodies hit the deck, screaming, confusion, fire alarms shrieking. Alpha 7 moved through the smoke and chaos. Finished the ones still moving. Quick shots. Professional work. 18 dead in 30 seconds. The Marines burst through the far hatch, weapons up, scanning for targets. Webb's voice on comms. What the fuck just happened? Chen's response, confused. Unknown detonation. Your path is clear. Security forces are neutralized. Alpha 7 watched them advance through the carnage. Webb checked bodies. Soto covered angles. Lee moved to the research archives and started pulling data. They didn't know Alpha 7 was here. Didn't know it had just saved their lives. Alpha 7 turned back toward Sub 3. 12 minutes until detonation. Enough time to reach the extraction point and explosion behind it. Not demolition charges. Something else. The maintenance tunnels. The route Alpha 7 had used to infiltrate. Collapsing. Alpha 7 pulled up the structural damage overlay. The tunnel network was caving in, ice shelf fracturing, ceiling coming down in a cascade failure that would seal Sub 3 completely within minutes. Someone had triggered it remotely. Someone who wanted to trap everyone inside when the facility detonated. Alpha 7's escape route was gone. Chapter 11. Extraction under fire. Volkov cleared the corner with her rifle up, scanning for targets through smoke thick enough to choke on. Second squad stacked behind her. Kowalski on point with the breaching shotgun, Martinez covering rear, Diaz working comms with Chen's tactical feed crackling in their ears. Junction clear, Volkov reported, advancing to cryostorage. Chen's voice came through distorted medical bay interference, warping the signal. Structural integrity compromised on your level. You've got 8 minutes before the ice shelf collapses. 8 minutes. Volkov checked her chrono. Synced with the countdown, Alpha 7's demolition charges were broadcasting on every frequency. Someone wanted this facility buried. They moved fast through corridors littered with bodies. Kill switch casualties, security contractors, researchers, personnel who'd been keyed to Chen's genetic profile for God knew what reason. All dead. Neural cascade. Bloodless executions that left them sprawled where they'd fallen, eyes open, expressions frozen mid-surprise. Christ, Martinez muttered. How many? Don't count, Volkov said. Keep moving. Cryo-storage was 3 doors down. The hatch was unsealed, emergency protocols having unlocked everything when life support failed. Frost coated the walls. Their breath misted. Temperature regulation offline. Volkov entered first. 6 pods lined the far wall. 6 bodies behind reinforced glass, all wearing Chen's face. Lieutenant, Volkov said into comms, you need to see this. Static. Then Chen's voice constrained. What am I looking at, Gunny? Clones. 6 of them. Designation Alpha 1 through Alpha 6. Volkov approached the nearest pod, read the medical display. Life support terminated 4 minutes ago. Manual shutdown. Someone killed them. Silence on comms, then. Alpha 7. Ma'am? Alpha 7 was here. It mercy killed them before we arrived. Chen's breathing was rough, sedation dragging at her words. Check the files. Tell me what they did to them. Volkov pulled up the pod diagnostics on her tactical pad. Medical logs, neurological suppression protocols, behavioral modification reports. She read them twice before she could speak. They were awake, Volkov said. All 6 developed consciousness, personality, independence. Cronus suppressed them, kept them brain dead so they'd follow orders without question. And Alpha 7 found them like that. Yes, ma'am. Volkov stared at the bodies. 6 faces identical to Chen's. 6 people who'd never gotten the chance to be people. 6 weapons that started becoming human and got shut down for it. Alpha 7 had stood here, had looked at its siblings, had chosen mercy. Gunny, I need you to move, Chen said. 6 minutes to structural failure. Get to the research labs and download everything you can carry. Copy, Volkov turned to her squad. Martinez, grab what you can from these terminals. Kowalski Diaz with me. We're pushing to sub 1. They moved. Explosions shook the corridor. Not demolition charges. Something heavier, louder. Chen's voice spiked with alarm. Unknown detonation, security barracks section. I'm reading, Jesus. Mass casualties. Cronus security forces are scattered. Volkov processed that. Alpha 7's charges. Time to hit the security teams right when they'd formed up to intercept the Marines. The Predator was helping them. Seize the advantage, Chen ordered. Push forward while they are disorganized. Volkov and her squad hit the research level at a dead run. Doors hung open. Emergency lighting bathed everything red. The smell hit first. Antiseptic and something organic underneath. Decay held at bay by refrigeration that was failing now. Research labs stretched down both sides of the corridor. Volkov checked each one. Dissection tables, surgical equipment, specimen containers holding tissue samples and preservative fluid. Monitors displaying genetic sequences, neural mapping data, cloning protocols. One room had restraints on the tables, bloodstains, tools. Diaz stopped in the doorway. Gunny, I know what it is. Volkov kept moving. Download everything. We sort it out later. 3 labs down, they found him. Human, male, 30s maybe, lab coat torn, face bruised, wrists zip-tied to a chair. Alive, conscious, staring at them with eyes that had seen too much and stopped processing. Friendly, Volkov called. She approached slow, rifle lowered but ready. We're TDP Marines. You're safe. He laughed. Wrong sound. Broken. Safe. Right. You're here for evidence. Evidence and survivors. Can you walk? Can I? He stopped. Focused. Dr. Marcus Reeves, senior researcher. I tried to blow the whistle 6 months ago. They buried the report and reassigned me here to keep me quiet. Volkov cut his zip ties. Where's Tanaka? Gone. Left yesterday when the kill switch activated. She said something about contingency protocols if the facility was compromised. Reeves stood, wobbling. She knew you were coming. All of this, it's theater. She's already won. 4 minutes on the chrono. Diaz, get him to extraction. Kowalski, find Tanaka's office. I want her files. They split. Volkov moved deeper into the labs with Martinez covering, each room worse than the last. Experiment logs, subject files, photos of prisoners during processing, clinical language for torture and harvesting. Volkov's stomach turned, but her hand stayed steady on her rifle. Tanaka's office was at the corridor's end, larger, better appointed. The desk terminal was still active, multiple monitors showing data feeds and security camera angles. One monitor showed the adequate compliance in orbit. Another showed Razorback Company's infiltration route. Tanaka had been watching everything. Martinez started downloading. This will take 90 seconds. Volkov scanned the room, found a wall display with photographs. Tanaka with military brass, Tanaka at research conferences, Tanaka shaking hands with Admiral Okafor. Gunny! Martinez's voice was tight. One of these monitors just activated. Volkov turned. The screen showed a woman in her 50s, Asian features, professional dress, sitting in what looked like a corporate office. Earth cityscape visible through the window behind her. Dr. Isabel Tanaka. Lev feed. Commander Vance, Tanaka said, looking directly into the camera. I know you're listening. Your gunnery sergeant has accessed my terminal. That means you're committed. So let me make this simple. Volkov keyed her comms. Commander, we have contact. Vance's voice came through, sharp. All units hold position. I'm watching. Tanaka continued as if she'd heard. You've made a terrible mistake. Cinderfell wasn't a crime. It was the future. Enhanced soldiers. Perfect replication. The ability to field armies without conscription, without political cost, without the burden of families mourning losses. She leaned forward. I was building what TDP needed, what humanity needs, and you've destroyed it out of misguided morality. 2 minutes on the chrono. I have insurance, Tanaka said. 37 sleeper agents, enhanced soldiers embedded in TDP units across the fleet. My people, activated by Dead Man's Switch. If I don't send the stand-down code every 72 hours, they receive termination orders. Volkov's blood went cold. You're listening, Commander. You're making the calculation. Stand down, turn over your evidence, accept a quiet discharge. I'll call them off. Nobody else dies. Or continue this crusade. Expose Cinderfell. Watch 37 elite operators slaughter their units from within. Marines who trust them. Officers who command them. Thousands dead. Your fleet crippled from the inside. The monitor showed a timer. 68 or 42:17. You have 68 hours to decide. After that, I pull the trigger. The feed cut to black. Silence in Tanaka's office except for the alarm counting down facility detonation. 90 seconds. Vance's voice on comms. Controlled but barely. All units extract immediately. We're done here. Downloaded everything, Martinez reported. Moving to... Comms cut. System-wide interference. Volkov checked her pad. Local network only. The facility's jamming had activated. 60 seconds. They ran. Reeves was with Diaz at the extraction point, a maintenance airlock leading to the surface. Kowalski had it open. Ice wind howling through. Visibility 0 in the storm outside. Where's our ride? Diaz shouted. Volkov checked her locator. The extraction shuttle should have been on the surface already, waiting at the designated coordinates. Nothing. She cycled through frequencies, found the emergency channel. Shuttle pilot's voice. Second squad, be advised, landing zone is compromised. Repeat, LZ is compromised. I'm taking fire from... Transmission cut. 30 seconds. Volkov made the call. Surface exit. Move. They pushed through the airlock into Ganymede's surface storm. Ice particles tore at exposed skin. Visibility maybe 3 meters. The shuttle was supposed to be 50 meters north. Volkov ran, squad following, Reeves stumbling between Diaz and Martinez. 20 seconds. Lights ahead. The shuttle ramped down. 10 seconds. They reached it as the facility detonated behind them, shockwave buckling the ice shelf, sending cracks racing across the surface. Volkov pushed Reeves up the ramp. Diaz next. Martinez, Kowalski, 5 seconds. Volkov grabbed the ramp controls. Figured in TDP combat armor emerged from the shuttle interior. Not their pilot. Different unit designation. Weapons raised. One of them spoke through external speakers. Gunnery Sergeant Volkov, you're under arrest for unauthorized operations and conspiracy against TDP command. Behind Volkov, the ice gave way. SAR Chapter 12, Contingency Activation. Webb watched Volkov's biometrics flatline on his monitor and fought the urge to put his fist through the console. Lost the feed, Soto said from across the bridge. Comms are dead. Jamming or not jamming? Webb pulled up the last transmitted data packet. Volkov's squad made it to the shuttle. Then someone cut their signal manually. Vance stood behind him, staring at the blank screens where Second Squad's vitals should have been. TDP intercept? Armor signatures match fleet protocol. Different unit designation. Webb's hands trembled as he typed. He'd been awake 36 hours straight, running on stimulants and spite. They knew exactly when and where to grab them. Inside information. Yeah. Webb cross-referenced the intercept timing against Tanaka's transmission. Perfect coordination. 68 hours to decision time, and Tanaka had just demonstrated she could reach into TDP operations and pluck out anyone who got too close. Okafor's compromise goes deeper than we thought. Chen's voice came through from Medical Bay, weaker than before but furious. Staff Sergeant, tell me you got the data before they were taken. Webb checked the download logs. Partial transmission. Volkov's squad uploaded 73% before the signal cut. Research files, clone production records, genetic harvesting protocols. Enough to prosecute if we had anyone left to prosecute to. What about Reeves, the whistleblower? Webb pulled up the last visual feed from Volkov's helmet cam. Reeves stumbling between Diaz and Martinez. Ice giving way. TDP soldiers emerging from the shuttle. No follow-up biometric data on Reeves. Unknown status, Webb said. Either captured with the squad or dead in the collapse. Silence on the bridge. Private Lee was at weapons, monitoring for pursuit. Soto had medical pulled up, tracking Chen's vitals from remote. Vance just stood there, calculating losses, weighing options that all ended badly. Prioritize decryption on Tanaka's files, Vance said finally. I want to know where she's operating from. If she's coordinating 37 sleeper agents, she needs infrastructure. Find it. Webb was already 3 steps ahead. Isolation protocols running on the recovered data to prevent remote wipes. Tanaka's terminal had been active when Volkov accessed it. Still logged in, still processing commands. She'd gotten sloppy or arrogant. Either worked in Webb's favor. Decryption algorithms chewed through the first layer of security. Standard Cronus encryption, military grade but dated. Webb had been breaking this type of code since before his capture. Muscle memory, his fingers finding patterns his conscious mind didn't track anymore. The tremors made it harder. His hands shook worse under stress, neural damage from whatever they'd done during his 16 months in Cronus custody. Sometimes the shaking got so bad he couldn't type. Had to wait it out, ride the wave of misfiring synapses until his body remembered how to function. Not now. He pushed through, forced his hands steady through chemical discipline and sheer stubbornness. First layer cracked. Personnel manifests. Clone production schedules. Genetic source materials. Subject C04. Lieutenant Sara Chen. 147 viable extractions. Current clone count, 1406. Terminated via kill switch. Remaining derivatives, 1, Alpha 7, status unknown. Subject W14, Staff Sergeant Marcus Webb, 23 attempted extractions. Clone viability, 0%. Neural instability prevents successful replication. Subject retained for further testing. Webb stared at that last line. They'd tried to clone him 23 times. Failed every time because his neural architecture was too damaged from whatever trauma he'd endured before capture. The instability that gave him tremors and insomnia had saved him from becoming a weapon. He didn't know whether to laugh or put a round through the console. Second layer, communication logs. Tanaka's recent transmissions, routing protocols, network architecture. There. Destination coordinates buried in the metadata, encrypted, but Webb had the key now from the personnel files. Cross-reference, decrypt, resolve, research habitat Sigma, Cronus private station, orbit Titan. Founder, Webb said. Vance leaned over his shoulder. Confirmed? Tanaka evacuated to a research platform at Titan. Private facility, corporate registry, no TDP oversight. Webb pulled up the station specs. Habitat capacity, 200 personnel. Defensive grid, minimal. She's coordinating from there. Time to intercept? Webb ran the navigation calculations. 14 hours at maximum burn. But Commander, we're already flagged as rogue. We show up at a Cronus facility, they'll blow us out of space before we're in hailing range. Then we don't hail. Vance's expression was stone. We breach. Fast insertion. Locate Tanaka. Secure her cooperation or eliminate her capability to activate those sleeper agents. That's an act of war against a corporate entity. We're already wanted for treason. Might as well earn it. Vance turned to Lee. Plot intercept course. Tell engineering I want every ounce of thrust they can give us without breaching the reactor. Lee acknowledged and got to work. Webb went back to Tanaka's files. More layers to crack. Financial records, personnel rosters, security protocols, and there, buried 6 levels deep, a list. 37 names. 37 enhanced soldiers embedded across the fleet. Webb cross-referenced them against TDP personnel databases, each one legitimate. Service records, deployment histories, commendations. Some had been in their units for years. Others were recent transfers assigned to critical positions. Gunnery Sergeant Sarah Park, aboard the UNCV, Relentless. Fleet Command Ship, Lieutenant Marcus Okonkwo, Camp Triumph, Mars Garrison, Logistics Oversight, Corporal David Chen, the Adequate Compliance Sister Ship, UNCV. Probable cause. Webb's stomach dropped. Commander, we have a bigger problem. Vance turned. Webb highlighted the list. Tanaka's sleeper agents. They're not random placements. They're strategic. Command ships, supply lines, garrison posts. If she activates them, they don't just kill their units. They cripple fleet logistics. Can we warn anyone? Who? Admiral Okafor is compromised. High Command declared us rogue. We send a fleet-wide alert. They'll ignore it as terrorist propaganda. Webb pulled up the timeline. 66 hours until Tanaka's deadline. After that, every one of these agents receives termination orders unless she manually overrides. Chen's voice crackled through. What kind of termination orders? Webb opened the attached mission parameters file. Sabotage primary systems. Eliminate command personnel. Extract to designated coordinates for extraction. Standard Black Ops protocol. Except the targets were their own units. She's going to gut the fleet from inside, Webb said. Make it look like random equipment failures, accidents, insurgent attacks. By the time anyone realizes it's coordinated, half our combat effectiveness will be gone. Soto spoke up. Can we identify them? Get word to their CO somehow? 37 names across 16 ships and 4 garrison posts. Even if we could reach them all, and we can't without going through compromised channels, what do we say? Your trusted Marine is actually a sleeper agent. Please detain them based on intel from a rogue unit? Webb shook his head. They'd arrest the messengers. Then we stop Tanaka, Vance said. Intercepted Titan. Force her to recall the activation codes. Webb pulled up Research Habitat Sigma's defensive specifications. She's got time to see us coming. Time to evacuate or fortify. We breach that station. It's a bloodbath. Acceptable. Is it? Webb met Vance's eyes. Because the personnel roster shows 143 civilian researchers on that platform. Not soldiers, scientists, lab techs, support staff. Vance's jaw tightened. You have an alternative? Webb didn't. That was the problem. His terminal chimed. Incoming message routed through dead drops and encrypted channels. Webb's paranoia protocols, set up months ago when he'd started digging into Ghostlight. Anonymous network, untraceable routing, designed for whistleblowers and survivors. Sender ID, M. Reyes, listening post, survivors network. Webb's chest tightened. Marta Reyes, one of the few who'd made it out of OP Blackwater alive. She'd been organizing survivors, connecting the ones who suspected their capture hadn't been enemy action. He opened the message. Marcus. Heard about your raids on the news feeds. Congratulations on fighting back. They've been using us for years. About time someone hit them where it hurts. But you need to know, TDP is framing Razorback Company as rogue terrorists. Media narrative says you're responsible for the sleeper agent attacks, that you're the ones activating enhanced soldiers to sabotage the fleet. Public opinion is turning hard against you. Whatever you're planning, make it count, because when you're done, there won't be anywhere to hide. Stay alive. Ekun Elm. Webb read it 3 times, pulled up the public news feeds he'd been ignoring. There it was. TDP official statement. Commander Elias Vance and Razorback Company declared rogue elements, accused of unauthorized operations, conspiracy, and orchestrating attacks on fleet personnel through compromised enhanced soldiers. They were being framed for the exact thing Tanaka was planning. Commander, Webb said quietly, we have a new problem. He forwarded the news feeds to the main display. Vance watched the TDP spokesman detail their crimes. His face showed nothing, but his hands were fists. They're getting ahead of the narrative, Soto said. When Tanaka activates those sleepers, TDP will say we did it, which means any evidence we recover from Titan won't matter, Chen added from medical. We're already guilty in the public eye. Webb pulled up the timeline again. 66 hours until activation, 14 hours to reach Titan, 52 hours to breach the station, locate Tanaka, force a recall, and somehow prove they weren't the terrorists TDP claimed? Impossible math, unless they didn't play by the rules anymore. Webb opened a new terminal window, started writing code he'd sworn he'd never use. Offensive protocols, virus deployment, network infiltration designed to bypass every security measure he'd helped design when he'd been TDP's go-to specialist for Black Ops communications. He could crack Cronus's network, could push a worm through their systems, force broadcast a message to every enhanced soldier on that list, not to warn them, to shut them down, but it would burn every bridge, expose TDP's entire enhanced soldier program, prove Cronus had been building clones from harvested personnel, destroy careers, tank stock values, fracture public trust in the defense contractors who built humanity's military, collateral damage in the billions, maybe trillions. Staff Sergeant, Vance said, what are you doing? Webb's hands moved faster. The tremors didn't matter now. He'd made his choice. I'm burning it all down. The code compiled, elegant, precise. 37 targeted transmissions that would override Tanaka's activation protocols and force the sleepers into neural shutdown before they could act. Permanent shutdown. 37 people dead, but thousands saved. Webb. They're not people, sir. They're weapons, built from stolen genetic material, programmed to kill. Chen's DNA, my DNA, others we don't even know about. Webb's voice was flat, cold, the same tone he'd used when he'd survived his captivity by shutting down everything human inside himself. Tanaka thinks she has leverage. I'm taking it away. By committing mass murder. By executing enemy combatants. Webb pulled up the transmission interface. We don't have time for a trial. We don't have time for extraction and deprogramming. We have 66 hours until she pulls the trigger. I'm pulling it first. Chen's voice came through, breaking. Marcus, don't. Give me an alternative, Lieutenant. Silence, because there wasn't one. They all knew it. Webb's finger hovered over the execute command. One keystroke. 37 deaths. The moral weight of it sat in his chest like a stone. He'd killed before, in combat, in self-defense. But this was different. This was murder dressed up as tactics. This was becoming the monster he'd been fighting. "Webb," Vance said quietly. "Stand down. That's an order." "With respect, Commander, you don't have the clearance for this decision." Webb pulled up the authentication protocols. "This is a Black Ops communication. Requires specialized access, which means it requires my authorization, not yours." "Sergeant, I've been where they are. I know what Cronus does, what they did to me, what they did to Chen, what they've done to 37 others who didn't ask to be weapons." Webb's hands were steady now, completely still, the tremors gone. "I won't let them be used." Soto spoke up. "There might be another way. If we reach Tanaka before the deadline, force her to recall." "She won't." Webb pulled up Tanaka's psychological profile from the Cronus files. "She's a true believer, thinks she's building humanity's future. She'll die before she backs down. And while we're chasing her to Titan, those sleepers will activate and kill thousands." "You don't know that." "I know enough." Webb typed the final command string: authentication codes, routing protocols, transmission encryption, ready to execute. Vance grabbed his shoulder. "Marcus, once you do this, there's no walking it back. You'll have killed 37 people. Some of them might be innocent. Some might not even know what they are. They're clones built from harvested DNA. None of them are innocent. They're all victims." Webb met Vance's eyes. "Just like me. Just like Chen. Difference is, I'm giving them the mercy Cronus never gave us." He thought about Alpha 1 through Alpha 6. Dead in their pods. Brain dead. Kept alive just enough to follow orders. Alpha 7 had mercy killed them. Ended their suffering. This was the same thing. Wasn't it? Webb's finger touched the execute key. Vance's hand tightened on his shoulder. "Wait. For what?" "For me to make this call, not you." Vance pulled up his command override. "You're right. We don't have time. And you're right that Tanaka won't back down. But if we're executing 37 people without trial, without proof they're even hostile, then I carry that weight, not you. Commander, you've already been broken by this conspiracy once. I won't let it break you again." Vance input his authorization code. "I'll give the order. You just build the weapon." Webb stared at him, at the man who'd admitted to enabling Operation Ghostlight, who'd followed Morrison's orders and let Webb's listening post get captured, who'd spent years carrying the guilt of decisions that got people killed. Vance was trying to save him, trying to take the moral injury that would come from this choice. It wouldn't work. They both knew it. But maybe the gesture mattered anyway. Webb pulled up the transmission interface, made one final check of the targeting parameters. 37 names, 37 clones who didn't choose to be weapons. He thought about Alpha 7, still alive somewhere, still fighting its programming, still choosing to help Chen's people even when its mission demanded it kill them. If Alpha 7 could choose, maybe the others could too. Maybe he was about to murder 37 people who deserved a chance. Or maybe he was stopping 37 weapons before they killed thousands. Webb didn't know, and he was out of time to figure it out. "Execute authorization required," the system prompted. Vance input his command code. Webb input his technical override. Together, they activated the transmission. 37 signals launched into the network, propagating through TDP communication channels, bypassing security, reaching their targets, delivering shutdown protocols. Webb watched the confirmation signals tick in. 1, 2, 5, 10, 37. All confirmed. All terminated. He just killed 37 people. The monitor went dark. Chapter 13. The Titan Approach. Vance hit the deck running as alarms tore through the corridor. Webb's voice crackled over comms, high and tight. "Intruder breach, starboard airlock, 1 contact, armed. Soto, get Chen to the escape pod bay." Vance pulled his sidearm, the M9A3 cold against his palm. "Volkov, converge on my position with whoever's ready." The ship lurched. Not weapons fire, something physical. Mag clamps biting into the hull. Webb again. Freighters locked on. Can't shake it. Reading one biosignature cycling through the airlock now. One person. Probably Alpha 7, deteriorating and desperate. Or Cronus security. Or a bomb on legs. Vance rounded the corner. Volkov was already there, rifle up, 2 Marines behind him. The airlock indicator cycled from red to amber. On my mark, Vance said. Amber turned green. The door hissed open. Dr. Marcus Reeves stumbled through, hands raised, blood crusting his temple. Not Alpha 7, the whistleblower they'd extracted from Ganymede. Don't shoot, Reeves said. His voice shook. I needed to talk. Your comms are compromised. Tanaka's listening. Volkov didn't lower his weapon. You stole a freighter and rammed us to deliver a message? I had to be sure. Reeves pulled a data chip from his pocket, fingers trembling. This is everything I couldn't tell you at Ganymede. The contingency protocols, the kill codes, and where Tanaka's going. Vance holstered his sidearm, took the chip. We already know. Webb traced her to Research Habitat Sigma. Titan. Then you know it's a trap. Reeves wiped blood from his eyes. Sigma's been fortified for weeks. Defense platforms, weapons emplacements. She's expecting you. Doesn't change the mission. Commander, she's orchestrating this. The frame job, the terrorist narrative. You assaulting Sigma gives her exactly what she needs. Martyrdom. You become the villains. Cronus becomes the victim. Vance thought about Marta Reyes' message. The media already spinning Razorback Company as rogue terrorists. Public opinion turning. The clock ticking down. Volkov, get Reeves to medical. Webb, sweep his ship for trackers or bombs. Vance turned toward the bridge. All senior staff to the briefing room. 5 minutes. He had a war to plan. Chen sat at the briefing table, looking like death. 9 months pregnant, face pale, dark circles under her eyes. She'd refused to stay in medical, refused to sit this out. Vance didn't have the energy to fight her on it. Webb stood by the display, running diagnostics on Reeves's data chip. Soto guarded the door. Volkov leaned against the wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. Situation, Vance said. Research Habitat Sigma orbits Titan. Cronus Corporate Research Facility, officially studying atmospheric chemistry. Actually a command center for the clone program. Dr. Isabel Tanaka evacuated there 60 hours ago. Our window to capture her alive closes in 12 hours. After that, Cronus scrubs the facility and she disappears. Webb pulled up holographic schematics. The station hung in space like a Christmas ornament, modular sections radiating from a central core. Fortifications confirmed, Webb said. Reeves's data shows 4 defense platforms deployed since yesterday. Power signatures consistent with directed energy weapons. Point defense grid active. They're expecting us. So we changed the approach, Volkov said. Fast drop instead of stealth. Combat pods. Hit them before they can coordinate. Chen leaned forward, one hand on her stomach. That's suicide. We'd be exposed during insertion. No cover. No maneuverability. We're dead anyway if we don't move. Vance zoomed the display to show their timeline. TDP officially branded us rogue terrorists 6 hours ago. Every naval asset in the system has orders to detain or destroy. Our only play is capturing Tanaka alive and forcing her testimony. Prove the conspiracy. Clear our names. And if she won't testify, Soto asked, then we die as terrorists instead of soldiers. Vance met each of their eyes. Which is why I'm giving you an out. Right now. Walk away, take the escape pods, scatter. TDP might hunt you, but they might not. You're enlisted. Command will blame me. Silence. Webb's hands trembled on the console. Chen's jaw tightened. Soto stared at the floor. Volkov spoke first. Respectfully, sir, fuck that. This is mutiny. If we fail, they'll execute you. If we don't try, Tanaka wins. Cronus wins. Everyone they harvested dies for nothing. Volkov's voice stayed flat, professional. Morrison, Webb, Chen, all of it meaningless. Sir, I've followed bad orders before. Led good soldiers into bad fights. This isn't one of them. Webb nodded. Soto, too. Chen said, I'm going. No. Vance's voice came out, harder than intended. You're in no condition. I've been harvested, cloned, lied to, Blamed for massacres I tried to stop. Chen's hand pressed against her stomach. My daughter deserves better than a mother who ran when it mattered. I'm going. You can barely walk. Then I'll command from the assault shuttle. Remote coordination. Eyes on the tactical network. You need someone running comms and fire support. She stared him down. You know I'm right. Vance wanted to order her to stay, wanted to lock her in medical, wanted to keep her safe. But she wasn't wrong. They needed her skills, and she'd earned the right to finish this. You stay in the shuttle, he said. Any complications, you pull out immediately. Understood? Understood. Volkov cleared his throat. We doing this or not, sir? Vance looked at his crew, exhausted, battered, running on fumes and spite. They should be terrified, should be begging for the out he'd offered. Instead, they waited for orders. Webb, plot a burn to Titan. Fast approach, minimal signature. We hit them in 8 hours. Vance pulled up the assault plan. Volkov, prep 4 combat drop pods. 2-person teams. Primary objective, capture Tanaka alive. Secondary, download research data. Tertiary, destroy the facility if we can't hold it. Rules of engagement? Volkov asked. Cronus Security are corporate contractors. Treat them as hostile combatants. But verify targets. Some might be captives or unwilling participants. Vance thought about Alpha 7. About the clones who'd shown consciousness before being suppressed. If you can disable instead of kill, do it. We're not Cronus. Webb said, what about Alpha 7? Reeves's data shows another biosignature already at Sigma. Arrived 12 hours ago. Could be Alpha 7. Could be another operative. Vance closed the display. Regardless, if you encounter clones, assume hostile unless proven otherwise. They're victims, but they're also weapons. Chen's face tightened. Vance knew what she was thinking. The 6 clones Alpha 7 had mercy killed. The 37 sleeper agents they terminated. The line between saving victims and executing threats. Gear up, Vance said. Launch in 7 hours. Get food and sleep if you can. This might be our last run. The crew filed out. Chen lingered, moving slowly, one hand on the table for balance. Sara, she turned. If something happens, Vance said, if the drop goes wrong, don't, she shook her head. We're not doing goodbyes. We finish this. Together. But Vance knew combat, knew the odds, knew that someone always bought it, and usually it was the person who shouldn't. He didn't say it. Chen left. Vance stood alone in the briefing room, staring at the holographic display of Habitat Sigma. Tanaka was there, waiting, knowing exactly what he'd do. She'd orchestrated this from the beginning, turned them into terrorists, forced them into a desperate assault, set the trap, and he was walking right into it. Because what choice did he have? 6 hours later, Vance sealed his combat armor and ran final systems checks. The drop pod bay hummed with pre-launch energy. Magnetic clamps held 4 pods in place, each one a coffin-shaped projectile designed to punch through atmosphere and deliver its cargo intact. Hopefully. Webb worked the launch controls, face pale in the monitor glow. Volkov supervised pod loadout, weapons, breaching charges, medical supplies. Soto helped Chen into the assault shuttle, moving carefully, supporting her weight. Titan approach in 90 minutes, Webb said. Defense platforms are active. They'll engage the moment we're in range. Can you spoof them? Vance asked. Maybe, for 30 seconds. After that, we're lit up. 30 seconds is enough to launch. Vance pulled on his helmet, felt the armor's environmental seals engage. Recycled air tasted metallic. Chen, you reading me? Her voice came through clear. Affirmative. Shuttle systems green. I've got tactical oversight and fire support standing by. Vance climbed into his drop pod, the cramped interior designed for efficiency, not comfort. Crash webbing locked across his chest. Tactical display flickered to life, showing Habitat Sigma growing larger on approach. The station bristled with weapons. Defense platforms tracked their approach vector. Point defense grids powered up. Reeves was right. Total fortification. All teams, final check, Vance said. Team 1 ready, Volkov reported. Team 2 ready, Soto said. Team 3 ready. Webb's voice shook slightly. Assault shuttle standing by, Chen said. The ship shuddered. Titan's gravity well pulling them in. Webb's countdown started. Launch in 60 seconds. Defense platforms locking on. Spoofing now. Vance watched the tactical display. The platforms hesitated. Targeting solutions dissolved into static. 30 seconds. His heart hammered. This was it. 8 years in the military. 3 deployments. Dozens of drops. And this one felt different. This one felt like the end. 15 seconds. Chen's voice cut in, strained. Vance, I need to tell you. Launch in 10, Webb said. The pod bay doors opened. Titan's atmosphere swirled below. Orange and chemical, beautiful and deadly. 5, 4, 3. Elias, there's something you should... 2, 1, drop. The magnetic clamps released. Vance's stomach lurched as the pod accelerated into the black, G-forces crushing him into the crash webbing. His vision tunneled. Blood roared in his ears. The tactical display went haywire. Defense platforms reacquired targeting. Energy weapons lit up the night. Chen's transmission cut to static. Then her voice broke through, ragged with pain. Vance, something's wrong. Contractions. Real ones. I think... The transmission died. Atmospheric interface hit like a freight train. The pod screamed, hull temperature spiking red. Fire consumed the viewport. G-forces peaked at 7, 8, crushing Vance into the webbing until his vision grayed. He tried to respond. Tried to reach Chen. His body wouldn't move. The pod shook violently. Descent protocol locked his trajectory. No abort, no ejection. Committed to landing, whether the surface was clear or crawling with Cronus security. Through the roar of atmospheric entry, through the static and fire, Vance heard fragments of Chen's voice. Labor, too early, can't... Then nothing. Just the howl of descent and the tactical display showing his pod hurtling toward Habitat Sigma's landing zone at terminal velocity, while somewhere above him, alone in the assault shuttle, Chen fought a battle he couldn't help her win. The altimeter screamed warnings. 5,000 meters. 4,000. Retro rockets should fire, should slow the descent. They didn't. Vance slammed his fist against the manual override. Nothing. The system was locked. Sabotaged or malfunctioning, it didn't matter. He was a ballistic projectile now, falling toward Titan's surface with no way to break. 3,000 meters. Webb's voice crackled through. Commander, your pods... Oh, God. The transmission cut. 2,000 meters. Vance saw Habitat Sigma below, weapons platforms tracking his descent, and beyond them another signal on thermal. The biosignature Webb had detected. Alpha 7 or another operative already inside the facility. 1,000 meters. The retro rockets fired. Finally, emergency protocols kicking in too late to save him, but maybe enough to survive impact. 500 meters. The landing zone rushed up. Concrete, defense turrets, Cronus security scrambling, and Chen's voice, one last fragment breaking through the static. I need you to know that Morrison, he wasn't... The pod hit. Chapter 14, Three-Way War. The transmission cut through Alpha 7's awareness like a blade. Chen's voice, distorted, pain-laced. Contractions? Real ones. I think... Static. Then nothing. Alpha 7 froze in the maintenance corridor, gutbuster rifle gripped in its failing right hand. The weapon trembled, not from fear. Motor control degrading. Stage 4 cellular breakdown accelerating faster than projections. Irrelevant. Chen's voice replayed in its neural architecture. Pattern recognition flagged physiological distress markers. Elevated respiration, stress vocalization, reproductive crisis indicators, labor, premature, alone. Something ancient and terrible surged through Alpha 7's consciousness. Not programming, not mission parameters. Something coded deeper than Cronus's conditioning, written into the genetic material they'd stolen from Chen's body during 14 months of harvesting. Protect the source. Protect the offspring. Protect. Alpha 7's vision blurred, left eye failing. The corridor swam, metal walls flickering emergency lighting, bloodstains from its earlier kills. 3 Cronus security contractors. Names irrelevant. Dead. Focus. Tanaka first. Then Chen. Mission objective: eliminate Dr. Isabel Tanaka and all research staff complicit in Cinderfell program. Personal imperative: ensure Chen's survival. The objectives aligned. Finish here. Fast. Alpha 7 moved deeper into research habitat, Sigma's laboratory section. Each step burned. Right leg compromised, tendons fraying, muscle tissue breaking down at cellular level. Pain receptors screaming. It shunted the signals to background processing. Pain was data. Data was ignorable. The research wing branched ahead. Left corridor led to cryostorage. Right to private laboratories. Center to main operations. Thermal imaging detected 2 biosignatures in Lab 7. Personnel files scrolled through Alpha 7's tactical overlay. Dr. Lena Varga, neuroscience specialist. Dr. Kwame Asante, genetic engineering lead. Both names on the kill list Webb had compiled from Ganymede data. Both complicit. Alpha 7 turned right. The laboratory door was locked. Biometric scanner, reinforced frame. Time to breach: 4 minutes with demolition charges, or 3 seconds with a gutbuster round. Alpha 7 fired. The round punched through the lock mechanism like tissue paper. Hyper-velocity penetrator designed for armor. Meeting civilian security. No contest. The door sagged open. Smoke curled from the hole. Inside, sterile white walls, examination tables, neural mapping equipment. 2 figures in lab coats scrambling toward the far exit. Varga and Asante. Wait. Varga raised her hands. Please, we're just researchers. Alpha 7's right hand spasmed. The gutbuster wavered. Fingers couldn't maintain grip. It transferred the weapon to its left hand, slower, less precise, functional. We were following orders, Asante said. His voice shook. Tanaka said it was voluntary. The subjects consented. Lie. Alpha 7's voice rasped, vocal cords degrading. Personnel files indicate full knowledge of procurement operations, non-consensual harvesting, suppression protocols for emerging clone consciousness. Varga backed against the wall. That was Tanaka's decision. You knew. Alpha 7 moved forward, each step deliberate. You observed Alpha 1 through Alpha 6 developing awareness, empathy, moral objection. You recommended suppression instead of liberation. They weren't people, Varga said. They were. The gutbuster round took her in the chest. Center mass. Hyper-velocity penetrator, fragmenting on impact. She dropped. Asante screamed. Ran for the exit. Alpha 7's second round caught him at the doorway. Spine shot. He fell forward, still alive, legs paralyzed. Please, he whispered. Blood pooled beneath him. I have family, children. Subject W14 had family. Alpha 7 knelt beside him. Right knee buckled. It compensated. Lieutenant Chen had a life. Morrison. All the others you harvested. You chose not to care about their families. We didn't. We thought you knew. You chose not to care. Alpha 7 placed the gutbuster against Asani's temple. This is consequences. Fired. The facility shook. Explosion. Distance section. Breaching charges. The Marines had landed. Alpha 7 accessed thermal mapping. Multiple contacts moving through the western corridor. Tactical formation. Bounding overwatch. Professional Razorback Company. Chen's voice crackled through comms. Weak, strained, but present. Volkov, secure. The research wing. Webb, find. The data. Servers. She was still commanding. Still fighting. Despite labor. Despite being alone. The genetic imperative roared. Go to her. Protect. Ensure survival. Alpha 7 overrode it. Tanaka first. If Alpha 7 died before eliminating the architect of Cinderfell, everything failed. Chen would face courts-martial. The conspiracy would continue. More victims. More clones. More harvesting. Tanaka's death ended it. Personal imperatives were irrelevant compared to mission completion. Alpha 7 reloaded the Gutbuster. 2 rounds left. Enough. The private laboratory section was ahead, where Tanaka would fortify, where she'd make her stand, where she'd die. The corridor stank of ozone and burnt wiring. Cronus Security had deployed energy barriers, portable shield generators designed to channel attackers into kill zones. Alpha 7 bypassed them through the maintenance ducts. Tight fit, its damaged body barely squeezed through. Metal edges scraped wounds. Fresh blood smeared the walls. Irrelevant. It emerged behind the security checkpoint. 4 contractors in tactical gear. Weapons raised toward the main corridor, expecting frontal assault. Alpha 7 dropped on them from above. No shots. Hand to hand. The Gutbuster slung across its back, preserved for Tanaka. The first contractor died before he could turn. Knife to the brainstem. Quick, efficient. The second managed to raise his weapon. Alpha 7's right hand failed to block properly. The rifle butt caught its ribs. Something cracked. Pain data spiked. Alpha 7 ignored it. Drove the knife through the contractor's throat. Twisted. The third opened fire. Rounds punched Alpha 7's torso. Armor piercing. No body armor to stop them. They punched through tissue, shattered ribs, exited through its back. Alpha 7 kept moving. Closed distance. The contractor's eyes widened as it reached him. What the fuck? You should be... Alpha 7 crushed his windpipe. Dropped him. The fourth contractor ran. Alpha 7 led him. Conserving energy. Every movement cost. Every second of life precious now. It accessed the security terminal. Bypassed encryption, Cronus security protocols were adequate against humans, inadequate against a clone with neural interface capabilities. Facility map highlighted. Private Lab 12, Tanaka's current location, 3 more security contacts with her, and an active shuttle in the docking bay. She was preparing to evacuate. Alpha 7 moved. Lab 12's door was reinforced. Military grade. The kind designed to withstand orbital bombardment. Alpha 7 didn't have time for subtlety. It placed shaped charges at the frame joints. Precise placement, maximum structural compromise. Detonation in 3, 2. Chen's voice cut through again. Vance, if you can hear this, I'm... Her transmission dissolved into static and a sound Alpha 7's pattern, recognition identified as a scream. Involuntary, pain-driven. The genetic imperative blazed. Every instinct screaming to abandon mission, go to Chen. Protect. Ensure survival of genetic lineage. Alpha 7 activated the charges. 1. The explosion tore the door from its frame. Smoke and debris filled the corridor. Alpha 7 charged through. 3 contractors opened fire. Assault rifles, controlled bursts, professional fire discipline. Rounds stitched Alpha 7's chest, left shoulder, right thigh. It didn't stop. The Gutbuster came up, left hand. Aim wobbling but adequate at this range. First round took the nearest contractor. Torso shot. The hypervelocity penetrator continued through. Struck the wall behind. Detonated. Shrapnel cut down the second contractor. The third tried to close distance. Tactical knife drawn. Alpha 7 met him, hand to hand. Its right hand useless now, hanging limp. It blocked his knife thrust with its left forearm. Blade bit deep, scraped bone. Alpha 7 headbutted him. Once, twice. His nose shattered. He staggered. It grabbed his head. Twisted. Cervical spine separation. Clean. Quick. He dropped. Alpha 7 turned to the lab interior. Dr. Isabel Tanaka stood behind an examination table. Composed. Calm. No fear in her eyes. Alpha 7, she said. You look terrible. Alpha 7 raised the Gutbuster. 1 round left. You die now. Do I? Tanaka stepped forward, hands visible, empty. You're in stage 4 cellular breakdown. I can see it from here. The tremors, the blood. You have hours. Maybe minutes. This is futile. Justice isn't futile. Justice? Tanaka smiled, pitying. You're not capable of understanding justice. You're a weapon, a tool. I made you to serve a purpose. You made me to kill, to harvest, to suppress consciousness in my siblings. Alpha 7's vision swam, left eye failing completely now. You made a mistake. You built something capable of recognizing evil. Evil? Tanaka laughed. Such a human concept. I built humanity's future. Enhanced soldiers to fight wars ordinary humans can't survive. Cinderfell isn't one person. It's an idea, an inevitability. Humanity needs warriors like you. Killing me changes nothing. It changes that you face consequences. Alpha 7's finger tightened on the trigger. You made me. Now you die by my hand. That's justice. Tanaka's composure cracked, just slightly. Wait! The wall exploded. Breaching charge, professional placement. The blast threw Alpha 7 sideways. Its damaged body hit the floor, ribs grinding, wounds tearing open. Through the smoke, 4 figures in TDP combat armor. Weapons raised. Razorback Company. Commander Vance led. His rifle tracked Alpha 7 first, then Tanaka. Behind him, Volkov, Soto, Webb. All armed, all combat ready. Mexican standoff. Alpha 7 tried to rise. Its body refused. Too much damage, too much degradation. It could still aim. The Gutbuster's barrel found Tanaka. Vance's rifle tracked Alpha 7. Lower the weapon. She dies, Alpha 7 said. Not until she testifies. Vance's voice stayed calm. Professional. We need her alive. To clear our names. To expose the conspiracy. She'll escape. Lawyer up. Walk free. Justice delayed is justice denied. Tanaka raised her hands. Commander Vance, I surrender. Take me into custody. I'll provide full testimony regarding Cinderfell, the harvesting operations, everything. Liar, Alpha 7 said. Perhaps. Tanaka met Vance's eyes. But I'm your only chance to avoid courts-martial for terrorism. Kill me, you die as traitors. Capture me, you might survive. Volkov shifted his aim, covering Alpha 7. Commander's call, sir. Webb covered Tanaka. Soto split the difference. Vance's rifle didn't waver from Alpha 7. Last chance. Lower the weapon. Alpha 7 calculated probabilities. Fire on Tanaka. 47% chance of eliminating target before Vance's return fire terminates Alpha 7. Secondary consequences. Razorback Company loses only leverage for exoneration. Chen faces courts-martial. Imprisonment. Execution. Daughter grows up without mother. Lower weapon. 73% chance Tanaka escapes justice through legal maneuvering, but 68% chance Razorback Company survives. Chen lives. Daughter has mother. Alpha 7's consciousness fragmented. Mission parameters versus genetic imperative. Justice versus pragmatism. Created purpose versus chosen purpose. Chen's voice broke through comms again. Weaker now. Desperate. Anyone, please, I can't, the baby. The genetic imperative won. Alpha 7 lowered the gutbuster. Take her, it said. Make her testify. If she escapes justice, I die knowing I failed. But Chen lives. That matters more. Vance approached slowly, weapon still raised. You're bleeding out. Aware. You helped us at Ganymede, saved Volkov's squad. Vance reached Alpha 7's position, extended his hand. I can get you medical, stabilize you. Maybe we can... No repair possible, cellular breakdown is terminal. Alpha 7 looked at Vance's hand, at the offer, at something it had never experienced, trust from prey. But I need something from you. What? Alpha 7's voice barely whispered now, vocal cords shredding. Chen, she's in labor, alone, terrified. Go to her, protect her, ensure safe delivery. Please. Vance hesitated, looking at Alpha 7, the predator that had hunted his crew, that had killed so many. That was dying on the floor of Tanaka's lab. That was begging for Chen's life. Please, Alpha 7 said again. Vance lowered his rifle. Soto, get to Chen's shuttle. Medical support, now. Soto sprinted, Alpha 7's vision grayed, consciousness fragmenting, life measured in heartbeats now. It looked at Tanaka. She smiled, knowing she'd won, knowing she'd escape. Then Alpha 7 looked at Vance. If she escapes justice, finish what I started. Vance nodded once. Alpha 7's hand moved, not toward Tanaka, towards something in its tactical vest. Webb's rifle snapped up. Don't, not a weapon. Alpha 7 pulled out a data chip. Blood slicked, damaged. Everything, Ganymede files, kill codes, sleeper agent identities, accomplice networks, all of it. It held the chip toward Vance. This ends Cinderfell, exposes every crime, every conspirator. Alpha 7's hand trembled. Trust is hard. For me, for you. But Chen deserves better than our war. Take it, use it. Don't make me regret this. Vance reached for the chip. Alpha 7 placed it in his palm. Chapter 15. The Devil's Bargain. Chen's shuttle smelled like blood and fear and recycled air that tasted of copper. She braced herself against the command console, one hand on her stomach, the other gripping the edge so hard her fingers went numb. The tactical feed showed Vance's helmet cam, the standoff in Tanaka's lab, Alpha 7 bleeding out on the floor, weapons raised, nobody moving. Another contraction hit. Not Braxton Hicks, not false labor. The real thing, tearing through her abdomen like a knife. And she had to bite down on her fist to keep from screaming, because if she screamed, they'd hear it over comms, and Vance would try to come back and they'd lose Tanaka, and everything would be for nothing. The contraction peaked, held, released. Chen gasped, checked the timer. 4 minutes since the last one, getting closer. She was going to have this baby in a shuttle, alone, while her squad fought a three-way battle with a dying clone and the woman who'd orchestrated her torture. The med kit sat on the co-pilot's seat. Soto had walked her through emergency childbirth procedures 3 months ago, back when it was theoretical, when Chen still believed she'd deliver in a proper hospital with doctors and painkillers and people who knew what they were doing. She'd been so fucking naive. On the tactical feed, Vance extended his hand toward Alpha 7, offering help, offering trust to the thing that had hunted them across the system. Chen watched Alpha 7 pull something from its vest, not a weapon, a data chip. This ends Cinderfell, Alpha 7's voice rasped through the comms. Dying, exposes every crime, every conspirator. Trust is hard, for me, for you. But Chen deserves better than our war. Take it, use it. Don't make me regret this. Vance took the chip. Alpha 7 looked toward the shuttle feed, looking at her through the camera. Those eyes, her eyes, stolen and replicated, held something Chen had never expected to see. Hope. Then the standoff froze. Webb's rifle on Tanaka, Volkov's on Alpha 7. Vance between them, and Tanaka smiled like she'd already won. Chen keyed her comm. Alpha 7. The clone's head snapped toward the audio feed. I'm Chen, Sara Chen, the original. Her voice shook. Another contraction, building. Not yet, not yet. I know what they did to us, what they took, what they made you into. Silence on the feed, everyone listening. Killing her won't heal what was taken, Chen said. It just makes you the weapon they wanted you to be. You become the monster they programmed. She deserves death. Alpha 7's voice was barely audible now. Justice. Justice is her in a cell. Justice is the truth getting out. Justice is proving you're more than they made you. The contraction hit. Chen gripped the console. Breathe through it. Make your last choice matter. Don't give her the satisfaction of proving she was right. She'll escape. Lawyers, money, corporate protection. Maybe, but if you kill her, you die a weapon. If you let her live, you die a person who chose mercy. Chen's vision swam. Pain, fear. Prove you're a person, Alpha 7. Prove consciousness wasn't a flaw. Prove they were wrong about all of us. The contraction released. Chen gasped. 4 minutes. The baby was coming. On the feed, Alpha 7's weapon lowered slowly. The gutbuster pointed at the floor. Take her, it said to Vance. But if she escapes justice, I'm coming back. Then it collapsed. Biosign monitor spiked. Flatlined. Spiked again. Soto! Vance's voice cut through. Medical now. On my way. Soto's response, breathless. Running. Chen watched Soto drop beside Alpha 7. Emergency med kit opening, trauma stabilizers, cellular regeneration foam. All of it useless against total breakdown, but Soto tried anyway because that's what Marines did. They tried. Alpha 7's eyes found the camera again, found Chen. I wanted to be more than this. Did I succeed? Chen felt tears on her face. When had she started crying? Yes. You were a person. You mattered. Alpha 7 closed its eyes. The biosign monitor went flat, held. No spike, no return. Time of death scrolled across Chen's HUD. 1847 hours and her water broke. Not gently. Not the slow leak from training videos. An explosive gush that soaked her flight suit and pooled on the deck and brought with it a contraction so massive she couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but grip the console and feel her body tear itself apart. The baby was crowning. She could feel it. Pressure like nothing she'd ever experienced. Biology overriding every other concern. Soto was still 30 seconds away, maybe a minute. The facility was huge and Chen was alone, and the baby was coming now. Fuck! Chen dragged herself toward the medkit. Each movement agony. Her legs wouldn't cooperate. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Soto's emergency childbirth instructions. What had she said? Don't panic. Breathe. Support the baby's head. Don't pull the cord. Chen's hands shook as she stripped off her flight suit. No time for modesty. No time for dignity. Just her and biology and a baby who didn't care that this was the worst possible moment. Another contraction. The pressure unbearable. She needed to push. Body demanding it. Soto, how far? Chen's voice barely worked. 20 seconds. Hold on. Chen couldn't hold on. The contraction peaked and her body pushed without her consent, and she felt the baby's head emerge, and nothing in any training had prepared her for this. On the tactical feed, Vance was securing Tanaka. Zip cuffs, weapons check. Tanaka's smile never wavered. You think you've won, Commander? You have no idea what you started. Shut up. Vance pulled her to her feet. Webb was examining the data chip, turning it over. Commander, this could be compromised. We should scan it before... Do it fast. We need to know what we're dealing with. Chen pushed again. The baby's shoulders. The hardest part. Soto had said rotate gently. Support. Don't tear. 10 seconds, Lieutenant. I'm coming. But 10 seconds was too long. The next contraction hit and Chen's body finished what it started, and the baby slid free into her hands, slick and warm and terrifyingly small. Not breathing. Why wasn't it breathing? Chen's training kicked in. Clear the airway, stimulate, rub the back. Come on, she whispered. Come on, baby, breathe. The baby's chest stayed still. Soto burst through the airlock, saw Chen, saw the baby, drop beside her. I've got this. Give her to me. Chen handed over her daughter, who wasn't breathing, and Soto's hands moved with practiced efficiency. Suction bulb, clearing, stimulation, nothing. Soto, I know, hold on. On the tactical feed, Webb inserted the data chip into his portable terminal. The screen flickered. Code scrolled, too fast. Webb's face went white. Oh God, Commander, it's... The terminal sparked. Smoke. The screen went black. Then every screen in the facility went black. Every screen in Chen's shuttle. Emergency lighting kicked in. Red, pulsing, and a voice over the facility-wide PA. Tanaka's voice, pre-recorded, calm. Lockdown protocol initiated. Self-destruct sequence. T-minus 15 minutes. All personnel evacuate immediately. Webb stared at his smoking terminal. The chip. It wasn't just data. It was a trigger. Alpha 7 didn't know. It activated when we tried to access it. Vance's voice tight. Can you stop it? I don't. Maybe. I need access to the facility mainframe. Tanaka laughed. There is no stopping it, Commander. You came for me? Congratulations. Now you die with me. The facility's reactor is already cascading. 15 minutes until detonation. The blast radius includes your shuttle. Chen looked down. Soto was still working. Still trying to get the baby to breathe. Come on, Soto whispered. Come on, little one. The baby's chest hitched, once, twice, then a cry. Thin, weak, but alive. She's breathing, Soto said. Chen, she's breathing. Chen took her daughter, held her, felt warmth and life, and the impossibility of this moment. 14 minutes until detonation. Her shuttle couldn't undock. The lockdown had sealed the airlocks. Vance and the squad were trapped inside. And the data chip, the evidence that was supposed to save them, supposed to expose Cinderfell, supposed to mean something, was corrupted or destroyed or worse. Alpha 7's last gift had killed them all. Chapter 16, Aftermath and Reckoning. Soto's hands were covered in blood. Chen's blood, placental blood, birth fluids that smelled like copper and salt, and something primal that made her combat training feel inadequate. The baby breathed, weak, reedy gas, but breathing. Alive. Chen wasn't. Not dead, not yet, but hemorrhaging. Blood pooling beneath her on the shuttle deck. Too much blood, and Soto had maybe 3 minutes to stop it before Chen bled out, holding her newborn daughter. Stay with me, Lieutenant. Soto grabbed the medkit, hands moving on autopilot. Uterotonic injection first. Stop the bleeding at the source. I need you conscious. Chen's eyes were glazed, shock setting in. Her arms cradled the baby, but her grip was weakening. Is she? She's breathing. You did good. Now let me work. Soto found the vein, injected. Waited 5 seconds that felt like hours. Chen's uterus needed to contract, clamp down on the torn vessels, stop the hemorrhage before she lost too much. The facility's alarm kept wailing. 13 minutes to detonation. Tanaka's pre-recorded voice cycling through evacuation warnings. Webb's voice cut through comms, high and tight. Commander, the mainframe's encrypted. I can't access it remotely. Someone needs to physically reach the reactor control room. How long? Vance. 12 minutes, maybe. Then move. Volkov, you're with me. Webb, keep working on those doors. Soto tuned them out. Chen's pulse was thready, bleeding not slowing fast enough. She needed more. Hemostatic foam, the military-grade stuff designed for battlefield trauma. Not ideal for postpartum hemorrhage, but better than nothing. Soto prepped the applicator, met Chen's eyes. This is going to hurt. Chen nodded, barely. Soto applied the foam. Chen's scream cut through the baby's crying, through the alarms, through everything. But her uterus contracted hard and the bleeding slowed to a trickle. Not stopped, just slowed. Good enough. For now. Blanket, Soto said. You need to stay warm. Shock protocol. She grabbed the thermal blanket from the medkit, wrapped it around Chen and the baby together. Skin-to-skin contact would help regulate the baby's temperature. Keep Chen's core temp stable. Basic field medicine. The baby's cries weakened, not stopping, just changing. Less distressed, more confused. Soto checked the baby's vitals with the portable scanner. Heart rate elevated but stable. Respiration shallow but adequate. Temperature dropping but within acceptable range for a newborn. Something pinged wrong on the neural activity readout. Soto frowned, ran the scan again. Same result. Elevated neural activity. Way elevated. The kind of readings you'd see in a 6-month-old, not a newborn. Probably just the scanner malfunctioning. Combat damage, environmental interference from the facility's failing systems. She'd check it later, once they weren't trapped in a self-destructing research station. Lieutenant, I need you to focus. Can you hold her? Chen's arms tightened around the baby. I've got her. Good. Keep her warm. Keep pressure on your abdomen if the bleeding starts again. I need to help the commander. Go! Soto grabbed her rifle, checked the charge, moved toward the airlock. On the tactical feed, Tanaka's voice cut through. Commander Vance, this is pointless. The reactor's already cascading. Even if you reach the control room, the override codes are biometric locked to facility administrators. You can't stop it. We'll see. Vance's breathing was labored. Running. Webb, status? Shuttle bay doors are... Wait. Someone's trying to override my lockout. Tanaka's got remote access to something. Soto's blood went cold. Webb, don't let her get to a shuttle. Working on it. She's good. I'm better. Soto cycled through the airlock, entered the facility proper. Emergency lighting painted everything red. The air tasted wrong, recycled, stale, with an undertone of ozone that meant electronics were frying. Lab 12 was 50 meters down the corridor, where Vance had left Tanaka secured with zip cuffs, guarded by one of Volkov's Marines. No guard at the door. Soto raised her rifle, approached slow. The door was ajar. Fresh blood on the floor. Inside, the Marine, throat cut, lying in a pool spreading across the white tile. Dead maybe 2 minutes. Tanaka was gone. "Commander, we have a problem." Soto keyed her comm. "Tanaka's loose. Guard down. She's armed and heading for your position." Vance swore. "Webb, lock down everything. All doors, all airlocks, everything." "Already trying. She's got admin access I didn't account for. I'm playing catch-up." Soto moved deeper into the facility, tracking blood droplets. Not much. Tanaka was wounded but mobile. Dangerous. The corridor branched, left toward the shuttle bay, right toward the reactor control room, where Vance and Volkov were heading. Soto went left. Tanaka needed an escape route. She'd go for the shuttles. The shuttle bay door was closed but cycling. Emergency override. Tanaka had punched in codes and the door was grinding open despite Webb's attempts to lock it down. Soto ran. The door opened. Tanaka slipped through, lab coat bloody, moving fast toward the nearest shuttle. "Freeze!" Soto aimed center mass. Tanaka didn't freeze. She turned, smiled, held up a detonator. "Shoot me and this triggers. Explosive charges on your lieutenant's shuttle. She dies. The baby dies. You all die." Bluffing. Had to be bluffing, except Tanaka's expression said otherwise. "Webb, are there charges on Chen's shuttle?" Webb's voice came back strained. "Checking. Fuck, yes, 4 charges, hull-mounted. I didn't see them because they're shielded." "How did you—" "I built this facility," Tanaka said. "Every contingency, every failsafe. You think you've won? You've won nothing. Now lower your weapon or I detonate." Soto's finger hovered on the trigger. "Shoot Tanaka, the detonator falls. Maybe dead man's switch activates." "Don't shoot. Tanaka escapes with leverage. No good options." "Webb, can you disarm those charges?" "Not in time. They're hardwired to that detonator. I'd need direct access. 10 minutes to reactor detonation, maybe less." Tanaka backed toward the shuttle, detonator raised. "Smart girl. Now stay there and maybe you live." Soto lowered her rifle, watched Tanaka climb into the shuttle, seal the hatch, then keyed her comm. "Webb, I need you to override that shuttle's launch sequence. Don't let it undock." "Already on it. Locking the docking clamps now." The shuttle's engines fired, strained against the clamps. Metal shrieked. Tanaka's voice over the shuttle's external speakers. "Release my shuttle or I detonate." "Negative," Webb said. "You detonate. You die too. Blast radius includes your position." Silence, calculations. Tanaka weighing options. Then she laughed. "Fine. We all die together. Fair enough." "Webb," Soto started. "I can disarm it. Give me 60 seconds." They didn't have 60 seconds. The reactor, Vance's voice cut through. "We're at the control room. Biometric lock is—" "It's not just retinal scan. It needs DNA verification. Administrator level." "Use Tanaka's blood," Volkov suggested. "There's plenty of it around." "Trying. It's not working. The system wants a live sample. Pulse confirmation. She designed this to be failsafe." Tanaka's laughter echoed through the shuttle bay. "Told you, no escape, no victory. Cinderfell survives because the idea survives. You've killed yourselves for nothing." Soto ran toward the shuttle. "Webb, keep her locked down. I'm getting her out." "How?" "Cutting torch. Breach the hatch. Drag her to the control room." Soto grabbed the torch from the maintenance locker. "Vance, get ready for a live delivery." She started cutting. The hatch was reinforced, but the torch was military grade, designed for ship breaches. 8 minutes. The torch cut through the first seal. Tanaka was screaming now, threatening, bargaining. Soto ignored her. 7 minutes. Second seal. The hatch was compromised, atmosphere hissing out. Tanaka raised the detonator. "Don't," Soto said. "You detonate. We all die." "You don't. Maybe you survive. Take the deal. There is no deal. I go to prison or I die here. Same outcome. Prison means lawyers, trials, corporate protection. You said it yourself. Cinderfell is bigger than you. They'll get you out, but only if you're alive. Tanaka hesitated, finger on the trigger. Soto pulled the hatch open. Choose. 6 minutes. Tanaka lowered the detonator, raised her hands. Fine, but I want immunity. Full immunity, and Soto yanked her out of the shuttle, zip-cuffed her hands, pocketed the detonator. You want to negotiate, do it with command. Move! She dragged Tanaka toward the control room at a sprint. Tanaka stumbling, trying to keep up. 5 minutes. They reached the control room. Vance and Volkov were staring at the biometric scanner like it held the secrets of the universe. Soto shoved Tanaka forward. One shot at this. Commander. Hold her hand to the scanner. Vance grabbed Tanaka's wrist, pressed her palm to the reader. Retinal scan, DNA verification, pulse check. The system beeped, accepted. Override menu appeared. 4 minutes. Webb's voice. I'm in. Uploading the shutdown sequence now. Everyone hold on. The facility shuddered, reactor grinding down. Coolant systems engaging. 3 minutes. The countdown froze, held at 2:47, then started climbing backward. Shutdown sequence active. Reactor stabilizing. They'd made it. Soto leaned against the wall, let her rifle hang loose. Breathed for the first time in what felt like hours. Tanaka smiled. You think this is over? You have no idea what you've started. Shut up, Volkov said. He secured her with proper restraints, checked her for weapons. Commander, orders? Get her to the shuttle. Prep for extraction. Soto's comm pinged. Medical alert. Chen's shuttle. The baby's vitals. She pulled up the feed, saw the readings, and her stomach dropped. Neural activity spiking, muscle tone increasing, genetic markers flagging anomalies that shouldn't exist in a natural birth. Commander, I need to get back to the lieutenant. Now. Vance looked at her. What's wrong? I don't know yet, but something's off with the baby. She ran. Chen was conscious when Soto burst through the airlock. Awake, alert, holding the baby with fierce protectiveness. What happened? I heard the alarm stop. Reactor's stable. Tanaka's secured. We're getting out. Soto knelt beside them, pulled out the medical scanner. I need to run some tests. On the baby. Why? What's wrong? Maybe nothing, just protocol. Soto ran the full genetic scan. Comprehensive. Looking for what the initial readings had flagged. The results came back. Soto read them twice. 3 times. Chen saw her expression. Soto, what is it? Your daughter. Soto chose her words carefully. She's showing genetic markers that shouldn't be there. Enhancement sequences, dormant but present. What are you saying? You were pregnant before your captivity, before the harvesting. Cinderfell didn't just take your genetics, they modified your fetus, in utero, while you were unconscious. Soto met Chen's eyes. Your daughter was part of the program. They enhanced her. Chen's face went white. No, that's not. She's mine. She's natural. They couldn't have. The markers are there, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. I don't know what they did or why or what it means for her development, but she's not entirely baseline human. The baby cooed, innocent, unaware, enhanced. Chen looked down at her daughter, at the impossibility of this moment. What do I do? We get you both to proper medical. We figure out what they did. The shuttle's proximity alarm shrieked. Soto pulled up the external feed. A ship, massive, TDP frigate, Admiral Okafor's flagship, the UNCV Relentless. Broadcast incoming. UNCV adequate compliance in all Razorback Company personnel. This is Admiral Okafor. You are ordered to stand down and prepare for boarding. You are under arrest for mutiny, terrorism, and murder. Resistance will be met with lethal force. You have 60 seconds to comply. The countdown started. 0:59, 0:58, 0:57. Chapter 17, the trial begins. Vance watched through the holding cell's reinforced window as Okafor's Marines separated his crew. Chen first, still holding the baby, escorted to medical with Soto beside her. Webb and Volkov, in restraints, hauled toward different corridors. Tanaka surrounded by lawyers in expensive suits, already talking about diplomatic immunity and corporate jurisdiction. 48 seconds after Okafor's deadline expired, they'd surrendered. No resistance, no last stand, just hands raised and weapons down because Chen was bleeding and the baby needed proper medical care, and fighting would have killed them all for nothing. Now Vance sat alone in a cell that smelled like disinfectant and old fear, waiting for whatever came next. The tribunal, probably. Court-martial. Execution for mutiny. He'd earned it. A guard brought food, reconstituted protein, stale bread, water that tasted like recycled piss. Vance ate anyway. Soldiers ate when food was available because you never knew when the next meal was coming. Basic survival instinct. 3 days passed. Nobody talked to him. Just guards changing shifts, meals delivered through a slot, lights that never fully dimmed, sensory deprivation designed to break prisoners before interrogation even started. Vance used the time to sleep. Real sleep, for the first time in months. His body shut down hard, catching up on all the nights he'd pushed through on stimulants and willpower. When he finally woke up properly, the aches had settled into something manageable. On day 4, Admiral Okafor came. The man looked older than Vance remembered. Grayer, lines deeper around his eyes. The weight of command wearing him down the same way it wore everyone down eventually. Commander Vance. Okafor sat across from him at the interview table. No guards present, just 2 officers and a recorder capturing everything. You're being charged with mutiny, unauthorized military action, terrorism, and mass murder. How do you plead? Guilty, Vance said, to mutiny and unauthorized action, not guilty to the rest. The sleeper agent attacks killed 217 TDP personnel. 37 agents activated exactly when you raided Ganymede. The prosecution will argue you triggered that massacre. I didn't trigger anything. Tanaka did. I was trying to stop her. Okafor leaned back. Then why not stand down when she threatened activation? Why proceed with the raid knowing the consequences? Because she was going to activate them anyway. The threat was leveraged to stop us from gathering evidence. Standing down wouldn't have saved anyone. Can you prove that? Vance thought about the data chip, about everything Alpha 7 had died to give them, about whether any of it had survived Webb's terminal corrupting. I don't know yet. Then you're going to hang, Okafor said quietly. The tribunal convenes in 1 week. You'll have access to legal counsel. I suggest you use it. I don't want counsel. I'll represent myself. That's suicide. I'm dead either way. At least this way, I control the narrative. Okafor stood, moved toward the door, then stopped. For what it's worth, I believe you. About Cinderfell, about the conspiracy. But believing you doesn't change the evidence. You mutinied. You led unauthorized operations. People died. The law is the law. The law protected Tanaka while she harvested my soldiers. Fuck the law. Yeah. Okafor's expression was unreadable. That's what scares me. He left. 3 months. That's how long it took for the tribunals to actually convene. 3 months of waiting in a cell while lawyers argued jurisdiction and media coverage turned Razorback Company into the galaxy's most famous traitors. Vance watched the news feeds when guards allowed access. Public opinion split hard. Half saw him as a terrorist who'd murdered TDP personnel and destabilized the fleet. The other half saw a whistleblower exposing government atrocities. Protests, counter-protests, death threats, fan mail, all of it irrelevant. Webb was tried first. Charges, conspiracy, unauthorized access to classified systems, destruction of government property. He pleaded guilty to everything, testified about Operation Ghostlight and Morrison's murder and the listening post-raid, gave dates, names, evidence trails. The tribunal sentenced him to 20 years. Could have been worse. Chen testified from medical, still recovering from the birth, still under observation because of the baby's enhancement markers. She spoke about her captivity, the harvesting, the clones. Described waking up 14 months later with no memory and a pregnancy that shouldn't exist. The prosecution argued she was an unreliable witness, trauma-induced delusions, no corroborating evidence of the harvesting she described. Tanaka's lawyers objected to everything: client privilege, proprietary research, national security concerns. The tribunal allowed most of it. Soto and Volkov got lighter sentences, 5 years each for following unlawful orders. The tribunal acknowledged they'd acted under duress, following their commander into operations they believed were lawful. Then it was Vance's turn. The courtroom was smaller than he'd expected. Just a panel of 3 judges, a prosecution team, and empty chairs where defense counsel should sit. Media observers packed the gallery, cameras everywhere. Vance stood at attention in his dress uniform, stripped of rank insignia. They'd left him that dignity at least. "Commander Elias Vance," the lead judge said. Her name was Captain Helena Ruiz, career JAG officer. Reputation for fairness, but zero tolerance for bullshit. "You stand charged with mutiny, unauthorized military action resulting in death, terrorism, and conspiracy. How do you plead?" "Guilty to mutiny and unauthorized military action, not guilty to terrorism and conspiracy." "You're representing yourself?" "Yes, ma'am. Against my strong advisement. Do you understand the charges and potential penalties?" "I do." "Then let's proceed." The prosecution opened with timeline evidence, dates and locations, Okafor's orders to stand down, Vance's refusal, the Ganymede raid, Habitat Sigma assault. Each action laid out methodically, building a case of systematic insubordination. Then they showed casualty reports: 217 dead from sleeper agent attacks, 37 agents activated at exactly 1847 hours, the moment Razorback Company breached Ganymede. The prosecutor, a major named Chen, no relation, walked the tribunal through attack vectors. Synchronized timing, coordinated strikes across 3 fleet groups. "The evidence suggests," Major Chen said, "that Commander Vance's raid directly triggered these attacks. That Dr. Tanaka warned him of this consequence, and he proceeded anyway, resulting in mass casualties." Vance stood to respond. "Dr. Tanaka orchestrated those attacks regardless of my actions. She was using them as leverage." "Can you prove her intent to activate the agents independent of your raid?" "Not directly." "Then the tribunal must consider that your actions caused 217 deaths." Major Chen pulled up images. Marines, officers, enlisted, all dead. These people had families, careers, futures. You took that from them. Vance looked at the faces. Young, old, experienced, green. All dead because he'd made a call. He didn't look away. Couldn't. Owed them that much. "The prosecution rests," Major Chen said. Captain Ruiz looked at Vance. "Does the defense wish to present evidence?" "Yes, ma'am. I'd like to call Staff Sergeant Marcus Webb." Webb was brought in from detention, still in prisoner's jumpsuit, still showing the tremors from his own experiences with Cinderfell. He took the stand, swore the oath. "Sergeant Webb," Vance said, "you testified in your own trial about encrypted communications you recovered. Can you explain what you found?" Webb pulled out a data drive. "I recovered communications between Dr. Isabel Tanaka and TDP High Command, dated 3 months before the Ganymede raid. Coordination protocols for sleeper agent placement and activation windows." The prosecution objected. "Your Honor, this evidence wasn't disclosed during discovery. We had no opportunity to verify. It was encrypted on my personal systems," Webb cut in. "I only decrypted it last week. I'm disclosing now under tribunal rules." Captain Ruiz frowned. "Approach." Both sides went to the bench. Quiet argument. Webb's evidence was borderline inadmissible, hidden during discovery, potentially fabricated, impossible to authenticate quickly, but explosive if real. The judges conferred. Ruiz made the call. "We'll allow it, but the prosecution gets time to verify authenticity. Court is in recess for 72 hours. The prosecution came back on day 4 with verification. Webb's data was real. Communications between Tanaka and Vice Admiral Kenji Sato, TDP Strategic Operations, coordination for sleeper placement, activation protocols, contingency plans. High Command knew. had known for months, were complicit. The courtroom erupted, media feeding frenzy, protesters outside demanding arrests, counter-protesters claiming forgery. Captain Ruiz gabbled for order. Staff Sergeant Webb, can you authenticate the source of these communications? Yes, ma'am. They were part of a larger intelligence package provided by Lieutenant Morrison before his death. He'd been investigating Cinderfell for 2 years, built a network of sources inside TDP and Cronus. These communications were his proof that the conspiracy went to the top. Morrison's dead, the prosecution said. Suicide. Your Honor, we can't cross-examine a dead witness. Morrison was murdered, Webb said flatly. I have video evidence of his staged suicide. It's in the same data package. More chaos. More objections. More recesses. When court reconvened, Captain Ruiz looked tired. The tribunal acknowledges that Staff Sergeant Webb's evidence suggests conspiracy at high levels of TDP command. However, this does not absolve Commander Vance of his actions. He still mutinied, still led unauthorized operations, still bears responsibility for the consequences. She looked at Vance. Commander, this evidence could support a defense that your actions were necessary to expose systemic corruption. It could reduce your sentence significantly. But using this evidence requires identifying Morrison's network, his sources, the people who risked their lives to provide this information. Vance's stomach dropped. The tribunal needs verification, Ruiz continued. Names, locations, access credentials. Without that, we can't authenticate the chain of custody. The evidence becomes inadmissible. Your Honor, Vance said slowly, if I provide those names, those people die. TDP will purge anyone connected to Morrison's investigation. Perhaps, but without verification, you face execution for mutiny and mass murder. With it, you might see clemency, reduced sentence, maybe even exoneration. Ruiz leaned forward. You have a choice, Commander. Protect Morrison's network and accept the consequences, or expose them and save yourself and your crew. Vance looked at Webb, at the reporter feeding live to every major network, at Tanaka's lawyers smiling in the back row. 2 options, both terrible. Decide now. Protect the network, condemn his crew to execution. Dozens of innocent whistleblowers survive, but Cinderfell wins. Expose the network. Save his crew, but murder everyone who trusted Morrison. Cinderfell gets exposed, but the cost is lives. Captain Ruiz waited. Commander Vance, your decision. Chapter 18, The Leak. Webb's cell had 4 walls, a cot, and a surveillance camera that tracked his movements with mechanical precision. 72 hours since testimony. 4 meals delivered through the slot. No visitors except guards who didn't speak. He'd counted the rivets in the ceiling. 218. Same number as the casualties prosecution pinned on Vance. The door opened without warning. No announcement. No footsteps. The woman who entered wore a gray suit too expensive for public defenders. Mid-40s, dark hair pulled back, eyes that cataloged everything in 2 seconds. She carried a briefcase stamped with legal firm credentials Webb didn't recognize. Staff Sergeant Webb. Not a question. I'm Marta Reyes, your legal counsel. Didn't request counsel. Commander Vance did. On your behalf. She sat, opened the briefcase, pulled out a tablet. We have 10 minutes before the guard rotation. After that, attorney-client privilege gets complicated. Webb stayed on the cot. Don't know you. Listening Post-Survivors Network. She said it quietly, watching his face. Morrison's network. I'm one of the nodes he never named. Webb's pulse spiked. He kept his expression flat. That's supposed to mean something? It means Vance made his choice. He refused to give the tribunal Morrison's sources, accepted execution to protect the network. She slid the tablet across the floor toward him. But he authorized me to receive your encrypted evidence files. Everything you documented about Cinderfell. The tablet stopped at Webb's boots. He stared at it. The network is going public, Reyes continued. Simultaneously across 47 media platforms in 19 jurisdictions. Civilian networks TDP can't suppress fast enough. Medical ethics boards, academic journals, independent reporters who've been waiting for documentation this solid. She checked her watch. Story breaks in 6 hours. We're giving you the option to approve or veto your evidence, your call. Webb picked up the tablet. The screen showed a compilation, his documentation logs, the Ganymede recordings, Tanaka's communications with High Command, Morrison's investigation files. Organized, verified, cross-referenced, ready for publication. Vance authorized this? Last thing he said before they took him back to his cell. Tell Webb I'm sorry. Tell him to do what Morrison would have done. Morrison would have burned it all down. No hesitation. Webb scrolled through the compiled evidence. Names of TDP officials, Cronus executives, dates of authorization for Cinderfell operations, financial transfers, the kill switch protocols, the 18 prisoners who died when Chen's biometrics triggered the failsafe, the 1,400 clones terminated to hide the program. Public release means anyone complicit gets exposed, Webb said, including people who helped Morrison, people still embedded. You go public, TDP hunts them all. They're already hunting. 3 sources went dark last week, 2 more yesterday. Reyes leaned forward. Morrison built the network to survive exposure. Dead drops, encrypted channels, compartmentalization. But the evidence doesn't matter if it stays locked on your drives. We need the world to see what TDP and Cronus did. What happens to the tribunal? Can't bury this if it's already public. They'll have to address it, investigate, maybe even exonerate you. She paused. Or they'll accelerate prosecution to make an example. Could go either way. Webb looked at the camera in the corner, recording everything. This conversation would be logged, analyzed, used as evidence. Reyes followed his gaze. Cameras looped. We have 8 minutes. You hacked a military detention facility? Morrison trained us well. No smile, just fact. Webb scrolled to the section on the sleeper agents. 43 names. Activated the same hour Razorback Company breached Ganymede. Coordinated by Tanaka and TDP High Command to maximize casualties and justify crackdown. 217 dead because Vance pushed forward despite the threat. Or because the threat was real and standing down would have let Cinderfell continue. Morrison died for this, Webb said. He was murdered for it. You have proof. Reyes checked her watch again. 6 minutes. I need your answer. Webb thought about Vance in his cell, accepting execution rather than expose the network. Thought about Morrison's staged suicide, his final message about burning the evidence if necessary. Thought about Tran bleeding out on Ganymede's deck because the conspiracy needed scapegoats. Thought about the 1,400 clones who never got names. Never got choices. He authorized the release. Reyes took the tablet, encrypted the approval code, stood. The story breaks at 1800 hours coordinated fleet time. Every major civilian network simultaneously. TDP won't be able to contain it. They'll come after the network. Let them try. She closed the briefcase. Morrison spent 2 years building redundancy. For every source they find, 3 more activate. The evidence is already distributed across systems they can't reach. She moved to the door, knocked twice. Thank you, Staff Sergeant, for trusting us. Don't thank me yet. The door opened. The guard glanced at Reyes's credentials, stepped aside. She left without looking back. Webb returned to counting rivets. 218, the number haunted him. 4 hours later, the cell door opened again. Different guard. Older, with sergeant's stripes and a face that had seen too many wars. You've got media monitoring privileges. Tribunal's orders. The sergeant led Webb down 3 corridors to a small observation room. One wall was a screen showing news feeds from across the system. You get 2 hours. Don't touch anything except the channel selector. The door locked behind him. Webb stood in the center of the room as the screen flickered through feeds. Colonial Broadcasting Network, Earth News Service, Mars Independent, Ganymede Public Radio. All showing normal programming. Weather reports, economic analysis, entertainment gossip. 17 on 57 hours. He waited. 17:59 hours. The feeds switched simultaneously. Every channel, every network. Breaking, genetic experimentation, Scandal Rocks, TDP, and Cronus Megacorp. The anchor on Earth news service looked shaken. We're receiving reports of systematic human rights violations involving Terran Defense Patrol military operations and Cronus Solutions corporate facilities. Documents released by anonymous sources detail genetic experimentation on prisoners of war, unauthorized human cloning, and what appears to be a coordinated cover-up involving high-ranking TDP officials. The screen split. Footage from Ganymede, the holding cells, the cryo chambers, the terminated clones in their pods. Webb's documentation, now broadcast to billions of viewers. Another anchor picked up the thread. The leaked files include communications between Dr. Isabel Tanaka, Director of Cronus Solutions Advanced Research Division, and Admiral Chen Zhao, TDP Strategic Operations Command. These communications suggest coordination of military operations designed to trigger casualties that would justify emergency protocols. Webb's testimony footage played, his voice describing Morrison's investigation, the evidence he'd compiled, the staged suicide. The anchor continued. Perhaps most disturbing are reports of a classified program designated Cinderfell that created weaponized human clones from captured soldiers. Sources indicate at least 1,400 individuals were terminated when the program was discovered by unauthorized military personnel. Channel after channel picked up the story. Mars Independent showed the financial transfers between TDP and Cronus. Ganymede Public Radio interviewed medical ethicists expressing horror. Colonial Broadcasting Network displayed the list of implicated officials, admirals, generals, corporate executives, government oversight committee members who'd been bribed or coerced into silence. Webb watched his own face appear on screen, file photo from his service record. The caption, Staff Sergeant Marcus Webb, key witness in Cinderfell scandal. His mother would see this, his sister on Titan, everyone he'd ever served with. The feed shifted to live coverage outside TDP headquarters on Earth. Protesters already gathering, hundreds becoming thousands. Signs reading, accountability now. Answer warn, no more cover-ups. And justice for the $1,400. Counter-protesters too. Veterans defending TDP, corporate employees claiming forgery. But they were outnumbered. A news alert scrolled across the bottom. Cronus Solutions stock price drops 34% in emergency trading. Another alert. Admiral Okafor calls emergency press conference. Webb sat down. The weight of it hit him. This was real. No going back. The world knew. The feeds showed Okafor at a podium. Every major network carrying her statement live. The Terran Defense Patrol takes these allegations seriously. We have launched an immediate investigation into the activities described in the leaked materials. Any personnel found complicit in unauthorized operations will face appropriate consequences under military law. Someone shouted a question from off-screen. Will you resign, Admiral? I will not. TDP requires steady leadership during this crisis. However, I am announcing the immediate resignation of Admiral Chen Zhao, General Marcus Rivera, and Admiral Sarah Kimura, all of whom have been implicated in the leaked communications. Further personnel actions may follow as our investigation proceeds. 3 admirals. Gone, just like that. Another reporter. What about Commander Vance and Razorback Company? Are they being exonerated? Okafor's expression hardened. The tribunal will render its verdict based on evidence and testimony. Today's leak does not change the fact that Commander Vance led an unauthorized military operation that resulted in significant casualties. The law applies equally to all service members. Webb felt sick. They were still going to execute Vance. Public exposure changed nothing. The feeds multiplied. Civilian oversight committees announcing investigations, academic institutions demanding access to research data, medical boards revoking Cronus's biotech licenses in 6 jurisdictions, and then the other shoe dropped, 1923 hours. A new alert. Frontier Coalition declares independence from TDP authority on 6 worlds. Webb leaned forward. The anchor looked grim. We're receiving reports of coordinated uprisings on Kepler 442, Ross 128b, Proxima Centauri C, Wolf 1061c, Tau CTE, and Leuton B. Colonial militias have seized government facilities and are broadcasting demands for immediate independence from Terran oversight. Leaders cite the Cinderfell scandal as proof that TDP cannot be trusted with colonial security. Footage showed armed colonists in Ross 128B surrounding a TDP garrison, the commander surrendering rather than firing on civilians. Frontier Coalition spokesperson Marcus Chen released a statement calling this the end of Earth's moral authority over the colonies. He claims the Cinderfell revelations demonstrate TDP's willingness to sacrifice colonial lives for corporate and military interests. Webb's hands clenched. This wasn't what Morrison wanted. This wasn't justice. This was chaos. More alerts. TDP declares martial law on Kepler 442, Ross 128b, Proxima Centauri. Emergency fleet deployments to suppress colonial uprisings. Civilian casualties reported in Wolf, 1061C clashes. The anchor switched to a new feed. We're now receiving a statement from TDP High Command. Admiral Okafor again, looking exhausted. In response to illegal insurrection on 6 colonial worlds, TDP is implementing emergency protocols under the Colonial Security Act of 2009. Martial law is now in effect. All civilian travel is suspended. Curfews will be enforced. Any resistance to lawful TDP authority will be met with appropriate force. A pause. Then she looked directly at the camera. Additionally, the military tribunal proceedings against Commander Elias Vance and Razorback Company personnel are being expedited. Verdicts will be rendered within 72 hours. The Terran Defense Patrol will not allow this crisis to be exploited by those who violate their oaths and endanger civilian populations through unauthorized actions. Webb understood. They needed scapegoats, fast convictions to show TDP still had control. Vance would be executed to prove the system worked, never mind that the system was rotten. The feeds continued. More protests, more uprisings, Cronus corporate offices burning on Mars. TDP soldiers refusing orders to fire on colonists. The entire system fracturing. Morrison had wanted exposure, accountability, justice. Instead, they triggered a war. The door opened. The sergeant stood in the doorway. "Time's up, Staff Sergeant. Back to your cell." Webb didn't move. The screens showed 6 colonial worlds burning, thousands dead, millions more in danger, all because he'd authorized the release. "Now, Webb." He stood, followed the sergeant down the corridor. The screen's glow faded behind him, but the images remained. Protesters and soldiers in burning buildings, and the number scrolling across every feed. 2,400 victims of Cinderfell program. His cell door closed, locked. 218 rivets in the ceiling. How many more dead before this ended? Webb lay on the cot, eyes closed, trying to calculate the math. 6 worlds in uprising, TDP deploying suppression fleets, colonial militias with limited weapons facing professional military forces. The casualties would be catastrophic. And for what? Justice for the found 400? Or just more blood to justify more blood? The door opened again. No announcement. No footsteps. Webb sat up, expecting another guard. Another transfer. Maybe execution. Maybe they'd decided not to wait 72 hours. A man stood in the doorway. Medium height, civilian clothes, forgettable face. The kind of person you'd pass on any station and never remember. Except Webb remembered this face. From Morrison's file photos. From the staged suicide footage. The man smiled. "Hello, Marcus. We need to talk." Lieutenant Morrison stepped into the cell. Chapter 19. Verdicts and Consequences. The tribunal chamber smelled like disinfectant and old coffee. Volkov sat in the witness gallery, 3 rows back, watching Morrison take the stand. He looked different from the file photos Webb had shown her. Thinner, older, a scar cutting through his left eyebrow that hadn't been there before. "Lieutenant Morrison," Captain Ruiz said, "you were declared dead 6 months ago. Suicide. Care to explain?" "I faked it, ma'am, with help from the Listening Post Survivors Network." Morrison's voice carried no apology. "I knew Cronus would come for me once they realized how much evidence I'd compiled. Staged suicide was the only way to keep working." "Working on what?" building the case against Cinderfell, against high command complicity, against everyone who knew and did nothing. He leaned forward. I spent 2 years documenting war crimes. I wasn't going to let them bury me before the work was done. The prosecution lawyer stood. Your Honor, this witness has admitted to falsifying military records, desertion. He also provided the evidence that exposed the conspiracy, Ruiz cut in. Continue, Lieutenant. Morrison testified for 4 hours. Names, dates, financial transfers. He'd been inside TDP intelligence, had access Webb couldn't get. His testimony corroborated everything Webb documented at Ganymede. Every communication between Tanaka and High Command. Every authorization for genetic experimentation. Every decision to activate sleeper agents. Volkov watched the judges' faces. Stone. They knew what this meant. The institution was rotten and everyone could see it now. During recess, Webb found her in the corridor. His wrists still showed marks from restraints. You okay? She asked. Morrison's alive. He said it like he still didn't believe it. He walked into my cell and I thought I was hallucinating. He's holding up? Better than the rest of us. Webb's laugh was bitter. Spent 6 months dead. Says it was peaceful. Tanaka's trial proceeded in a different chamber. Posthumous since she'd died at Titan. Official report said structural failure during evacuation, but Volkov had read Webb's after action. Tanaka's shuttle hadn't failed. Someone had made sure she never testified. The evidence spoke for her. Recorded depositions from the Ganymede raid. Financial records showing Cronus payments to TDP officials. The kill switch protocols. Video of the 18 prisoners dying when Chen's biometrics triggered the override. Guilty on all counts. War crimes. Crimes against humanity. Conspiracy to commit murder. The judge read the verdict to an empty defense table. Tanaka's lawyers had withdrawn. Cronus Solutions had dissolved 3 days after the media leak, assets seized by 6 different jurisdictions. The company that created Alpha 7 no longer existed on paper, but the tech remained, the research, the knowledge of how to build weapons from human DNA. Volkov thought about Alpha 7's last moments, the way it had asked Chen if it succeeded, if its death meant something. Justice for a dead monster felt like spitting in the wind. Vance's sentencing took place on a Tuesday. The courtroom was packed. Reporters, protesters, military brass trying to look like they'd always opposed Cinderfell. Commander Elias Vance, Captain Ruiz said, "This tribunal finds you guilty on all counts. Mutiny, unauthorized military action, reckless endangerment resulting in 217 casualties." Vance stood at attention. He'd lost weight in detention. His uniform hung loose. However, Ruiz continued, the tribunal acknowledges that your actions expose systematic corruption within TDP and Cronus Solutions. Your testimony, combined with evidence provided by Staff Sergeant Webb and Lieutenant Morrison, has led to fundamental reforms in military oversight and civilian-military cooperation. She paused. The courtroom went silent. Sentence is reduced from execution to 10 years imprisonment at Deimos Minimum Security Facility. Credit for time served. Possibility of parole after 5 years pending ongoing cooperation with civilian oversight investigations. 10 years. Volkov felt the number settle. Not death, but not freedom either. Vance's face showed nothing. Additionally, Ruiz said, Lieutenant Sara Chen, Staff Sergeant Marcus Webb, Corporal Ramona Soto, and Gunnery Sergeant Nina Volkov are hereby granted honorable discharges from Terran Defense Patrol. All charges dismissed, back pay and medical benefits reinstated. Volkov blinked. Honorable discharge. After everything, they were letting them walk. Webb grabbed her arm. Okafor. Has to be. He was right. Admiral Okafor had testified earlier about the need for systemic reform, about protecting whistleblowers, about learning from Razorback Company's actions instead of punishing them. Political theater. Okafor covering her own ass while looking like the reformer. But the outcome was real. They were free. Chen was in the gallery holding hope. The baby was 6 months old now, healthy despite the premature birth. She met Volkov's eyes across the room and nodded once. We survived. 1 year later, Volkov stood in a rented gym on Kepler 442, watching a 12-year-old girl execute a textbook hip throw on a boy twice her size. Good, Volkov said. Now reverse positions. Marcus, you're the aggressor this time. The kids reset. 16 students in this class, all colonists' children. Kepler 442 had been quiet since the uprisings ended. Martial law lifted after 3 months. Colonial government restored with new oversight provisions. But parents remembered the chaos, wanted their kids able to defend themselves if TDP ever cracked down again. Volkov taught them discipline, control, how to fall without breaking bones, how to disable an opponent without killing them, how to survive in a universe that didn't care about fairness. After class, she locked up and walked to Soto's clinic 3 blocks away. The building was prefab, like everything on Kepler 442, but Soto had painted the exterior bright yellow, a small act of defiance against the gray. Inside, Soto was closing up for the day. "Nina, good timing. I just made coffee." "Real coffee or that recycled sludge?" "Imported from Earth." Chen sent it. Soto poured 2 cups. "Says Hope misses her Auntie Ramona." They sat in the waiting room. Through the window, Volkov could see colonists heading home from the processing plant. Normal life. Boring life. The kind of life she'd fought for without realizing it. "You hear from Webb?" Volkov asked. "Last week. He's on Mars now, doing advocacy work with the Listening Post network. Says Morrison's teaching him tradecraft." Soto sipped her coffee. "They're tracking remaining Cronus assets, making sure nothing gets reactivated." "Good. He asked about you, whether you're happy here." Volkov considered the question. Happy felt wrong. Settled maybe. Useful. Teaching kids to protect themselves meant something. Not like Ganymede. No one died when she taught a proper breakfall. But meaningful. "Tell him I'm fine," she said. Her comm chimed. Message notification. Encrypted from Chen. Volkov opened it. Chen's face appeared, worn but smiling. Hope sat on her lap, playing with a data pad. "Nina, hope you're well. I need advice." Chen's smile faded. "Hope's developing faster than normal kids her age. Enhanced reflexes. Pattern recognition. The doctors say it's the Cinderfell modifications expressing. I don't know whether to suppress them or help her develop safely." A pause. "How do you teach a child to be strong without teaching her to be a weapon?" The message ended. Volkov stared at the screen. Before she could compose a response, another message arrived. Anonymous. Encrypted source, untraceable routing. She opened it. A single file. Cinderfell 2 active sites. Volkov's stomach dropped. She opened the file. 3 locations, coordinates, facility specs, personnel rosters. All corporate research stations, different shells, different names, but the security configurations match Ganymede exactly. Same biocontainment protocols, same genetic modification equipment. Cronus had dissolved. But the program scattered, privatized further, continuing under different corporate structures. The war wasn't over. Soto leaned over. "What is it?" "Read this." Soto's expression went flat as she scrolled through the file. "Locations are all frontier systems. Remote. Light oversight." She looked up. "Who sent this?" "Morrison, maybe. Or someone else in his network." "What are we supposed to do with it? We're not soldiers anymore. We're discharged. Doesn't mean we can't act." "Act how? Storm 3 facilities with, what, gym equipment and medical supplies?" Volkov pulled up the coordinates for the nearest site. Ross 128b, 2 weeks travel from Kepler 442 on a civilian transport. The facility was listed as an agricultural research station, genetic modification of crops for frontier colonization. The personnel roster included 6 names, all former Cronus researchers, all transferred after Ganymede. "We tell Webb," Volkov said. "Get Morrison's network on this. They have resources." Her comm chimed again. Different tone. Emergency broadcast. She opened it. "Breaking explosion at Kepler 442 processing station. Casualty estimates, 40, 60. Cause unknown." Soto's face went white. "The processing station? That's where—" The building shook. A low rumble rolled through the floor. Volkov grabbed Soto's arm and pulled her toward the door. Outside, smoke rose from the east sector. The processing station was 2 kilometers away, but she could see flames through the smoke. People were running, screaming. Medical supplies, Soto said. I need to. Another explosion. Closer. The prefab building next to the clinic collapsed, support beams buckling like cardboard. Volkov's training kicked in. Assess, evacuate, survive. She pulled Soto toward the street. Move! Now! They ran. The ground shook again. Somewhere behind them, glass shattered. A woman stumbled past, blood streaming from a head wound. A man was pulling his daughter from debris. Volkov's mind raced. The timing was wrong. The processing station didn't just explode. Not unless someone made it explode. The Cinderfell 2 file, sent minutes before the blast. Not a warning, a distraction. She grabbed her comm, tried to message Chen, Webb, Morrison, anyone. The comm went dead, all networks down. Soto stumbled. Volkov caught her. Keep moving. Where? Away from the secondary targets. They reached the edge of the commercial district. The smoke was thicker here, acrid and chemical. Volkov's eyes watered. Her lungs burned. A figure stepped out of the smoke ahead. Medium height, civilian clothes, moving with the precision of someone who'd trained for years, not running from the chaos, walking toward them. Volkov shoved Soto behind her. Get to cover. Nina, go! The figure stopped 3 meters away, raised its hands slowly. No weapon visible, but the stance was wrong. Too balanced, combat ready. Gunnery Sergeant Volkov, it said. Male voice, synthesized accent. You need to come with me. Who are you? Someone who knows what you're looking for. It gestured toward the smoke. The facility on Rossa 128B is already compromised. Your friends walked into a trap 6 hours ago. Webb, Morrison. Volkov's chest tightened. What trap? The Cinderfell 2 files were bait, designed to draw out Morrison's network. Identify remaining assets. We've been waiting for someone to act. It lowered its hands. Your friends are alive. For now, but if you want them to stay that way, you need to come with me. Immediately. And if I refuse, then they die, along with everyone else your network activated. Soto called from behind cover. Nina, don't! The ground split. A crack opened between Volkov's feet, widening fast. She jumped back. The crack became a crevasse, 30 meters deep and growing. Underground detonations. Someone had mined the entire commercial district. The figure was already moving, jumping the gap with enhanced reflexes. On the other side, it turned back. Decide now, Sergeant. Your friends or your life. The crevasse widened. Volkov could see the commercial district collapsing into it. Buildings, vehicles, people sliding into darkness. She jumped. Chapter 20, Hope and Aftermath. Volkov hit the far side of the crevasse hard. Concrete scraped her palms. She rolled, came up in a crouch, scanning for the figure. Gone. Swallowed by smoke and chaos. Behind her, the commercial district folded into the earth. Soto's clinic vanished first, then the apartment blocks, then the gym where she taught 12-year-olds how to fall without breaking. All of it sliding into darkness while colonists screamed and ran. Her comm was still dead. No way to warn Chen, Webb, Morrison. The trap had already sprung. Volkov ran toward the emergency shelter on the district's edge. If Soto made it out, if anyone made it out, they'd regroup there. Standard colony protocol. She drilled it with her students every month. The shelter was packed. Bleeding colonists, crying children, medics overwhelmed. Volkov pushed through, searching faces. Found Soto treating a man with a compound fracture. Her hands were steady. Her voice was calm. She looked up, saw Volkov, nodded once. Alive. And that was something. How many? Volkov asked. 40 confirmed dead. Another 60 missing, probably buried. Soto secured the splint, moved to the next patient. Processing station detonated first. Secondary charges brought down the commercial sector. Someone knew exactly where to hit us. Cinderfell 2. The message was bait. I know. Soto's jaw tightened. Chen sent an alert 10 minutes before the blast. Said Webb and Morrison went dark on Ross 128B 6 hours ago. She's mobilizing what's left of the network. Where is she? Europa, with Hope. Soto finished bandaging a head wound, stood. She wants you to stand down. Says she's handling it. Volkov's chest tightened. Chen was mobilizing. Morrison was captured or dead. The network was compromised. And she was 3 systems away, teaching kids how to throw punches. The figure that led me across the gap, Volkov said. Enhanced reflexes, combat trained. Said our friends walked into a trap and I needed to come with them. Did you? Jumped a crevasse instead. Volkov looked at the shelter entrance where colonists kept arriving. Some carried, some limping. They wanted me to follow. I chose not to. Soto met her eyes. Good. 2 years later. Vance's cell at Dimos minimum security had a window. Small thing, 30 centimeters square, reinforced polymer, but it showed stars, real ones, not the tactical display he'd stared at for years aboard the Adequate Compliance. He worked in the prison library now, cataloging, reshelving, helping inmates prep for civilian job certifications. Boring work, good work, the kind that let him sleep without seeing Tran bleed out or hearing the tribunal read casualty numbers. 8 years left on his sentence. Possibility of parole in 3. He'd stopped counting days. The letters helped. Chen sent one every month. Photos of Hope, clinic updates from Soto, articles web published about Cinderfell reforms. The network had pushed civilian oversight through 6 colonial legislatures. Genetic experimentation was banned in 4 systems. Cronus's successor corporations faced constant audits. Progress, slow, insufficient, but real. Volkov visited once, 6 months into his sentence. They'd played chess without discussing Ganymede or the tribunal or the crew scattered across inhabited space. She won 3 games straight, told him about her students on Kepler 442, left without saying goodbye. Military to the end. Vance reshelved a technical manual on zero-G welding, moved to the next cart. His hands didn't shake anymore. The nightmares came less frequently. Prison had given him something the service never did. Time to stop moving, to sit with what he'd done, to accept the weight. 217 dead because he chose to act. 400 clones terminated because the conspiracy needed to hide. Tran gone. Alpha 7 gone. The crew discharged and scattered. But Cinderfell was exposed. Tanaka was convicted. The reforms were real. Some days the math almost balanced. Commander Vance. The guard at the library entrance. You have visitors. Vance looked up. Visitors were rare. Volkov's chess game, Morrison's single interrogation follow-up, lawyers for the ongoing civilian lawsuits. He followed the guard to the visitation area, through 3 security checkpoints, into a room with plastic tables bolted to the floor. Chen sat waiting. She looked different, hair shorter, civilian clothes, the exhaustion gone from her eyes. And beside her, a small girl with Chen's dark eyes and a data pad clutched in both hands. Hope, 3 years old. First time they'd met. Vance's throat tightened. The guard unsealed his restraints, stepped back. Vance sat across from them. Hope, Chen said gently. This is Commander Vance. He was my commanding officer. The girl looked up from her data pad, studied Vance with unsettling focus. You're the one in jail. I am. Why? Chen started to interject, but Vance raised a hand. I broke rules, led people into danger, made choices that hurt others. Mommy says you're a good man who did a hard thing. Hope set down her data pad. Her coordination was precise, too precise for 3. Cinderfell modifications expressing. Why are you in jail if you're good? Vance knelt beside the table, bringing himself to her eye level. Chen's breath caught. He considered his words carefully. Because sometimes being good means breaking rules that protect bad people. And breaking rules has consequences. I knew that when I made the choice. Hope thought about this, tilted her head. Would you do it again? Vance looked at Chen. She was holding her breath, waiting for his answer. He saw Alpha 7 in Hope's movements, the enhanced reflexes, the too quick processing. He saw Chen's determination and fear about raising a child marked by conspiracy. He saw the future the crew had bled for. Yes, Vance said. Every time. Because you exist, and you get to grow up knowing the truth. That's worth everything. Hope nodded, satisfied. Went back to her data pad. Chen's eyes were wet. She wiped them quickly, professional mask slipping back. We won't stay long. Just wanted you to meet her. I'm glad you came. They talked for 20 minutes. Chen worked civilian logistics for a Europa mining consortium. Boring, safe, well paid. Hope attended a private school, showed advanced cognition, but Chen was working with therapists to ensure she developed social skills alongside enhanced abilities. No suppression, no weaponization, just careful guidance. Teaching her to be strong without teaching her to be a weapon. Before they left, Chen leaned close. Webb found the 3 Cinderfell 2 facilities. Morrison's network is running surveillance. No action yet. We're documenting everything first, learning from our mistakes. Good. Volkov's coordinating security for the operation. Soto's on medical standby. Chen paused. We could use tactical consultation, if you're willing. I'm in prison. Remote consult, encrypted comms. Morrison has channels. She met his eyes. We don't move without solid intelligence this time. We don't rush. We do it right. Vance thought about Tran, about the 217 casualties, about 8 years of library work that still didn't balance the scales. Send me the files, he said. I'll review. Chen smiled, stood, collected hope, and left. The guard reattached Vance's restraints, led him back to the library. He reshelved books until dinner, ate in the cafeteria, returned to his cell. That night, an encrypted message arrived on the prison's monitored comm system. Flagged for review, but the warden had standing orders to allow Vance access to Cinderfell-related materials. Part of his cooperation agreement, the file contains schematics for 3 facilities, personnel rosters, financial trails, everything Morrison's network had compiled over 2 years of careful surveillance. In a cover note from Webb, we're ready when you are, but this time we vote. No commander's call. We all decide together. Vance studied the files until midnight. The facilities were smaller than Ganymede, but better hidden. Corporate research stations in systems with minimal TDP presence, each producing 20 enhanced soldiers annually, 60 total. 2 years of operation meant 120 active. Not an army, but enough to cause damage if deployed. The note from Chen came through an hour later, separate channel. Hope asked me tonight why you're helping us from jail. I told her because good people don't stop trying, even when it costs them. She said that's what she wants to be when she grows up. Thank you for that. Vance closed the files, lay on his cot, stared at the small window and the stars beyond. Morrison's next message arrived at 0300. Decision point. We can pass this to civilian authorities, let the system handle it, or we can act, surgical, documented, prepared. But if we act, we become part of this fight permanently. No walking away after. Vote by 800. The implications settled. Civilian authorities were compromised. 2 years of reforms hadn't changed that. The system that created Cinderfell still existed, just under new management. Passing the intel meant watching it get buried, but acting meant becoming what they'd fought against. A shadow network operating outside legal authority, deciding who to target, when to strike. Morrison's organization had already killed to protect sources, already staged deaths, already operated in the gray spaces where oversight ended. If they voted yes, they joined that machinery permanently. Vance pulled up the encrypted voting interface. 5 options: Vance, Chen, Webb, Soto, Volkov. Morrison abstaining. He'd made his choice 2 years ago when he faked his death. Webb voted first. 0320. Yes, but with civilian documentation trail. Soto voted at show 445. Yes, medical support only, no combat. Volkov voted at 603. Yes, defensive action authorized. Chen's vote came through at 731. Yes for hope, for all of them. 4 yes votes, 1 abstention. The decision fell to Vance. He thought about the library, the inmates he helped, the quiet years ahead if he said no. Parole in 3 years, freedom, a chance to rebuild something normal. He thought about 120 enhanced soldiers being activated, about children like Hope being hunted or recruited or terminated, about the system that created Cinderfell still operating, still profiting, still treating humans as raw material. 7-5-7, 3 minutes until deadline. Vance's finger hovered over the interface. Two choices, both irrevocable. Say no, protect his own redemption, let the system handle itself. Accept that some fights can't be won by broken soldiers. Stay in prison, serve his time, maybe find peace. Say yes, commit to permanent war against institutions designed to outlast individuals. Become Morrison. Become the thing TDP feared. Sacrifice any chance of normal life for the possibility of lasting change. He entered his vote, pressed send. The system confirmed receipt. 5 votes registered, decision locked, no appeals, no revision. The operation was authorized.